the captain of the Shilatai fire station, Song Yan, is a determined, courageous man, deeply committed to his mission of saving lives. He's quiet, rational, and carries a strong sense of responsibility, not only as a leader, but also as a human being. Admired and respected by his team, they have no idea that behind his rigid exterior and firm posture, he hides emotional wounds from the past. After being practically forced to go to the hospital due to a toothache caused by a blow during the latest mission, he's pushed into a doctor's office and immediately recognizes the woman in front of him, refusing to be treated by her. That's when we meet Xu Qin, an emergency surgeon, extremely intelligent and fully dedicated to her profession. She appears cold and mature, the result of a strict and distant upbringing. Her controlled way of handling emotions comes from years of repressing her true feelings. But the moment she recognizes Song Yan, her mask begins to crack, revealing a vulnerable woman, still in love, and deeply scarred by the love they once shared. Back at the fire station, Song Yan thinks about his past with Xu Qin, but his thoughts are interrupted by his best friend, Suo Jun, who senses his discomfort but chooses not to pressure him. The next day, a trainee firefighter causes trouble and refuses to continue Song Yan's rigorous training, claiming it's impossible to complete. Song Yan takes the lead and finishes the task in just 18 seconds. He then scolds and teaches the young man that their job is a race against time to save lives, and that's why they need to train even harder. Meanwhile, a building near Xu Qin's home catches fire, and she decides to go to the scene. On the way, she crosses paths with Song Yan's team and discreetly follows them to help the injured. The firefighters work efficiently, but gradual explosions from gas cylinders make the mission even more dangerous. As the fire consumes almost the entire building, the instructor orders Song Yan to evacuate, but an explosion cuts off contact with the rest of the team. Everyone, including Xu Qin, fears for his life. Suddenly, he emerges safely from the building, carrying a rescued child in his arms. Once the tension fades, Suo Jun tries to punch his friend for constantly putting himself in danger and ignoring orders, but Song Yan dodges the hit with a playful attitude. He then boldly challenges a rich young man to report him. This man had been threatening the rescue team after they damaged his illegally parked car while rushing to the accident. Xu Qin tries to talk to him, but Song Yan completely ignores her. A flashback reveals they met in high school. The popular and outgoing Song Yan fell in love with her at first sight, but she was shy and introverted. Despite all his attempts to talk to her, most didn't work. Later that night, Suo Jun and Song Yan talk about that past relationship. Suo Jun tells him he needs to decide whether to move on or let her back in. At the same time, Xu Qin also reminisces about their high school memories. Although she was quiet and shy, Song Yan was the only one who could break through her shell. She still keeps the box of sweets, the first gift he gave her. The other girls envied Xu Qin for getting close to Song Yan, but none dared to bully her because he protected her. The next morning, Song Yan is questioned by his superior due to multiple complaints, including not following orders and damaging private property. Li Meng tries to defend him, but Song Yan is forced to write a 3,000-word report to reflect on his behavior. Meanwhile, Xu Qin's co-workers gossip about her being from a wealthy and powerful family, crediting her hospital promotion to her background. She's no longer shy. In fact, she has become so confident that she comes across as arrogant. That night, she comes across a blocked road caused by an accident and rushes to help the injured. The police inform her that the ambulance hasn't arrived yet, but she freezes upon seeing that it's Song Yan and his team rescuing the victims. When the ambulance finally arrives, she tries to leave discreetly, but Song Yan notices her. While the injured are taken to the hospital, Suo Jun brings soup to Song Yan, who still hasn't eaten due to the toothache. Suo Jun reveals he's having a hard time with his family, and during an anonymous phone conversation, it's hinted that he's considering quitting or transferring. Song Yan senses something's wrong and tries to ask, but Suo Jun doesn't open up. The next day, while Song Yan pushes the rookies to their limits during training, Xu Qin continues her work at the hospital. Her colleagues still keep their distance, and when the hospital director proposes forming 2 emergency teams, everyone hesitates to join her team. A few days later, she decides to visit the places she used to go with Song Yan. And she remembers how happy, free, and whole she felt when she was with him. But now, all she feels is emptiness in her soul and sadness in her heart. She even goes to his home in a relatively poor neighborhood, but his cousin and aunt are not pleased by her visit. Song Yan's aunt seems a bit skeptical about Xu Qin's intentions, while Jai Miao reminds her of the pain Xu Qin once caused him. The aunt brings up all the blind dates she arranged for Song Yan and how he never showed up to any of them. Still furious, Jai Miao expresses her determination to keep Xu Qin away from her cousin, whom she considers like a brother. At the hospital, a seriously injured firefighter is brought to Xu Qin for emergency treatment, but just as she rushes to care for him, a couple starts causing a scene. The husband accuses her of negligence, despite the fact that his wife had already been treated for a minor injury that only required medication. When he lunges at Xu Qin, Song Yan steps in and intercepts the attack. While Xu Qin goes on to treat the wounded firefighter, Song Yan scolds his subordinates for not reacting fast enough when the man threatened the doctor. Then, he leaves before Xu Qin exits the treatment room, but she follows him outside with the excuse of wanting to thank him. Song Yan treats her as nothing more than an old schoolmate and makes it clear he would have done the same for any other doctor. When she invites him for coffee, he tells her to get in line, joking that there are already several women waiting to go out with him, clearly a tactic to push her away. Back in high school, Song Yan used to smoke a lot. When Xu Qin became his girlfriend, she gave him a lighter case with her face engraved on it, hoping that every time he reached for a lighter, he would think of her and stop smoking. After work, Xu Qin visits her family's home with her brother Yan Chen, where she discovers that her wooden sculptures have disappeared from her room. Upset, she confronts her mother about it. Chen Jin, her controlling mother, firmly orders her to give up such pointless hobbies now that she's graduated from medical school. Xu Qin is instructed to engage in social activities within her elite circle instead of doing volunteer work, which she actually enjoys. Just then, their cousin Yixiao arrives for a meal and seems to have a close bond with the siblings. He invites them to check out the new bar he recently opened, teasing Yan Chen about the many beautiful women who hang out there. Chen Jin encourages her son to follow in his cousin's footsteps and find a daughter-in-law with equal or higher social standing. She even gives each of her children an envelope containing photos of potential matches for blind dates. Meanwhile, Song Yan realizes that his lighter is missing and spends the entire day searching for it. That night, Suo Jun finds him rummaging through the trash and points out that, despite what he says, he clearly hasn't moved on from his first love. Song Yan finally opens up about why they broke up 10 years ago. He explains the social class difference between them and how he spent the past decade working hard just to be worthy of standing beside her without shame. But now, it seems like closing the gap between their worlds may be impossible in this lifetime. Hearing this, Suo Jun advises him to let go and forget Xu Qin. At the same time, Yan Chen presents two men for Xu Qin to choose from, making comments that suggest he suspects she is still in contact with Song Yan. They agree to check out their cousin's bar, and later that night, the siblings join Yixiao, enjoying the upscale service, until a waitress named Ye Zi accidentally spills a drink on the table. Unexpectedly, Yan Chen remains calm and doesn't seem bothered by the incident. He finds the waitress quite similar to his sister, and that seems to attract him. Xu Qin learns about a fire safety inspection scheduled for the building and eagerly hopes to see Song Yan among the officials. However, she's disappointed when Li Meng explains there's a separate department dedicated to prevention and building safety. Later, she tells Yixiao about her reunion with Song Yan, and he advises her to give up the idea of getting back together, as her mother would never approve of the relationship. After the talk, she heads to the restroom and sees a couple kissing, which reminds her of a party she once attended with Song Yan. At the time, he had gently covered her eyes after seeing a similar scene, knowing she felt embarrassed. Overwhelmed by nostalgia and longing, she goes straight to the fire station, hoping to see Song Yan. But he instructs the guard to say he's not there. Still, she notices him watching her from a distance. As Xu Qin walks away, clearly disheartened, Li Meng arrives and is confused to see her there, especially after they had just run into each other at the bar. Song Yan finally gets a long-awaited day off and returns home. His aunt tells him about Xu Qin's visit, but he coldly expresses his disdain for her. Another flashback shows them officially in a relationship, deeply in love. Song Yan had taken Xu Qin to meet his family and visit his home. She was charmed by the warm and welcoming atmosphere. And it was there, with guidance from Song Yan's uncle, that she discovered her love for wood carving. However, just days later, she abruptly broke up with him. Song Yan didn't understand why, and Xu Qin cruelly insulted him, saying the difference in class made her lose interest, and that she had only dated him for the thrill. Song Yan realized she was lying and asked if her parents had forced her to end things, but she didn't answer and ran to the car. In truth, Xu Qin had been forced by her controlling mother to break up, and she cried bitterly as she watched him chase the car, unable to reach her. That night, Song Yan secretly snuck into her yard to leave a message on her window, asking her to meet him at the park. Sadly, she never showed up. The next day, Song Yan is called back to work due to a storm warning. Water begins to accumulate on the overpasses, and that night, Xu Qin's car breaks down on one of them while she's on her way to the hospital. The car starts to flood, and the doors are locked. Xu Qin calls emergency services, but as the water rises quickly, she panics. In the distance, she sees flashlights. The firefighters have arrived, and Song Yan immediately recognizes her. He breaks the car window to rescue her and carries her to safety. As he holds her, Xu Qin clings tightly to him. When he tells her to let go, she hugs him even tighter. Furious, Song Yan pushes her away, and as she pleads with him to remember their love, he coldly says he would have done the same for anyone. Then he leaves with his team in a boat, while Xu Qin, though shaken, rushes to the hospital. The hospital is overwhelmed with emergency cases, and one patient urgently needs surgery to prevent his condition from worsening. However, the medical staff hesitate to proceed since the specialist isn't available. Xu Qin decides to perform the surgery on her own, going against her colleagues' recommendations, and successfully saves the patient. She also prescribes therapy for the patient's daughter, a traumatized young girl. Because her actions violated hospital protocol, the director harshly reprimands her for being impulsive, but also acknowledges her exceptional skill. Yet, as Xu Qin carefully dries Song Yan's uniform jacket, which he left behind during the rescue, she doesn't seem concerned at all about others' opinions. After the storm, Song Yan returns home and meets Jai Miao's friends, including Yezi. Jai Miao convinces him to eat with them, hoping to show off her handsome brother and introduce him to some attractive women in an attempt to help him forget Xu Qin. Meanwhile, a conversation between Jai Miao's parents recalls the time they adopted Song Yan. His father had died when he was very young, and his mother abandoned him to marry a wealthy man. Mrs. Jai expresses her desire to teach that selfish woman a lesson, and remembering what happened only strengthens her resolve to keep her nephew away from Xu Qin, whom she sees as just as selfish as Song Yan's mother. During lunch, just like Xu Qin's brother, Song Yan also notices how much Yezi resembles her, not just in appearance, but also in the shy and introverted manner she had during her teenage years. After lunch, Jai Miao teases her cousin for stealing glances at Yezi and offers to help him start a relationship. In response, he squeezes her in a tight bear hug to stop her from meddling in his life. Later, Xu Qin visits his house to return his jacket and thank him for rescuing her. But Song Yan coldly rejects her gesture, stating that he moved on a long time ago. He also refuses her offer to start over. A few days later, the hospital where Xu Qin works organizes a seminar on fire-related emergencies, and she joins, hoping to see Song Yan. However, it's Li Meng who leads the seminar, while Song Yan is busy training his team. It turns out one of his subordinates exaggerated the story of Xu Qin's rescue while telling it to the rookies, and now everyone believes there's something going on between their captain and the doctor. Li Meng ends the seminar with a team photo that includes Song Yan standing next to her. The nurses congratulate her on having such a handsome boyfriend, and to Xu Qin's dismay, Li Meng doesn't deny it. Xu Qin approaches her and asks about Song Yan, learning that he's not only a captain but also practically a legend among firefighters. A few days later, A major highway accident brings together the hospital staff and the rescue team. 4 or 5 cars had collided, and when Xu Qin arrives with her team, she finds Song Yan already leading the rescue. One of the cars had fallen off the bridge into the water below. Song Yan and his team cut the roof open to rescue the driver and urgently call for medical assistance, as the man is badly crushed between the seats. Xu Qin administers a painkiller before they manage to pull the man out. During the process, she's nearly injured by a sharp piece of metal, but Song Yan saves her just in time, getting hurt himself in the process. Once the situation is under control and all the victims are treated or sent to the hospital, Xu Qin rushes after Song Yan and insists he get medical attention. He refuses, until Suo Jun arrives and forces him into the ambulance. At the hospital, Song Yan once again refuses to remove his shirt so Xu Qin can examine his injury. Stubborn as ever, he demands another doctor, but Xu Qin is even more determined, telling him everyone else is busy. He finally lets her stitch the wound, without anesthesia. Xu Qin orders him to return daily so she can change the dressing, which frustrates Song Yan as he realizes she's still trying to rekindle their relationship. Xu Qin boldly tells him he still has feelings for her. Why else would he always save her when she's in danger? Song Yan insists this was a special case because he used to have feelings for her. Their conversation is interrupted by Li Meng, who enters the room worried and helps Song Yan put on his shirt, which leaves Xu Qin visibly upset and jealous. When Li Meng steps out to get him some slippers, Xu Qin seizes the moment to explain that, at the time, she was too young and dependent on her parents, and she had no choice. But Song Yan responds coldly, saying not even abandoned animals are discarded the way she threw him away, and that he could never go through that pain again. He leaves, and Xu Qin breaks down in tears. Li Meng returns with the slippers, and noticing the tension in the air, she realizes Xu Qin is the woman Song Yan once loved. She tells him that if he's truly decided not to go back to her, he should give her a chance, because she has feelings for him too. But Song Yan makes it clear that he won't be with either of them. Meanwhile, the blood test results from the rescued man reveal that he is HIV positive. Xu Qin immediately declares a state of emergency, ordering that all medical instruments be sterilized and that everyone who had contact with the patient be tested. The fire department is also notified, since Song Yan and 3 of his colleagues were involved in rescuing the infected man. Meanwhile, the patient's mother causes a scene at the hospital, demanding that Dr. Xu Qin transfer her son to a private room instead of the ICU. The woman shows no concern for the other people her son might have infected, which makes Xu Qin's blood boil. Without hesitation, she fires back, telling the woman that the life of every worker is equally important, especially the firefighters who saved her son. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have survived. She needs to learn how to be grateful. Since the hospital had already vaccinated its staff, there are only 3 doses of the medication left, meaning one of the firefighters will have to wait until more arrives. Xu Qin tells Song Yan he should take the medicine first, as he's the one most at risk due to his injury. However, Song Yan insists that his colleagues take it before him. This infuriates Xu Qin. She forces him to stay at the hospital under observation and immediately sends requests for more medicine to other hospitals. She finally secures an additional dose and administers it to him herself, stating that she respects his decision not to want anything more with her. Back at the fire station, Song Yan listens as Suo Jun vents about not having seen his wife in a while due to work, and how she's been taking care of his ailing father. As they walk back to the dorms, they overhear the new recruits quietly complaining about Song Yan's harsh training methods. The next day, the blood test results come in. All 4 firefighters are safe. Song Yan goes to tell Suo Jun the good news, but accidentally comes across his transfer request, leaving him stunned. He confronts Suo Jun for making such a decision without telling him, pointing out how difficult it will be to manage both the station and the rookies alone. Suo Jun explains that he needs to be closer to his family and earn more money to take care of his father. Still, Song Yan remains furious. Feeling betrayed and abandoned, he accuses his friend of desertion. Back at the hospital, Xu Qin uses all her composure and skill to save a patient whose heart nearly stopped. The display of teamwork and her steady leadership earn her admiration and respect from her team. Even Dr. Yang, the leader of the other team, who had doubted her, recognizes Xu Qin's talent. Later, Yang approaches her in the locker room and praises her for the excellent work that moved the patient's family to express their gratitude. Xu Qin responds that she's just doing her duty without expecting thanks, which only deepens Yang's interest in her. However, Xu Qin remains indifferent to forming bonds at work and doesn't open up. The next day, Song Yan takes out his frustration by pushing the recruits even harder in training. When Suo Jun tries to step in, he too is scolded, something that had never happened before. The subordinates notice it's the first time Song Yan has shown anger toward Suo Jun, even going so far as to ignore his attempts at reconciliation. Meanwhile, Yixiao meets with Yan Chen and brings up Xu Qin's recent reunion with Song Yan, noting that her feelings for him haven't changed. Yixiao says Xu Qin is very lonely and suggests that Yan Chen take her to his bar to introduce her to his ex-girlfriend Zhou Yan in hopes that they'll become friends. As Yixiao hoped, the two women hit it off right away despite having opposite personalities, even challenging each other to a drinking contest. Xu Qin emerges victorious, and as Yixiao carries them out, he jokes about blacklisting them from his bar. As Yan Chen escorts Xu Qin to her car, he bumps into Yezi, who apologizes for scratching his car with her bicycle. He tells her not to worry about compensation, and then takes his sister up to the apartment. After carefully putting her to bed, he settles onto the living room couch and recalls the first time he saw her. It's revealed that Xu Qin is his adoptive sister, and they are not biologically related. They met the night Xu Qin lost her parents in a car accident. Yan Chen's parents took him to the hospital to pick her up, and from that moment on, he became her older brother. He became instantly attached to her and would do anything to protect her, even secretly retrieving a toy their controlling mother had thrown away, defying her for the first time. The next morning, Xu Qin wakes up to find Yan Chen making breakfast. She tells him about her encounter with Song Yan and how he refused to give her another chance. Yan Chen listens quietly as she blames herself for everything and says she doesn't deserve love or recognition in life. A few hours later, Song Yan's team is dispatched on a mission. Xu Qin is surprised to see them at the entrance of her building. They're there to rescue a child hanging from the balcony just above her apartment. Song Yan safely rescues the child, and Xu Qin helps treat the boy's hand, which was stuck in the railing, while Song Yan holds the boy and watches her with admiration. When the child's parents arrive, they thank both of them enthusiastically. Xu Qin takes the opportunity while Song Yan is washing his hands to ask one of his subordinates for his contact number. He agrees, on the condition that she never tells the captain who gave it to her. Later, she offers Song Yan some tea as he comes out of the bathroom, and also helps treat a scratch on his arm. Surprisingly, he allows it and struggles to look away from her, even though he clearly wants to keep his distance. Xu Qin praises his skills in leadership, but he leaves before she can get any closer. She rushes to the balcony and shouts out, asking if he'll be free next weekend. But Song Yan completely ignores her. Even so, Xu Qin isn't discouraged and excitedly checks his contact profile. Meanwhile, Yan Chen, who is usually quite creative in his ideas, fails at a business meeting with investors. His secretary immediately informs his mother, Chen Jin, who calls him and demands that he satisfy the shareholders and keep them happy. Frustrated by his mother's tight control, Yan Chen quickly finds out who's been feeding her information. He confronts his secretary and warns him to work for just one boss. The secretary wisely chooses to stay loyal to him. The next day, Xu Qin takes the initiative to compliment Dr. Yang on her hairstyle and purse. She also sends a message to Song Yan, but he doesn't reply. First, because he doesn't recognize the number, and second, because Jai Miao calls to say she'll be bringing him some winter clothes as the cold season approaches. He tells his team not to jump to conclusions when one of them announces that a girl is waiting for him at the front gate. But as he leaves the tool room, the subordinate reveals to the others that the visitor isn't his sister. It's the doctor they all know, which instantly sparks everyone's curiosity, and they secretly follow the captain to eavesdrop on the conversation. Song Yan only realizes it's Xu Qin when he reaches the gate. She casually says she was just passing by and decided to say hi, then suggests he invite her to dinner since she let him use her apartment during the rescue mission. Song Yan tries to refuse, but this time she manages to convince him to set a dinner date. The next day, Xu Qin tries to get ready for the date and, being inexperienced with such things, asks her new friend for help. Zhou Yan arrives with a bunch of accessories to assist. Xu Qin realizes that Zhou Yan lives freely and on her own terms, completely opposite from her own restricted life. Even Song Yan discreetly worries about his appearance and considers getting a haircut. At that moment, Suo Jun shows up and offers to trim his hair, and Song Yan reluctantly agrees. During the haircut, however, Song Yan remains cold and distant, frustrating Suo Jun's attempts to make conversation. Xu Qin, feeling nervous, arrives at the location well before the scheduled time. By the time Song Yan arrives, it's already raining. She takes him to the restaurant they used to frequent back in their school days. He silently watches her as she orders all of their old favorite dishes. Xu Qin keeps praising the food, saying it tastes exactly the same as it did years ago. But Song Yan disagrees. He thinks the food no longer tastes the same, or maybe he's changed and no longer enjoys the things he once did. Song Yan finishes eating quickly, while Xu Qin eats slowly, wishing to stay close to him for just a little longer. Song Yan feels he won't be able to resist her much longer. She looks so cute and beautiful, and she's right there next to him. Trying to keep his distance, he scolds her for eating too slowly, which only makes her seem even cuter. Unable to control himself, he says he'll wait for her outside. As she leaves, he gets a call from Zhai Miao, asking for help at the police station. Xu Qin offers to drive him there, and he accepts, given the urgency of the situation. However, Song Yan feels uncomfortable in her luxury car and warns her not to use her connections to help him. Xu Qin learns that Zhai Miao is a smart girl studying at a prestigious university. She follows Song Yan inside the police station, even though he doesn't want her to, which irritates Zhai Miao. But attention quickly shifts to the reason for her arrest. She was caught selling counterfeit goods and refuses to reveal her supplier, making it harder to get her released. Xu Qin asks for a few minutes alone with her. She calmly explains the legal trouble Zhai Miao could face, including the risk of expulsion from university and the damage it could do to her brother's career. Eventually, Zhai Miao gives in and reveals she was doing part-time sales work for a client, and she provides his contact. However, the number had long since been deactivated, and Zhai Miao receives a hefty fine for selling counterfeit items. Since Song Yan doesn't have the money at the moment, Zhai Miao remains in custody until the fraudster is found or the amount is paid. Xu Qin decides to ask Yixiao for help. He's with Yan Chen, and since she can't use her own bank account due to her mother's surveillance, she turns to her cousin. The two of them go to the station, but when Song Yan finds out they're there to help, he becomes furious. Offended, he scolds Xu Qin and tells her to leave with them. She runs after him and pleads with him to let Yan Chen intervene to protect his sister's future. The department's chief inspector soon arrives, helping secure Zhai Miao's release thanks to Yan Chen's influence. Not only does this free her, but it makes Song Yan feel the social class gap between them even more. Even Zhai Miao initially refuses help from Xu Qin's family, but Song Yan convinces her otherwise. With the situation resolved, Yan Chen drives Xu Qin home, and the siblings argue about her involvement with Song Yan. Yan Chen warns her that their mother would never approve, but Xu Qin insists she deserves the right to make her own choices. Meanwhile, Song Yan speaks with Zhai Miao about what happened and admits he still has feelings for Xu Qin, but he will do everything he can to avoid her. Zhai Miao, acting like a supportive sister, promises to treat Xu Qin better out of respect for her brother's feelings. Unlike her brother, Yixiao encourages Xu Qin to date Song Yan already, just so she can figure out whether it'll work or if it's time to move on. He tells her she can't keep hurting herself like this. Meanwhile, Song Yan's rescue team is dispatched to another emergency. A young woman is threatening to jump from a building. She was an ambitious girl who lost her job due to a cruel boss, and instead of support, she received only criticism from her family. Suo Jun tries to connect with her, sharing his own life experiences to build empathy, while the team prepares safety measures. He nearly convinces her to step back, but some bystanders start shouting insults, calling her useless and a disgrace to her family. Already in despair, the girl jumps, but Suo Jun leaps after her and manages to bring her down safely onto the air cushion. He immediately scolds the onlookers for their cruel comments, calling them insensitive and ignorant of how much a life is worth. Back in the dorm, Jai Miao tells Yezi about the trouble caused by the supplier she recommended, revealing that her brother had to pay a large fine. Feeling guilty, Yezi suggests they work together to help repay Song Yan's debt. Song Yan hears about Suo Jun's incredible performance during the mission and goes to see him. He finally admits he overreacted and apologizes for his behavior. Suo Jun accepts the apology, and now with clear minds, the two promise that nothing will ever come between their friendship again. They go for a walk and have a light, easy conversation. Later that night, Suo Jun receives a message from the girl he rescued. She thanks him for stopping her from making a terrible mistake and promises to live her new life to the fullest. That sense of purpose gives Suo Jun the motivation to stay at the Shilitai station for another year. However, his girlfriend refuses to wait for him that long and breaks up with him, leading to an emotional breakdown. The next day, Song Yan takes part in a seminar on the use of robotics in rescue operations. While many of Jiang Yu's ideas make sense, Song Yan points out that rescuers often have to make immediate and delicate decisions, something robots can't do. Jiang Yu is impressed and approaches him afterward to talk, but Song Yan doesn't give him much attention. Later, Song Yan visits the station director and asks him to approve Suo Jun's transfer request, promising to run the station alone. However, he's surprised to learn that Suo Jun never actually submitted a request. Meanwhile, Suo Jun's team responds to a fire emergency, during which he gets trapped inside a building while rescuing a woman. His colleagues manage to pull him out, but he sustains serious injuries. Upon hearing the news, Song Yan rushes to the hospital and finds Suo Jun in critical condition. One of his hands has been crushed, and his face is badly burned. Deeply shaken, Song Yan cries as he sees his friend in such pain, but Suo Jun remains calm and comforts him. His greatest concern is the girl he saved, who also suffered severe burns. Suo Jun continues trying to reassure Song Yan and expresses how proud he is to have worked at the best rescue station alongside the best firefighter. Once he's recovered enough to stand, the department holds a ceremony in his honor. Suo Jun retires with many medals and heartfelt goodbyes. Song Yan is the most emotional, hugging him tightly in tears, when suddenly, the fire alarm goes off. The team quickly gears up and heads out for the mission, while Suo Jun stays behind to tidy up one last time. As he walks out, unsure of his future, his girlfriend appears with flowers in hand. She scolds him for giving up on their relationship so easily, saying she was just angry. Then, she confesses her unconditional love, easing all of his insecurities about his appearance. She takes his hand, and together, they walk home. Meanwhile, Chen Jin pressures Xu Qin to choose someone for a blind date, and Xu Qin randomly picks the first photo shown to her. Chen Jin seems pleased with her choice. It's Jiang Yu, the same man Song Yan met at the robotics seminar. Chen Jin orders her to contact him and set up a time and place for the date. The next day, Song Yan has to train the new recruits alone for the first time, which makes him nostalgic. Meanwhile, the girl Suo Jun rescued finally wakes up, but becomes traumatized upon seeing her burned face. She shuts herself off from the medical staff and refuses to see anyone. Dr. Yang tries to offer support, but the girl lashes out, saying she wasn't the one whose face was destroyed. The following day, Dr. Yang tries to convince Minnie, the burn victim, to accept the surgery. But deeply depressed, Minnie says she would rather die than live disfigured. After everyone leaves the room, Xu Qin enters and tells her about Suo Jun. She encourages Minnie not to throw away a life that was saved with such sacrifice. Xu Qin shares that Suo Jun's face was also burned, but the woman who loves him welcomed him with open arms, giving Minnie hope and motivation to keep going. Soon, word spreads that Minnie agreed to undergo surgery, surprising everyone and sparking curiosity about how Xu Qin convinced her. That weekend, Xu Qin and Yan Chen return home, and she's surprised to discover their mother monitors his bank transactions too. Chen Jin questions a recent transfer he made to help Xu Qin pay Jai Miao's fine. Yan Chen lies, saying he helped a friend, and protests against the surveillance, but Chen Jin says it's normal to want to know everything about her children. Then, she exposes his lie by revealing she knows about the police station visit. She then orders Xu Qin to schedule her date with Jiang Yu. After being sent to her room, Chen Jin reveals yet another lie of Yan Chen's. She knows Song Yan is back in Xu Qin's life. Later, Xu Qin meets with Jiang Yu, but they're just getting into their conversation when she receives a transaction alert from Song Yan, who returned the money she had lent him to help Jai Miao. She makes up an emergency at the hospital and leaves. Xu Qin tries to reject the money, but knowing he wouldn't accept that, she instead asks him to repay her with a dinner. Song Yan agrees without resistance. He seems to be considering giving her another chance and even tells his aunt about his decision to reconnect with his ex, which worries her. She fears he'll get hurt again. Xu Qin also talks to her mother about leaving the date early and subtly brings up the idea that she might like someone else. But Chen Jin calmly threatens her not to make her repeat the past. It's then revealed why Song Yan has treated Xu Qin so coldly. After their breakup, her mother sent her to study abroad. Song Yan continued sending letters, but never received a reply because Chen Jin had blocked all of them. Song Yan was heartbroken, feeling discarded, as if he had never existed. In reality, Xu Qin never even knew. Later that night, Xu Qin has an honest conversation with her father. He expresses concern about her love life, questioning why she's never been able to connect with any of the many men from her blind dates. When Xu Qin confesses that she still has feelings for Song Yan, he becomes even more uneasy, knowing well how controlling his wife can be. He's direct with her. If she insists on being with Song Yan, she'll have to choose between her love and her family. This reminds Xu Qin of the first time her mother found out about Song Yan. Back then, she was pressured with the exact same ultimatum: choose him or the family. The weight was unbearable for Xu Qin, who was so grateful to the family that took her in, and she decided to end things with Song Yan. Now facing that reality once more, Song Yan is back in her life. During their meal, Xu Qin nervously brings up how they've been helping each other recently. She thanks him for everything he's done for her and clarifies that, after his help with Jai Miao's situation, they're even. Song Yan, who already struggles to trust her again because of her overly logical way of thinking, doesn't argue much. He simply says he deserves this punishment for falling in love with her at first sight. Their conversation is interrupted by cries for help coming from a nearby restaurant, and Song Yan rushes to assist. He rescues the trapped kitchen staff and carries out a woman hiding under a table. To Xu Qin's surprise, the woman is her best friend, Zhou Yan, who instantly becomes smitten with Song Yan's heroic demeanor and good looks. Realizing that Xu Qin knows him, she begs for his phone number. Xu Qin hesitates, but eventually gives in to her friend's persistence. Zhou Yan calls Song Yan right away to thank him and invites him for a meal, but he hangs up without much interest, relieving Xu Qin. Still, Zhou Yan vows to win him over. Back at the station, Song Yan takes out his frustration on a punching bag. He feels torn, unsure whether to blame Xu Qin for rekindling his hope or to blame fate itself. Meanwhile, Xu Qin decides to talk to Yixiao and sends him a message saying she'll visit his bar. But things get complicated when she finds both Yan Chen and Zhou Yan there too. When Xu Qin arrives, she's surprised to see them. Before she can say anything, Zhou Yan starts ranting about her unlucky love life. She talks about the hot firefighter she's been trying to set a date with, but who keeps rejecting her. Just then, she receives a message from Song Yan, agreeing to dinner. Zhou Yan celebrates her small victory and even reveals his name to the group. She rushes out to get ready, leaving Yan Chen and Yixiao shocked by who she's interested in. Xu Qin tries to keep her composure, but ends up crying in the bar's restroom. Sensing someone nearby, she pretends to be just washing her face, but Yezi sees the tears. Meanwhile, Song Yan's parents talk about his recent strange behavior and conclude that he's been like this ever since he saw Xu Qin again. They decide to keep him away from her to protect him from more heartbreak. Xu Qin keeps drinking to numb her heartache and eventually gets drunk. She leaves the bar alone, refusing her cousin and brother's offer to take her home. The two secretly follow her by taxi and realize she's heading to Song Yan's place instead of her own apartment. She forces her way in when Jai Miao opens the door. Jai Miao scolds her for barging in and demands that she leave her brother alone, now that he's decided to move on and go on a date. but she's left speechless when she sees how Xu Qin, who never shows her emotions, was visibly shaken, especially when she sees Song Yan arriving home. Yiqiao also shows up and tries to drag her away, but she refuses. Finally, Xu Qin lets all her repressed emotions out. She accuses Song Yan of not loving her as much as she loves him and pushes him for going out with someone else. She confesses that she broke up with him because of her parents' pressure, feeling indebted to them for raising her. But she also reveals her plan to rise in her career and become independent so she can fight for their love and repay her family debt. On top of that, she accuses Song Yan of knowing all along that she never moved on, that she's been trying to reconnect, while he never once reached out over all these years. Song Yan realizes that Xu Qin never received his letters and remains silent, while she hits him and demands to know whether he still loves her, until Yiqiao pulls her away. Jai Miao tries to defend her brother and reveal the hidden truths, but Song Yan doesn't let her speak, as if emotionally overwhelmed. Realizing all the misunderstandings, he runs after Xu Qin, but can only watch helplessly as Yan Chen drives his sister away in his luxury car. The past reveals that the two most important men in Xu Qin's life have always been at odds because of her. Yan Chen constantly pushed her away from Song Yan. While Song Yan reflects on Xu Qin's emotional outburst, Yan Chen tries to take her to the family home, and Yiqiao warns him to be careful with their parents. If they find out she's drunk, it'll be chaos. Yan Chen regrets the past. He's always been his sister's safe place, whether during fear or celebration. It's also revealed that the note Song Yan left on Xu Qin's window, asking her to meet him at the park, was actually seen and removed by Yan Chen. The next morning, Song Yan decides to meet Xu Qin to clear up all the misunderstandings. His family agrees, on the condition that it will be the last time he goes after her. He calls Xu Qin, and they agree to meet outside her apartment. Xu Qin convinces him to come inside and cook something for them. He makes rice porridge, and Song Yan gently brings up the previous night, reminding her that she said she never wanted to see him again. He asks if that's really what she wants, and her expression says otherwise. Song Yan gives her one last chance, telling her she can take all the time she needs to decide. Either they'll be together, or they'll part ways for good. If she chooses the first, he'll be her support and stay by her side. He then says goodbye, telling her he'll wait for her answer. Xu Qin is left alone to make the hardest decision of her life, because choosing Song Yan means giving up her family, who will never accept someone they see as unworthy of her status. After much thought, she finally decides, and with tears in her eyes, she takes the bowl of porridge. Later, Yan Chen comes to pick her up and take her to the hospital. He notices her gloomy expression as she opens up, saying their lives are like wild animals in captivity. Freedom feels like a crime. She speaks of her helplessness under their mother's authority and says she doesn't deserve someone as good as Song Yan. When they arrive at the hospital, Yan Chen is visibly shaken by his sister's emotional state. He suggests they move to another country, but Xu Qin immediately refuses. Meanwhile, Chen Jin plays golf with the hospital's vice president, and it's revealed that she's been hindering her daughter's career growth. She doesn't want her to work too hard. She just wants her to marry someone of equal status. At the fire station, the firefighters discuss the credentials of the new instructor. He comes from a wealthy family, which makes them question why he would join such a dangerous job. They conclude that he must just be seeking adventure, and will likely return to the family business once the excitement wears off. The new instructor turns out to be none other than Chen Jim, to Song Yan's surprise. At the hospital, Xu Qin is excluded from the interviews to select new researchers, as everyone assumes she used her privileged background to get in. However, she storms into the evaluation room and personally submits her resume. She insists on her qualifications and claims she's never used shortcuts to get anything. The committee reluctantly agrees to interview her, and she's accepted to everyone's surprise. At the fire station, Chen Jim becomes fascinated with Song Yan's dog, Meng, and tries to pet him, only to be met with a fierce bark. Interestingly, Meng is also Xu Qin's family name. That night, Song Yan feels even more unsettled seeing Chen Jim occupying what used to be Suo Jun's room. He decides to go for a walk along the station's training track, trying to clear his mind and forget the pain of losing his best friend. Meanwhile, Yan Chen drinks out of frustration, tired of always being monitored. He feels the crushing weight of his mother's control. And now that even Xu Qin refuses to run away with him, it's clear she wants to stay and be with Song Yan. Yan Chen calls a private driver through an app, and the assigned driver turns out to be Yezi. She admits that she works 2 part-time jobs to cover her expenses and repay her student loans. Yan Chen gives her an extra tip and suggests she take a taxi home, but the young woman pulls a bicycle from the car's trunk and rides away, saving the fare. The next day, Chen Jim is surprised to see that even during their time off, Song Yan's team continues their intense training. He expresses concern that the firefighters may become too fatigued to perform effectively during emergencies. But Song Yan disagrees, pointing out the tough conditions they face on rescue missions. He argues that strength training gives them the endurance they need to overcome obstacles rather than collapse. As lunchtime approaches, the station receives a large food delivery as a thank you gift from someone who was rescued in a previous mission. However, the firefighters are disappointed when Song Yan refuses to accept it, reminding them of the station's rule against receiving gifts of gratitude. At that moment, Chen Jim steps in, promising not to make the same mistake again, but also pointing out that wasting food wouldn't be right. Reluctantly, Song Yan allows them to enjoy the meal. Right after, he steps outside to answer a call from Zhou Yan and scolds her for sending the food. He tells her he doesn't want anything to do with her and reveals that her best friend, Xu Qin, was his first love. Shocked, Zhou Yan rushes to confront Xu Qin. She's upset that Xu Qin never told her Song Yan was her ex-boyfriend and declares that from now on, she wants nothing to do with him. She explains that friends' boyfriends and exes are strictly off-limits to her. While Xu Qin apologizes for hiding the truth, Zhou Yan realizes the deep love still exists between them and encourages Xu Qin to fight for it, even if it means going against her family. Meanwhile, Chen Jim struggles with the younger recruits, as some of them refuse to acknowledge him as Suo Jun's replacement. They assume he'll quit soon due to his privileged background. On top of that, Chen Jim is unfamiliar with the intense training style enforced by Song Yan, as it's not something required elsewhere. To prove himself, he decides to join the recruits and runs the mountain trail with a heavy backpack. However, compared to the others, he struggles to finish the mission within the required time and falls behind. After everyone returns to the station, they realize Chen Jim is still missing. They wait a few hours but begin to worry as the weather suddenly turns bad. Just as they prepare to search for him, he finally returns. He pushed himself to the limit to prove his dedication, something everyone, including Song Yan, recognizes. Chen Jim admits he wanted to show his resilience and commitment to the station. Later, when he gets back to his room, he finds some ointment and medicine left for his blistered feet, courtesy of Song Yan. Meanwhile, Xu Qin returns home and finds her mother sitting in the living room. Chen Jin brought food and compliments her daughter for keeping the apartment clean, but her real reason for the surprise visit is to check whether Xu Qin has been hosting anyone at home. Xu Qin picks up on this and asks for a little privacy, but Chen Jin returns to her toxic behavior, revealing that she knows about Xu Qin's visit to the police station, thanks to Song Yan's sister. She proudly recalls that Jai Miao is a questionable girl, just like her brother, which is why she ended up in trouble with the law. Xu Qin nearly loses her composure at her mother's comment and says she's been holding herself back from wanting Song Yan back in her life just to please her. She then reveals that the only time she ever truly felt the comfort of home was when Song Yan made her rice porridge in this very apartment. Hearing this, Chen Jin threatens her with all the favors she's done for her. She calls Xu Qin a hypocrite for feeling grateful just because a man served her a bowl of porridge, while her family has always taken care of her needs, providing her with comfort and luxury. She lists the apartment, the car, and even her hospital job as examples. Xu Qin tries to interject, saying she earned the job on her own merit, but Chen Jin dismisses that, reminding her that her last name played a crucial role in securing a position at such a prestigious hospital. She then orders her to keep being an obedient daughter and walks out. Meanwhile, the fire station is buzzing with excitement as the new group of recruits undergoes evaluation tests. One of them gets injured during the process, and his teammates carry him to a room to rest. As payment, each of them takes a charcoal face mask from him, and that's how Chen Jim finds them. The situation turns into a lighthearted conversation, and the recruits ask Chen Jim to talk to Song Yan about letting them join real missions. But in this case, Chen Jim agrees with Song Yan, saying he can't risk their lives while their training is still incomplete, since rescue missions are extremely dangerous. Later, Chen Jim approaches Song Yan and asks him to reconsider the way he sees him, assuring him that he takes the profession seriously and feels it is his true calling. Song Yan seems to have already realized this and simply gives him a faint smile in response. Jai Miao and her friends are feeling anxious as they approach graduation and begin the job hunt. One of them jokes that the easiest solution would be to find a rich boyfriend who could solve all their financial problems. Coincidentally, Yan Chen finds Yezi's student ID in his car and returns it to the university's student affairs office. Yezi finds out and goes personally to thank him, but he doesn't respond with much enthusiasm. On the other hand, Song Yan slowly begins to open up to Chen Jim. They talk about how they chose their careers, and Chen Jim reveals that, despite coming from a wealthy family, his mother always encouraged him to pursue something that made him happy. Mentioning his mother reminds Song Yan of his own parents. His father was a construction supervisor back in 1999. Due to unforeseen circumstances, many workers were laid off without receiving their wages, which caused concern and unrest. Even though his own job was secure, his father cared about the others. He rallied the workers for a peaceful protest against the Hmong group, which sparked the fury of Chen Jin. She gathered all the shareholders and demanded that none of the laid-off workers be paid, claiming they had tarnished the company's reputation. She even promised to teach the man a lesson for standing against them. Meanwhile, Song Yan's mother is portrayed as a selfish and ambitious woman who enjoyed going out to bars at night. The couple constantly argued over his low income, and she refused to give up her freedom for marriage. Days later, a colleague and friend of Song Yan's father, who had protested alongside him, turned against him and accused him of taking a bribe, all under Chen Jin's influence. Song Yan's father was fired, and shortly after, his wife abandoned him and young Song Yan to run off with a wealthy man. After that, his father sank into alcoholism, and Song Yan had to take care of both the house and his father as a child. His father often came home late, until one night, he didn't come home at all. Song Yan woke up in the middle of the night and, seeing the empty bed, went out looking for him. But he didn't need to go far. His father had passed out at the doorstep, and due to the freezing cold, had died. When the firefighters are called to remove a beehive in a neighborhood, seeing that the mission doesn't pose much danger, Song Yan allows one of the recruits, Da Peng, to go ahead and carry out his first operation. The young man, excited, asks Song Yan to film him in action so he can show it to his mother. Song Yan sees no problem with it and helps him record the video. Da Peng successfully removes one hive and turns to the camera to brag about his achievement. However, he notices that another hive was disturbed by his movements, and soon the area is swarming with bees seeking revenge. Fortunately, Song Yan catches him in time, but ends up being rushed to the hospital, his butt swollen from the stings. The most embarrassing part is that Song Yan ends up in Dr. Xu Qin's office and is reluctant to take off his pants so she can examine him. Song Yan feels ashamed and asks her to call a male doctor. The nurses notice his embarrassment and leave the room. Xu Qin scolds him, saying she's treating him as a patient and doesn't care about his gender. Already irritated, Song Yan pulls his pants down too much, accidentally revealing more than necessary. In the end, he allows her to remove the bee stinger still stuck in his skin. When Xu Qin leaves and his colleagues come to pick him up, Song Yan hides his face in embarrassment. He runs into Yan Chen on his way out of the hospital, and the two end up arguing. Yan Chen tells him to stop hanging around his sister since there's no chance they'll ever be together. The huge difference in social status makes that clear. Song Yan calmly advises him to focus on his own miserable life and find a way out of his unhealthy obsession with his own sister. He also points out that Xu Qin is not Yan Chen's biological sister, implying he knows Yan Chen desires her as a woman. Later, Yan Chen celebrates his birthday with the family. Xu Qin gives him a preserved butterfly as a gift that, although beautiful, makes him sad. Yan Chen is fascinated by the insect's vibrant color, before explaining the painful process the poor creature had to endure to look like that. He reveals that a dead butterfly doesn't maintain that vivid coloration, so they're kept alive and in suffering during the preservation process to keep their colors intact. He even compares their lives to that of the butterfly, pointing out that while it might seem like a fairy tale to others, they can barely breathe. Yan Chen's comment that she only started to have bad luck after joining the Meng family makes Xu Qin want to avoid the conversation, and she tries to leave. However, Yan Chen doesn't let her go without warning her that she will never have Chen Jin's approval. Xu Qin is offended by his comments about Song Yan's delinquent behavior during his teenage years and says that Song Yan moved past that phase long ago. Now, he is the honored and respected fire captain, a living legend who has saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. When Xu Qin says she will never give up on Song Yan, Yan Chen becomes desperate and lets it slip that he desires her as a woman. Xu Qin cuts him off, asking if he's gone crazy. Before leaving, she places him in the biggest friend zone ever seen in any series or drama, saying he will always be her beloved brother. In a flashback of the siblings as teenagers, Xu Qin still had her original family name, and they were forbidden from eating processed snacks, but Yan Chen would occasionally sneak her favorite treats. One day, Chen Jin caught them eating in secret and noticed the way Yan Chen treated his sister differently. That same day, she ordered Xu Qin to officially change her last name to Meng, despite Yan Chen's protests. Later, in a private conversation, the mother reminded him that Xu Qin was a Meng and from then on officially his sister. Back in the present, Yan Chen goes to his cousin's bar, wanting only to drink and reflect. But a group of drunk troublemakers objectifies a young waitress, touching her and making inappropriate comments about her body. Yezi steps in to defend her, only to hear more disgusting remarks. She nearly attacks them with a wine bottle, but Yixiao stops her. However, Yan Chen steps forward, not only smashing a bottle on one of the men but also beating them up mercilessly. Yixiao is impressed by Yan Chen's ability to take on 4 men at once. The man had simply found a way to release his frustration. Later that night, Yan Chen relies on Yezi to drive him home due to his drunken state. On the way, he suggests recommending her for a better job, one that suits her more and pays better. The girl seems surprised before stating she would never accept a job that went against her principles, but Yan Chen clarifies that it would be honest work. He wouldn't want to see her go down the wrong path. Meanwhile, the fire rescue station is dispatched to an emergency fire call in the middle of the night. The location is an abandoned building that was about to be demolished anyway. The team just needed to control the fire and prevent it from spreading to nearby structures. Although they were informed that the building had been evacuated, Song Yan decides to confirm by using a drone camera. The footage suggests that someone might be trapped inside the building, so the team is immediately split between performing a rescue mission and containing the rapidly spreading fire. The young recruits are called into action for their first real mission, and the team is divided so that the veterans can guide the rookies properly. The firefighters finally find an unconscious elderly woman on the first floor and carry her out. However, Song Yan suspects there may be another survivor and eventually finds a little girl hiding inside a refrigerator. At that moment, he loses contact with the team, and even though the building is starting to collapse and his oxygen tank is nearly empty, Song Yan decides to continue alone and orders the others to evacuate for their own safety. To everyone's relief, Song Yan also makes it out safe and sound. The little girl in his arms is immediately taken to the hospital and handed over to Dr. Song Yan's team returns to the rescue site to pack up the equipment and finish the operation. Jiang Yu delivers the sad news that the elderly woman they rescued earlier did not survive. She had inhaled too much smoke trying to protect the little girl. Song Yan praises his team, especially the rookies, for their hard work, and announces he'll treat them to a good meal. The firefighters are taken to the same restaurant he used to frequent with Xu Qin. They enjoy the fried chicken, while Song Yan and the veterans tease the rookies for being smitten by the beautiful women who passed by. One of the young men had expressed a desire to have a girlfriend, and the others joked that he wasn't qualified since he had neither money nor status. That comment made Song Yan reflect on his own relationship with Xu Qin. Meanwhile, The rescued child's condition continues to worsen at the hospital. The doctors discuss what the best course of treatment would be. The approach suggested by Xu Qin seems quite risky, and the other doctors hesitate to take that route. The team explains that the girl was rescued by firefighters who risked their own lives. If something happens to her in the hospital, the media will publicly crucify them. Xu Qin, however, insists that the treatment decision must not be influenced by fear of reporters. Dr. Yang insults Xu Qin, saying she's only able to make such a bold decision because she doesn't care about the consequences. After all, the Meng family is more than capable of getting her out of any trouble. Xu Qin ignores the remark and stands firm in her decision. The next morning, she faces criticism from the senior surgeon for ignoring protocol. However, he admits that it was the right decision at that moment, and the little girl will wake up in a few hours, safe and sound. Xu Qin informs Song Yan about the girl's recovery, which makes him very happy, until Zhang Yu approaches him. The man seems quite inspired by Song Yan, and has a knack for reading his facial expressions. Right now, he's curious to know what bothered Song Yan during the meal that made him stop smiling so suddenly. Song Yan manages to dodge the question and continues refueling the emergency trucks. Sensing his discomfort, Zhang Yu changes the subject and shares that the girl they rescued was actually abandoned by her own mother, who chose to follow a wealthy man. This brings back memories of Song Yan's childhood. He had once followed his mother to her new wealthy husband's home and saw her being mistreated by her stepson, yet still humiliating herself to please him. The young Song Yan was left in tears as he realized he was nowhere near as important to her as her stepson. The rescued girl regains consciousness and finds Xu Qin by her side. She says she dreamt of being on a boat drifting down a river with her grandmother, but Xu Qin appeared like an angel and took her away. As Xu Qin leaves the room, she is surrounded by reporters who tell her about the girl's mother abandoning her and ask her to say something to encourage the woman to return to her daughter. Xu Qin refuses, believing the child will have a better life without such a selfish mother. Since the woman chose to give up the baby, she doesn't deserve to be called a mother. Song Yan, who heard everything, approaches her after the reporters leave and praises her for her courage in defying the odds to operate on the girl. He's clearly impressed by how confident she has become, while Xu Qin admires his bravery and leadership in successfully carrying out such dangerous missions. It's as if they are getting to know each other all over again. And better yet, falling even more in love with these new versions of themselves. Song Yan says he's there to return the toy the child was holding during the rescue, and Xu Qin takes him to her. He secretly watches as she hands the toy to the girl and plays with her. The scene reminds him of the time Xu Qin secretly followed him to see his mother. Song Yan had been deeply shaken by witnessing his mother being insulted by her drunk husband, yet still treating him kindly just because he was rich. Song Yan crumpled her photo and realized that woman was never really his mother. The young and inexperienced Xu Qin, trying to cheer him up, offered him money, having learned from her own mother that money solves everything. But of course, Song Yan refused. Later, Xu Qin asks Song Yan about his weekend plans, and he doesn't oppose her suggestions. However, they have to abandon the idea due to a phone call from Chen Jin, who pressures her to visit home over the weekend to meet her suitor, threatening to pull her from her job if she refuses. With no choice, since she still hopes to advance in her career to gain financial independence, Xu Qin ends up sitting with her mother and Zhang Yu's mother. The woman believes Xu Qin and his son have a lot in common. Xu Qin chose medicine over the family business, and he left the family company to become a firefighter. Meanwhile, Xu Qin's father finds Zhang Yu humble and easy to get along with. When the two are left alone to get to know each other, Xu Qin is straightforward and asks if he's really interested in her. Zhang Yu admits that he likes her and thinks she seems like a good person, but of course he's not in love. They just met. This encourages Xu Qin to be honest about her own feelings and reveals that she loves someone else. Zhang Yu then decides to help her. He behaves quite inappropriately during the meal, showing disinterest in Xu Qin and a lack of financial ambition. Pleased with his performance, Xu Qin secretly gives him a thumbs up, confident that her mother will never accept him as a potential match. Later, Zhang Yu's mother questions him about his poor behavior at the Meng household, and he explains that the whole situation felt more like a business deal. The Mengs are more interested in his father's business than in him, and he doesn't like that materialistic approach. Xu Qin is at her cousin's bar, and he's already figured out that she's chosen Song Yan. He encourages her to follow her heart. Xu Qin admits that she wants to be with him, but since both of them have changed so much, she fears their love might only live in the past and that they could end up breaking up, something she wouldn't be able to endure again. Song Yan also seems conflicted about their future. Zhai Miao notices his sadness during breakfast and begins questioning him, despite their parents trying to stop her. She wonders why her handsome, brilliant brother has to suffer so much in love. She suggests that he move on and forget Xu Qin for good, but Song Yan says his sister doesn't know the Xu Qin that he knows. She may take time to make a decision, but once she does, it's final. As he leaves the table, their aunt follows and says she respects his choice to wait, but also suggests he consider being with another girl. While waiting for a taxi, Song Yan runs into Li Meng, who offers him a ride. While stopped at a traffic light, Song Yan notices Xu Qin's car next to them. She waves excitedly at him, until Li Meng leans over to see her. Xu Qin gets embarrassed and speeds off. Li Meng also tries to convince Song Yan to move on, and once again asks for a chance to be his girlfriend, but Song Yan turns her down immediately, making it clear that it won't happen. Xu Qin arrives at the hospital to say goodbye to the rescued girl. The child is fully recovered and is heading to a reputable orphanage. Later, Xu Qin diagnoses a patient with hyperventilation and refers her to a psychiatrist, but her superior intervenes and helps resolve the issue on the spot. He admits that Xu Qin's medical skills are outstanding and she's ahead of her peers, but says she lacks the sensitivity to read the patient's emotional state. She's advised to understand the emotional side too, not just deliver a precise diagnosis. Meanwhile, the fire station is called to a rescue mission in the mountains. A group of people had made an illegal hike and got lost. The station is requested to assist after local rescuers failed to locate the missing hikers. The situation is chaotic, with the hikers' families blaming the firefighters for delays and even offering money to find their children. The challenge is that the mountain is very steep near where the group likely got lost, and it's dangerous to conduct a rescue there at night, especially without familiarity with the terrain. Eventually, a local guide is brought in to point out the area that should be searched. The team splits into two groups and heads into this dangerous mission. They face many obstacles, including extreme cold, before finally finding the missing group trapped in a small area. Meanwhile, Yan Chen finally realizes he went too far interfering in his sister's life and apologizes for it. Xu Qin holds no grudge and also apologizes for fighting with him on his birthday. They make peace and talk about their tightly controlled lives. Xu Qin admires her brother's ability to adapt, even when he dislikes something. She, on the other hand, can't stand living with a choice that goes against her will. Back with the firefighters, they rescue the group of young people, but one of the girls appears to have a broken leg. She refuses to be moved, as any motion causes her severe pain. With no other option, Song Yan calls Xu Qin for instructions on how to administer first aid, so the girl can be transported to the hospital. Yan Chen, seeing that his sister is still involved with the firefighter, asks if she's made a decision. Xu Qin tells her brother about her plan to become stronger and more independent so that she can be with Song Yan even without her family's support. As the rescue team brings the youths back to base camp, a firefighter slips and falls down a slope. To make things worse, his foot gets trapped under a heavy rock that won't budge, even when Song Yan climbs down to help. They're out of water and don't have the tools needed to remove the stone. Song Yan orders them to move on and get the spoiled kids back to base. He will stay behind to take care of the injured teammate until they return with the proper equipment. Song Yan and his teammate remain trapped in the freezing location, while the rest of the team safely escorts the rescued group back to base, now crowded with the families of the young hikers. Leaving behind that selfish crowd, they immediately rush back to rescue their fellow firefighters and successfully bring them back safely. Song Yan is still concerned about the rescued youths, but his team is disheartened by their ungrateful attitude. The group left quickly to avoid being fined for hiking without permission. Zhang Yu is outraged by the lack of gratitude, and Song Yan comments on the sheltered life Zhang Yu has led. Only now he's beginning to understand what life is really like. While Song Yan delivers the remark half-jokingly, Zhang Yu reaffirms his sincere intentions about the work. Meanwhile, Xu Qin is extremely worried about Song Yan's safety, since he had been out of contact and previously trapped in the crevice. When he finally replies to her message, assuring her that he's okay, she is finally able to sleep peacefully. The next day, the firefighters gather for a meeting to discuss ways to improve the team's performance in rescue situations involving severely injured individuals. While they are trained in first aid, some situations clearly require a specialist, something they are not. They propose that the health department send a team of doctors to accompany them on missions. While Song Yan considers the idea impossible, Zhang Yu uses his family connections and determination to make it happen. He presents a report with statistics from the most recent mission and uses his eloquence to persuade the higher-ups to consider the proposal. Soon they receive the green light, prompting Zhang Yu to drag Song Yan to the city hospital to discuss the cooperation plan. Song Yan still seems skeptical about the idea, but his colleague remains confident. They end up bumping into Xu Qin in the hospital hallway, and Zhang Yu notices the way she and Song Yan look at each other. After the meeting, they run into Xu Qin again. This time, she is accompanied by Yan Chen, who was leaving after a routine checkup. Zhang Yu introduces the siblings to Song Yan, but the tight-lipped expressions on both Yan Chen and Song Yan reveal the underlying tension. Xu Qin returns to the hospital director's office and requests to be part of the medical team assigned to join the rescue missions. Fortunately, her request is approved. Meanwhile, her mother finds out about Song Yan's visit to the hospital and is furious. Later that night, Zhou Yan visits Xu Qin before leaving for a trip to Africa. She wants to know if there are any updates in her friend's love life and learns that Xu Qin is determined to fight for Song Yan. She wants to give their relationship a real chance. The next day, Xu Qin's medical team arrives at the rescue station and is warmly welcomed by the firefighters. As leaders of their respective teams, Song Yan and Xu Qin greet each other formally before the medical staff tours the building. The atmosphere seems livelier among the firefighters, who are excited to receive such beautiful visitors. During the tour, Xu Qin reaches Song Yan's door, but he refuses to let her in. But Zhang Yu also shares the room and invites her in, prompting Song Yan to leave. Their behavior is enough for Zhang Yu to realize that Song Yan is the man Xu Qin is in love with, and she confirms it without hesitation. The next day, Song Yan begins training the medical team so they can accompany the firefighters on rescue operations. Song Yan expresses concern about Xu Qin volunteering for such a tough training, as she used to be quite fragile and easily got sick. Xu Qin assures him she has grown stronger and teases him for worrying about her. He tries to play it off, saying he's just afraid she'll be a burden during rescues due to her fragility. Xu Qin doesn't mind and promises not to disappoint him. As dinner time approaches, he finds her as the last one at the table and gently scolds her for still being a slow eater. He also orders her to finish all her food to withstand the tough routine, and she gladly complies. Meanwhile, Zhai Miao and Yezi are in a tough spot. Both are finding it increasingly hard to get decent jobs. Miao suggests Yezi become a streamer, taking advantage of her good looks. The nurses from Xu Qin's team come across a sweet gesture when they discover that one of the firefighters always stands guard outside the bathroom when the girls are showering, just to prevent any accidents. The next day, it's the medical team's turn to train the firefighters in emergency first aid. Xu Qin asks for a volunteer to demonstrate procedures in real time, and the firefighters, aware of the chemistry between the two, push Song Yan forward to be her test subject. Xu Qin uses him to demonstrate how to stop bleeding and handle choking incidents. Song Yan gets distracted while looking at her, but quickly becomes embarrassed when she asks him to take off his shirt. The nurses get excited upon seeing that his body is just as attractive as his face. One by one, Song Yan's colleagues touch him to familiarize themselves with the exact points for applying emergency techniques. He loses his patience and abruptly walks out, while Xu Qin's team sighs over his amazing physique. In the next stage, each medical professional is paired with a firefighter to train for emergencies like ladder climbing. Xu Qin is paired with Song Yan, but he orders a subordinate to take his place. The firefighter escorts Xu Qin to the top floor and prepares the ladder so she can descend quickly and safely. Xu Qin completes the task perfectly, but her team struggles, afraid of heights and injuries. One of the doctors even starts crying, much to her partner's dismay. Later, Song Yan finds Xu Qin at the gym, where she complains that he's been avoiding her. To keep up with him, she increases her treadmill speed until Song Yan has to personally turn it off so she doesn't hurt herself. He explains that he's only trying to avoid gossip, but Xu Qin says she doesn't care about that. As she's about to leave, she suffers a leg cramp from overexertion. Song Yan gently helps her back to the machine so she can sit and massages her leg, making her groan in pain. However, the suspicious sound draws the attention of nearby firefighters who were training. Once they understand what's going on, they pretend not to notice and return to their drills. Still, unable to resist their curiosity at seeing their captain flirting, they unintentionally ruin the romantic moment, and the two leave quietly. Ye lands a part-time job at an art gallery thanks to Yan Chen's connections. When her boss learns about her ties to such a wealthy businessman, he becomes curious about the real nature of their relationship. Ye's explanation, that she only worked at his cousin's bar, doesn't seem convincing, especially since it was Yan Chen's secretary who personally recommended her for the position. The man even offers her money to get closer to Yan Chen and invite him to a thank-you dinner, but she immediately refuses. Back at the rescue base, Xu Qin finds Song Yan walking his dog. The dog approaches her affectionately, prompting her to brag about being good with animals. However, Song Yan replies that it's only because they share the same last name, which makes Xu Qin furious. But when he runs and calls for Ming to follow, she ends up running after him, following his lead. That same night, the medical team faces their first emergency around midnight, when a packed bus loses control and flips off a hillside, coming to a precarious stop at the edge of a cliff. One of the passengers breaks free and tries to evacuate the bus through the rear door. He manages to save many people, but a few are still inside when the vehicle loses balance and falls into the ravine. The firefighters arrive quickly and are briefed about the accident and the possibility of survivors below. The injured are given first aid, while Song Yan and his team descend into the ravine to search for survivors. They find several wounded passengers in the wreckage and manage to rescue them. However, the hero who helped with the initial evacuation is still missing. His girlfriend, desperate, pleads with the team to keep looking. He is finally found several meters down, in much worse condition than the others. His vitals need to be stabilized before he can be transported to the hospital. By the time the rescue operation ends, it's already morning. The firefighters celebrate and take a well-deserved water break. Xu Qin shares a bottle with the man she loves, who praises her dedication, and she reveals that her courage is inspired by him. The mission ends with her helping Song Yan and his team capture the memory of this victorious day with a photo. Meanwhile, the injured are taken to the hospital in ambulances. The incident becomes a trending topic in the media, with several reporters interviewing survivors. Everyone praises the man who risked his life to save others, until two women show up at the hospital and drop a bombshell. They accuse the supposed hero of being a financial scammer who deceived several women, including themselves. The news spreads like wildfire and reaches the rescue base, which is soon surrounded by the press. The reporters want to interview the star of the operation, and Li Ming directs them to Song Yan. He tries to avoid the interview, but she encourages him. After all, this could help him get promoted. However, he redirects them to Xu Qin, telling them how she heroically saved lives. The journalists then decide to interview her instead, leaving Li Ming burning with jealousy. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu confronts Song Yan for subtly trying to highlight Xu Qin. We find out that he wants to remove the label of privileged rich girl from her and show the world that she's truly capable and doesn't need her family's influence. Li Ming interrupts them and shows the online rumors about the accident hero being a scammer. Song Yan notices Xu Qin's jealousy upon seeing him close to Li Ming and confronts her about it. He warns her to be prepared to see him with someone else if she takes too long to make a decision, and he decides to move on. Meanwhile, love begins to blossom among other members of the team. The hero is taken into police custody once his condition stabilizes. After a life of deception, he feels fulfilled for the first time after saving lives. His current girlfriend, torn by the fact that she too was scammed and lent him money, struggles to reconcile the deceitful side of him with the public hero image. Their story ends with Xu Qin helping her understand that people can be both good and bad at the same time. Li Meng inspects a burned building accompanied by Zhang Yu. Their mission is to identify the origin of the fire, but they are constantly interrupted by the factory owner, who insists the blaze was caused by an electrical short circuit. However, Li Meng finds traces of kerosene. The owner then calls his henchmen and threatens the two, demanding they write a report that would help him claim the insurance money. Their refusal leads to a physical assault by the criminals. Since they are prohibited from retaliating against civilians, they're at a disadvantage. Realizing the situation is escalating, one of the firefighters escapes with the evidence. When Song Yan finds out what's happening, he disregards protocol and jumps into the fight to defend his teammates, turning it into a full-on brawl. The factory owner tries to silence the matter with a bribe, but Song Yan won't allow it. Instead, he shouts his name and department, so the man knows exactly who he's dealing with if he dares seek revenge. Xu Qin doesn't hesitate either. When one of the henchmen threatens Song Yan, she pours a generous amount of medicinal alcohol on his wound, making him scream in pain and vow revenge on her too. Xu Qin then states her name and workplace in the same bold manner as Song Yan. However, he's not happy about her putting herself at risk like that, though she shows no regret. Zhang Yu purposely greets Xu Qin and starts a casual conversation about their families, knowing it will stir jealousy in Song Yan. His goal is to push his friend to open up about his feelings. The firefighters who root for their captain are bothered by Zhang Yu's closeness to Xu Qin and shout for him to back away, teasing Song Yan, who is visibly jealous. They remind him they'll always have his back when it comes to his love life. Before leaving, Song Yan can't resist taunting the factory owner, who's busy filing an official complaint against him. The next day, the three leaders of the Shilitai fire station are called to the director's office. Both Zhang Yu and Song Yan take responsibility for the incident, but they're surprised when the director says he only has one reward to give, and they must decide who gets it. Despite the criticism from upper management, the director says he's proud of them for standing up to injustice. Still, they all have to submit a 3,000-word reflection report on the incident as punishment. When it's time to receive the director's tea leaves as a reward, Song Yan quickly grabs them. On the way out, Zhang Yu thanks Song Yan for helping the other day, but quickly shifts the topic to Xu Qin. He cheerfully mentions there are rumors that Xu Qin is interested in a firefighter from the station, and he hopes it's him. He thinks they'd make the perfect match, since he's good-looking and has a great personality, while she's serious and focused. Annoyed, Song Yan retorts that Zhang Yu's impression of Xu Qin is completely wrong, that she's the opposite of what he thinks. Zhang Yu then directly asks if he likes her. The persistent questioning irritates Song Yan so much that he finally admits it. Yes, he likes her. To Song Yan's surprise, Zhang Yu celebrates like he just won a challenge, thrilled that he got him to confess his feelings. Now that they're close friends, there's no going back. That night, Zhang Yu visits the junior firefighters, who are frustrated by how the situation was handled, blaming the department's strict rules against retaliation. He later returns to his room and tries to vent to Song Yan, now that they're best friends, but Song Yan ignores him. The next day, Song Yan gathers all the firefighters involved in the factory fire case and takes them to the police station to identify the men who attacked them. The criminals continue to mock the situation until they're informed that their punishment will be much harsher for assaulting firefighters on duty. 3 years in prison and double the fine compared to a regular fight. As the attackers panic, ready to beg and fall to their knees to avoid the sentence, the firefighters feel immense satisfaction and pride at the justice being served. The juniors return to the base with renewed spirits. Song Yan's firm stance in defending their honor proved that they are valued. And now, all the recruits look to their captain as the role model to follow. At night, everyone resumes the routine of cleaning the courtyard. They come across a few kittens, and some of the firefighters take it upon themselves to feed them. One of the kittens, however, seems down and refuses to eat, leaving them worried about its well-being. Xu Qin helps examine the kitten and assures them that it's just scared and will be fine with time. Seeing her care so gently for the animal, Zhang Yu suggests that she adopt it to keep her company at home. Xu Qin turns down the idea, saying she wouldn't have the time to take care of it. The conversation then shifts to Song Yan's dog, Meng, whom he announces he plans to put up for adoption soon. That hits a sensitive spot for Xu Qin, as it feels like Song Yan is getting ready to give up on her and move on. Yezi faces a new issue with her boss, the owner of the art gallery, who continues to pretend he cares about her while crossing boundaries and making her uncomfortable in various ways. Yezi can barely step outside for air without him following her, asking if she's okay and offering to take her out to dinner. Yezi notices that Yan Chen has stopped visiting Yixiao's bar, realizing that he only ever shows up when accompanied by his cousin. Yan Chen, meanwhile, decides to bring lunch to the hospital where Xu Qin works, only to be informed that his sister has been transferred and is now permanently stationed at the fire rescue base. That same sister is currently very busy discussing reports with Zhang Yu and Song Yan, while discreetly taking a few sips from Song Yan's coffee mug. Zhang Yu watches in astonishment as Song Yan hands Xu Qin another cup and then casually returns to drinking from his own mug, as if sharing like that were completely normal for the two of them. Witnessing the couple's interaction, Zhang Yu remarks that this is no time for flirting. There's an important matter at hand. He informs Song Yan that the firefighters want to return home and visit their families during the upcoming holiday. However, the request seems impossible to grant, given that autumn is approaching, a season when forest fires are more likely to occur. Seeing this, Xu Qin proposes a touching solution. The next day, everyone finds their favorite meal in front of them, lovingly prepared and sent by their families. Zhang Yu stands up to share the news and plays recorded messages from their loved ones. The atmosphere instantly becomes warm and cheerful, prompting Song Yan to praise Xu Qin's wonderful idea. She teases him for thinking she's a cold person, but he surprises her with a sincere and heartfelt reply. He says he knows that her cold exterior is just a shield to protect the sweet Xu Qin he knows. The firefighters are called out again, this time to rescue a man trapped under his furniture. He barely manages to make a call for help, and they have to break down the apartment door to reach him. Once they free the man, something about him seems off, and they immediately call the medical team. Although he appears fine aside from slightly high blood pressure, Xu Qin notices something strange and suggests taking him to the hospital. However, he locks himself in his room and refuses to go, threatening to file a formal complaint if they try to force him. At Xu Qin's request, Song Yan decides to break down the door. Sure enough, they find the man unconscious. He is rushed to the hospital, followed closely by his family. Just like the man, his relatives refuse to believe anything could be seriously wrong. They accuse the medical team of being inexperienced and allow the media to cover the case. At that moment, Song Yan steps forward to silence them in front of the reporters. With firm authority, he tells them to wait for the diagnosis instead of acting like healers. If their interference causes any delay and harms the patient, they will be held accountable. The warning scares them, and they back off. Li Meng, who has been by Song Yan's side the entire time, watches in admiration at how love can change a person. She can hardly believe she's seeing Song Yan face the media for the first time. And yet, she commends his actions. The patient's diagnosis confirms exactly what Xu Qin had suspected. He had a life-threatening condition, and if it hadn't been treated immediately, it could have been fatal. An emergency surgery is performed to resolve the issue, and his parents and siblings offer a shy but heartfelt thanks to everyone involved. The hospital director is so impressed by Xu Qin's medical skills that he finally decides to seriously consider promoting her. He orders her to finish her training with the firefighters as soon as possible and return to the hospital. Back at the station, Xu Qin meets Song Yan, who gives her a sweet and thoughtful gift, a small aquarium with its own ecosystem. He comments that the fish match her lifestyle. Immediately, Xu Qin expresses the desire to give him something that also suits his temperament. Song Yan smiles, hopeful, but that feeling quickly turns into disappointment when he finds a cute little turtle on his desk. The girl he likes gave him the animal, wishing him a long life like a turtle's. However, he feels a bit let down, wondering if she sees him as slow, and playfully teases her by thanking her for the food she sent for his dog. A few days later, Song Yan is tasked with doing the station's grocery shopping and takes a colleague with him to the market. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Qin is also in the same supermarket with her brother. Yan Chen is concerned about her health and expresses dissatisfaction with the exhausting life she's chosen. He doesn't seem entirely convinced when she insists it was her own choice. Things escalate when they run into Song Yan, who orders Xu Qin to return to the station before report time. This leads to a heated argument between Song Yan and Yan Chen, who believes the medical team is under no obligation to treat him like their superior. Xu Qin's battle between heart and reason intensifies, and this time she chooses to follow her heart. She had already warned Yan Chen not to meddle in her love life, and since he crossed the line, she doesn't hesitate to leave him behind and walks away with Song Yan. Yan Chen returns home only to be confronted by his furious mother, who has just found out about Xu Qin's involvement with the fire station. She immediately calls her daughter to scold her and demands that she come home over the weekend to meet another suitor. Then she questions her son, asking if he already knew that Xu Qin was at the same station as Song Yan. Yan Chen's attempts to reason with her are useless, and Chen Jin immediately calls the hospital's vice director with an urgent request to recall her daughter. The hospital then summons the team back, using the excuse that some of the doctors' families are uncomfortable with their daughters living under the same roof as men. Song Yan quickly suspects that Chen Jin is behind it, knowing full well how she operates. And he's right. The woman invites him for tea, which is clearly not a good sign. Song Yan arrives at the designated location early and makes no effort to stand when Chen Jin finally appears. When she comments on his lack of manners, he firmly replies that she doesn't deserve his respect, given the situation between their families. In response, Chen Jin gives him a cold smile and reminds him that he should actually pity himself, since his father once had to humiliate himself for his sake. We then discover that when Song Yan's father was expelled from the company under false bribery accusations, the poor man begged Chen Jin for mercy, for the sake of his son, a bitter memory that resurfaces in Song Yan's mind. With seriousness, he challenges her to try and stop him. Things are different now. He's no longer a child and has become a man far stronger than his father ever was. Chen Jin demands that he break up with Xu Qin, claiming he doesn't deserve her. But Song Yan fires back, saying that decision belongs to Xu Qin, and makes it clear that the one who doesn't deserve her is Chen Jin, who can't see how much she hurts her own daughter. Realizing she can't intimidate him, Chen Jin tries to wound him by bringing up the fact that even his own mother couldn't love him and abandoned him. Understanding that this conversation is going nowhere and would only lead to more insults, Song Yan decides to leave, but not before paying the bill. At the station, the nurses approach the firefighters asking to learn how to use the fire hoses. However, the girls can't handle the intense pressure and end up misdirecting the water stream, soaking Xu Qin from head to toe. She's taken to the locker room, and Song Yan stands guard outside the door. Xu Qin changes clothes and puts on his uniform. He finds it hard to control his attraction upon seeing her in his clothes, looking so cute and standing so close. Noticing she's struggling with the hairdryer, Song Yan steps in to help. Even though he's drying her hair a bit roughly, Xu Qin is happy, and the moment brings back a memory, when they got caught in the rain on their way to his house. Song Yan had advised her to take a hot shower to avoid getting sick, and just like now, let her wear his clothes. While he tried to dry her hair, she kept teasing him, always giving him that sweet, adorable smile. Song Yan couldn't resist, and that was the first time they made love. Back in the present, Xu Qin gives him that same look, but this time, Song Yan manages to resist. Xu Qin tries to break the tension and asks how his college entrance exam went, since they lost contact after high school. She says she wants to make up for the 10 years they lost. However, Song Yan replies coldly that she doesn't need to worry. Time has passed, and it can't be made up, even if they both wanted to. His reply makes him seem insensitive, and Xu Qin complains about his words. She's there at the rescue station, defying her own family, because she wants to reconnect with him. But Song Yan doesn't seem to acknowledge her efforts. He points out that there's a line between them that can't be crossed, and given their demanding careers, it's impossible for them to see each other often. While she was making her decision, he also reflected and decided it would be best for them to go their separate ways. Xu Qin finally snaps and says that in that case, it's better if they don't see each other anymore. She grabs her clothes and storms off. Coincidentally, it's the medical team's last day at the station, and the firefighters organize a farewell dinner for them. Song Yan is forced to attend against his will, thanks to Zhang Yu, who drags him there. The atmosphere at the table is lively. Everyone seems to have dropped the formalities and are chatting freely. Seeing that everyone is engaged in conversation except Song Yan, a young nurse asks if he's not talking to her because he already has a girlfriend. That opens the door for one of his subordinates to reveal that Song Yan has been saving himself for his first love from 10 years ago. The revelation shocks everyone, especially the girls, who didn't expect such a soft side behind his tough exterior. Everyone, except Song Yan and Xu Qin, becomes curious and starts bombarding him with questions about the girl's whereabouts. Cornered, Song Yan decides to lie, saying the girl is studying abroad and doesn't care about his feelings. Already hurt, Xu Qin becomes even more upset upon hearing him deny her feelings. The truth is, both are clearly being passive-aggressive. She follows him around like a puppy but doesn't give him a direct answer, while he pushes her away, yet keeps waiting for her. In the middle of the argument, the two clash over the idea of honor in their professions. Xu Qin says that being a doctor or a firefighter has nothing to do with heroism. It's simply about doing their jobs, just like any other profession. Song Yan disagrees, saying these careers are noble because everyone there chose that path despite how difficult and dangerous the work is, and many in his field lose their lives trying to save civilians. The debate becomes more heated until Song Yan asks her for a private conversation. Outdoors, he vents his frustration, saying that most of his colleagues chose this job out of passion, and he won't allow her to disrespect them in front of him. Furious, he says he was wrong to think she was cold only on the outside. Now he sees how selfish and lacking in empathy she truly is, just like 10 years ago, still believing that money is the main goal in life. Xu Qin is hurt by his words, but her explanation, that she was only trying to be rational, angers him even more. Song Yan believes that her intelligence and logic make her blind to other people's feelings. She ends up crying heavily as Song Yan walks away, and she admits to herself that she only said those things because she hates seeing him risk his life to save others. As the moment of departure approaches, Xu Qin takes one last walk through the station. She's surprised to find the lighter she once gave Song Yan, carefully kept inside one of the fire trucks. Its presence acts like a balm on her wounded heart, a sign that, in some way, she had always been a part of his life. Later, she apologizes to all the firefighters for her harsh words before leaving for the hospital. The firefighters, however, reassure her that they didn't take it personally, because living alongside her helped them see the sincerity in her intentions. The fire truck departs to take the medical team back, marking the end of this beautiful collaboration. Through it all, Song Yan remains absent, silently watching everything from his room window. We learned that firefighter wasn't his first profession. Song Yan served in the military and became one of the top soldiers in the special forces. Before heading out on a high-risk mission, he was instructed to write a farewell letter to the person he loved, one that would be delivered in case he didn't make it back. While his fellow soldier quickly wrote a message to his family, Song Yan took longer to gather his thoughts, until he decided to write to Xu Qin. With the lighter she had given him by his side, he wrote that he was no longer the carefree teenager she once knew. In the years they'd been apart, he had changed for the better and aspired to become someone worthy of her, so that they could one day reunite on equal footing. Xu Qin had been his inspiration to enlist in the military, hoping to climb the social ladder and make her proud. During the mission, the soldiers struggled to infiltrate the rebel compound because a sniper was blocking any approach. As the situation worsened and his teammates were taken down, Song Yan took the lead and single-handedly breached the hideout from the rear, eliminating everyone inside, including the sniper. He completed the mission and saved his team, but was shot and collapsed, believing he was about to die and wishing he could see Xu Qin's face one last time. To his surprise, he woke up alive. His commander showed him the lighter he had been carrying in his pocket during the battle, the same lighter that took the bullet and saved his life. Later, at the hospital, his superior approached and asked if the girl on the lighter was his girlfriend. Song Yan replied that she was his future wife. Back to the present night, both Songyan and Xu Qin are feeling down. Zhang Yu tries to talk to Songyan about his outburst during the farewell dinner, pointing out that it was he who misinterpreted Xu Qin's words, but Songyan refuses to discuss the matter. Once again, Zhang Yu encourages him not to go to bed with a heart full of resentment, but Songyan's intimidating glare makes him back off. The next day, Yan Chen gets ready to attend an art exhibition, but when he comes downstairs, he finds a young woman sitting with his mother. Chen Jin introduces her as his blind date and orders him to take her along. Xu Qin finds herself in a similar situation, with a young man from a wealthy and influential family. Polite and respectful, he admires Xu Qin's resilience for choosing a different career path instead of relying on her family's business. He's interested in pursuing the relationship, believing they are compatible in both ideals and family background. Xu Qin, however, immediately turns him down, claiming that she already has a boyfriend. Meanwhile, Yan Chen struggles to maintain a conversation with his date, who has no interest in art and prefers taking pictures for her social media. He can barely tolerate her presence and feels immense relief when she heads to the bathroom. He takes the opportunity to admire a painting. Yezi approaches, and since her job is to explain the artworks to visitors, he asks her to tell him about the piece. But Yezi informs him her shift is over. Still, she shares her interpretation as an art critic. While Yan Chen sees the painting as warm and interesting, Yezi believes there's hidden pessimism beneath the sweet memories of childhood. He is captivated by the accuracy of her analysis, the idea of someone so attached to their childhood that they paint every little detail, clearly unhappy with the present and longing to go back in time. Yan Chen deeply relates to this. Yezi finishes by saying that, if it were up to her, she definitely wouldn't buy that painting. But since he's the client, the choice is his. After all, money isn't an issue for him. As she walks away, his date returns. Yan Chen dismisses her and decides to head home. On the way, he finds Yezi waiting for a taxi in the rain and offers her a ride, which she gratefully accepts. The next morning, Zhang Yu shows up to breakfast in a bad mood. He complains about being bored ever since the medical team left and loudly asks how Songyan manages to survive without seeing Dr. Xu Qin every hour of the day. His joke earns him a kick to the shin and curious glances from the rookies. Xu Qin remains upset about her argument with Songyan during the farewell. She discusses it with her colleagues during lunch, trying to understand why everyone sees things differently from her. Yang says she agrees with Songyan, that doctors and firefighters are heroes, but Xu Qin argues that she doesn't see it that way. To her, saving lives is simply part of the job, not heroism. Being a hero involves sacrifice, and she doesn't want Songyan to follow that path. When she finishes speaking, the head surgeon walks by with his empty tray. He had been sitting behind the screen the entire time, overhearing everything. Later, Songyan is absorbed in his phone, staring at Xu Qin's high school photo, the same one he used to save her contact. Accidentally, he hits the call button, and Xu Qin answers immediately. Unsure of what to say, he lies and claims he was trying to call Zhang Yu, but she doesn't buy it. Xu Qin reminds him that their names are far apart in the alphabet, so it couldn't have been an accident. With no way out, he admits what happened and compliments her for being so smart and sharp, but then teases her for being the exact opposite when it comes to emotions. Xu Qin accepts the criticism and agrees with him. They run out of things to say, but don't want to hang up either. After a long silence, they finally say goodbye. After performing another difficult surgery, Xu Qin realizes she's being watched by Director Xu. After cleaning herself up, she decides to ask if he has any criticisms about her work. He admits that her skills and technique are flawless, and there's nothing more he can teach her. However, he feels that she treats patients like lab animals, with no empathy at all. Xu Qin acknowledges that she thinks differently from other doctors, including him. But in the end, the difference lies only in perspective, because the goal is the same: to save lives. Xu Qin says she knows he believes that doctors should have soul and heart, but it's her calm and calculated approach that makes her so good. Xu responds that she doesn't even seem human in the operating room, and that lack of empathy dishonors the tradition and oath of medicine. Still, her abilities are so impressive that he finds himself conflicted about his own beliefs. To Xu Qin's displeasure, she's informed about a fire drill that will take place at the hospital, and she's been chosen to play one of the victims who will need to be rescued. However, the next morning, she wakes up smiling after discovering that it will be Song Yan's team handling the rescue, and she eagerly heads to the hospital. With everything set, she goes to the designated room where she'll be trapped, and the simulation begins. Always the logical thinker, she critiques the script, pointing out that it makes no sense for a doctor to be stuck inside a storage room. The firefighters and Song Yan quickly divide the team into 3 groups: staircase management, fire control, and search and evacuation. Xu Qin hears people rushing outside, but no one comes to rescue her. Until finally, Song Yan appears. She complains about the delay, and he scolds her. After all, amid the chaos, how was anyone supposed to find her if she didn't even call out for help? To make matters worse, Song Yan also sees 3 nurses sneaking out of the bathroom, trying to avoid participating in the drill. Xu Qin asks if he's going to get her out now, but Song Yan decides to punish her, saying the building has supposedly been on fire for half an hour. So, she's already dead and should stay there. Suddenly, a real earthquake strikes, and Xu Qin is nearly hit by falling boxes. But Song Yan protects her. He realizes that the epicenter is far away, but they still felt the tremor, meaning it must have been a large quake and likely caused serious damage. He immediately leaves the room and orders his men to regroup. There's a lot of work ahead. Before going, he notices broken glass on the floor and picks Xu Qin up in his arms to carry her out safely. She's so charmed by the gesture that she nearly forgets to follow his order to move to an open area. The firefighters quickly need to return to the station and get ready, while at the hospital, everyone rushes to move the injured and hospitalized patients to open areas to stay safe in case another earthquake occurs. When cell phone signals return, everyone is shocked. It was a massive 6.5 magnitude earthquake in the municipality of Wang Churan. The firefighters hurry to get to the site as quickly as possible, because every second counts when it comes to rescuing and saving lives. At the hospital, the doctors are also informed about the severity of the situation and that the best firefighters have already been sent to Wang Churan. However, there will also be many injured and even deaths, so the hospital will also need to send its best doctors and nurses to help. All the team leaders, including Xu Qin, immediately volunteer to work alongside the firefighters to save as many lives as possible. Unfortunately, the firefighters' road is blocked by landslides, and Song Yan orders that only the drivers stay with the vehicles while the rest of the team follows him on foot. The path is tough, but they can't stop. Every second is precious. It's at that moment that Jiang Yu understands the importance of the intense training that Song Yan imposes on his men, and why the Shilitai station always stands out among the rest. Even carrying heavy equipment, thanks to their excellent physical conditioning, they quickly reach their destination. They are stunned by the scale of the destruction, but have no time to mourn. The city's municipal secretary runs up to them and informs them about the temporary shelter set up at a school. However, many people are still missing, and Song Yan asks him to guide them to the location. Meanwhile, on their way there, the doctors are informed of the situation through videos sent by the firefighters. Yan Chen learns about the mission his sister is on and calls her, worried. Xu Qin promises she'll be fine and will keep in touch. Song Yan puts one of his teammates in charge of locating victims using a drone and divides the rest into rescue teams to spread out across the area. Soon, they start finding and rescuing victims buried in the rubble. When the doctors arrive, there is no time to rest, as there are already numerous people rescued by the firefighters who need medical attention. Xu Qin, being one of the best surgeons, if not the best, is in charge of the most critical patients. When she speaks kind words, inspired by what Song Yan would say, to comfort the injured surgeon who fears losing his hand, the young man replies that the same words were spoken by the firefighter who saved him, making her realize it was Song Yan himself. The nurses are surprised. It's the first time they've seen Xu Qin show empathy toward a patient and try to comfort him. The area where Song Yan is working has been fully searched, and everyone there has been rescued. Since they've been working non-stop for over 10 hours, Song Yan tells his team to take a 10-minute break. However, strangely and desperately, Xiaozhang ignores the order and continues searching for victims in the rubble. Song Yan tells him to stop, but he refuses, until Song Yan pulls him back and gives a direct order to rest. With tears in his eyes, the firefighter pleads with his captain to let him keep going. Song Yan almost loses his patience, but realizes something is wrong. When he asks what's bothering him, Xiaozhang reveals that he was informed his house also collapsed, and since then, he hasn't been able to contact his missing mother. Song Yan promises to call in the detachment to search for her, but new tremors hit and they must quickly evacuate the area. Fortunately, the tremor isn't strong enough to interrupt Xu Qin's surgery. She remains focused, and despite multiple ruptures in nerves and tendons, she manages to save the patient's hand. Everyone is amazed. Due to the severity of the injury, they believed amputation would be inevitable. It's almost as if Xu Qin is capable of performing miracles. Sadly, there's no time to celebrate or rest. Another injured person, this time with an open fracture, needs her attention. As she rushes with her team to operate, she crosses paths with Song Yan. They look at each other with admiration but can't stop. Seeing both of them fighting through the chaos and tragedy makes it clear that Xu Qin is completely wrong in not considering these professions heroic. They are the ones who run toward danger to save lives. Doctors and firefighters, real heroes who don't wear capes but uniforms and lab coats. Every life they save is not just a number. It's a story that continues, a heartbeat that returns, a family that stays together. And even when no one is watching, they remain there, strong, tireless, driven not by glory, but by compassion. In a rare moment of rest, Xu Qin stops to have dinner with her colleagues, while Song Yan comforts his friend, promising they'll find his mother. At bedtime, Xu Qin struggles to remove her sneakers due to swelling in her feet, but before her colleague can apply an anesthetic ointment, the medical team is called again. The director informs Xu Qin that transportation will be sent to pick her up, and she is to go with medication, stretchers, and 2 nurses. There, she joins Song Yan's team, who have located a victim buried under a collapsed building, and with Meng's help, they manage to pinpoint the location. As they try to dig the person out, the minister says they're wasting too much time trying to save just one person who might already be dead, and suggests focusing on other areas. Song Yan doesn't respond and simply asks his men, "What is the Shilitai firefighter's oath?" They all shout in unison, proudly declaring their promise to never leave anyone behind and never give up on a life. Watching Song Yan carry those heavy pieces of debris on his back makes Xu Qin remember the time he saved her, when he had to push the car alone to get her out from under the water. She knows that's his nature, that he's a true hero, but she doesn't like it. She doesn't like the idea of him being willing to sacrifice himself to save others. She wants to help him, but Song Yan tells her to stay back. She's there to use her medical skills, not to help him lift rubble. They finally find the victim, and Song Yan leads Xu Qin to her. The woman is injured but appears to be stable. They place her on another firefighter's back, and he carries her out. Song Yan continues searching, and Xu Qin follows him. They come across another victim, who unfortunately is already dead. Xu Qin immediately gives up and says they need to go back, but Song Yan is more observant and notices that the woman died while protecting her belly. She was pregnant. Xu Qin immediately returns and confirms that the baby is still alive. With Song Yan's help, she prepares to perform a cesarean section. A nurse is called to assist her, and thanks to Xu Qin's composure and emotional control, the operation is a success. The baby is saved. Everyone rejoices when the umbilical cord is cut, and the baby starts crying. For the first time, we see Xu Qin genuinely moved by something, or someone, that isn't Song Yan. In that moment, amid the rubble and the pain, hope was born. A baby who lost his mother before even opening his eyes to the world, but who gained a new chance at life thanks to the brave hands that didn't give up. As the nurse walks with the newborn in her arms, the firefighters reach out, not just to hold him, but as if welcoming him into the world. With teary eyes, and hearts full of gratitude for that breath of life in the middle of the darkness. When the baby is placed inside the ambulance leaving safely for the hospital, silence gives way to quiet smiles, tight hugs, and tears of relief. While hearing his men celebrate life, Song-yan notices that Xu Qin is shaken. He praises her for saving a life, but she feels guilty, because if it weren't for him, she would have just abandoned that woman's body, and the baby would be dead now. As she stitches up the deceased woman's abdomen, she recalls Director Xu's words about the medical oath, to uphold the dignity, sanctity, and noble tradition of the profession, and to value human life with respect, love, and equality. Something she had completely neglected until now, relying solely on her skills and forgetting the meaning and importance of life itself. Song-yan asks her to return to the base, as he and his men will move on to another area. However, just as she is about to leave, Song-yan suddenly collapses and vomits from extreme exhaustion. Xu Qin rushes to get him some food. She knows there's no point in asking him to stop, but she pleads with him to at least eat properly, drink water, and remember to close his eyes and rest for a few minutes every 2 hours. If he keeps going like this, his body won't hold up. He might even die. As she watches Song-yan walk away, Xu Qin reflects that, in her eyes, he is like an angel, loving, strong, and selfless, always ready to sacrifice himself without expecting anything in return. The baby they saved becomes known as the miracle child, and reporters broadcast the story of Dr. Xu Qin, the doctor who saved him. Xu Qin's father is deeply proud of his daughter, while her manipulative mother simply turns off the TV, frustrated that Xu Qin went without her permission and fearing that she may be promoted, which would make it even harder to control her. She reminds the two men present to make sure the media highlights the donations they made to help during the tragedy. But Yan Chen says he doesn't want to boast about it. He donated simply to help. Still, Chen Jin insists that good deeds only matter if they leave a mark and bring back some kind of reward. The military arrives to assist and brings more supplies. Xu Qin goes to them in search of disposable suture kits and ends up being spotted by Lu Jie, who was Song-yan's superior in the army. He finds her familiar and asks if they've met before, but Xu Qin is confused. She's never seen him before. She's then called by the surgical team and rushes to assist them. One of the soldiers approaches Lu Jie and says that was inappropriate since they're on a mission. The commander replies that he wasn't hitting on her. It's just that her face truly looks familiar, but he can't recall where he's seen her. Meanwhile, Xu Qin finds out that Song-yan is completely exhausted and runs to check on him. She finds him sleeping in the storage compartment of one of the fire trucks. After checking that he's breathing, she feels relieved he's still alive and chooses not to wake him so he can rest as much as possible. She simply stays by his side for a while, quietly watching him, before heading back to the operating area. Li Meng goes to Xiaojiang and finds that he has written on the side of the truck the number of lives they've saved since arriving, hoping that in return, God will reward him and keep his mother safe. She calls him aside to talk in private, and by the look on her face, he says he doesn't want to hear it. But she tells him that he needs to be informed so he can decide whether or not to continue. According to the information received by command, during the earthquake, his mother was at a clinic receiving an IV drip, but the building collapsed, and so far, no survivors have been found. He breaks down in tears and refuses to believe his mother is dead. He doesn't know what to do. His mother was all the family he had left, and now he feels completely alone. She informs the rest of the team, but there's no time to console him. They're called for another search and rescue mission. Li Meng asks them to go ahead but tells them to leave Zhang out of this mission. However, just as they are preparing to leave, Zhang shows up, swears he's okay, and insists on helping them. While the doctors were commenting on the hard and dangerous work of the firefighters, another earthquake strikes. The Shilatai firefighters manage to get out in time, but Meng starts barking anxiously at the rubble. Everyone realizes that Song-yan didn't make it out, and one of his teammates says the captain pushed him out but assumed he had followed. They immediately rush to search for him among the debris. That night, Xu Qin begins to feel unwell, and her colleagues advise her to get some rest. A nurse arrives with more supplies and informs them that the nursing home collapsed again. and that a firefighter is trapped underneath. When another nurse mentions that a doctor is being called to the scene, Xu Qin immediately sets off. When she arrives and Jiang Yu sees her, he's speechless. Xu Qin asks where Song Yan is, but everyone remains silent. With tears welling in her eyes, she insists they tell her where he is. They finally show her, and when she sees him unconscious and trapped under the rubble, she breaks down crying, begging him to wake up. But he doesn't respond. She says she's going down to him, but Jiang Yu refuses. It's too risky. The structure could collapse again. Xu Qin says she doesn't care. Song Yan needs her, so she's going. Jiang Yu insists he can't let her risk her life, but she screams that Song Yan is her life. Everyone is moved, and with no other choice, they allow her to go down to provide first aid before they attempt the rescue. They lower her carefully, and when she reaches him, she sees that a steel bar has pierced his abdomen. He's losing a lot of blood, and his pulse is very weak. She says she'll need intravenous fluids and the medical kit. The firefighters send them down with a rope, and for the first time, we see her hands trembling during a procedure. Fortunately, she successfully administers the fluid, and now everything depends on him. She holds Song Yan's head and begs him to hang on and come back to her, because she can't live in this world without him. Deeply moved, Jiang Yu pleads with Xu Qin to return so they can pull Song Yan out. She doesn't want to leave him, but Jiang Yu explains that the space is too tight. It must be one person at a time. At that moment, the military arrives with a young girl in their arms, gravely injured. Xu Qin's team informs her of the girl's critical condition. Xu Qin cries but says she'll go. She kisses Song Yan and says goodbye. The firefighters begin pulling her back up as she watches the man she loves fade into the distance. She looks at him one last time and rushes to save the girl. Before leaving, she gives instructions to another doctor and asks for another ambulance and 2 more nurses to be sent to get Song Yan out safely. When Commander Lu Ji sees a girl with short hair and a blue jumpsuit, he finally remembers where he knows Xu Qin from. She's the girl Song Yan once swore he would marry. When a soldier informs him about the firefighter trapped under the rubble, he orders his men to follow and assist in the rescue. Upon arriving at the scene, he's shocked to recognize Song Yan on the stretcher. Song Yan is quickly taken to the ambulance and rushed back to the base. When one of the soldiers asks if he knows that firefighter, Lu Ji replies that Song Yan is the best soldier he ever served with. After everyone disperses, Jiang Yu breaks down in tears, terrified that his friend might not survive. Meng runs off, but no one tries to stop him. They know he's going after Song Yan. After saving the girl, Xu Qin hurries to check on Song Yan and is told that his surgery has already begun. She rushes to the front of the tent where Song Yan is being treated and sees Meng, who followed him there. She strokes him gently and cries, telling him everything will be fine, even though she's really saying it to herself, trying to stay strong. Director Xu himself is performing the surgery. As Xu Qin waits outside with Meng, she remembers the happy moments she shared with Song Yan when they were dating, and also the moments they shared after reuniting, wishing with all her heart that this won't be the last time. The next day, as soon as Xu Qin finishes a surgery, she runs to Song Yan's tent but nearly faints when she sees a stretcher with a lifeless body covered by a sheet. It's as if the ground beneath her gives way and her world collapses. With trembling hands and teary eyes, she lifts the sheet and breaks down in relief when she sees it's not Song Yan. She runs around searching every tent until she finally finds him and realizes the surgery was a success. However, due to exhaustion and the overwhelming emotions, she ends up fainting. Li Meng quickly informs the firefighters that Song Yan is out of danger. Everyone celebrates with relief and wants to visit their captain, but she forbids it because the doctor said he needs complete rest. Jiang Yu tells them to continue with the rescue efforts. They can visit him tomorrow. When Xu Qin wakes up, she realizes she's lying next to Song Yan. Though still weak, she makes an effort to move her stretcher close to his so she can cover him with the blanket and fall asleep while looking at him. When Song Yan wakes up, he once again fulfills his wish of seeing Xu Qin, but this time, in person and lying by his side. When the nurse enters, they pretend to still be asleep. she notices how close their beds are and moves Xu Qin away. While changing Song Yan's IV, she scolds them, saying they need to rest now and forbids them from flirting in there. After she leaves, Song Yan remembers the promise he made to his commander, that once he achieved financial stability, he would marry Xu Qin. Zhang is still struggling and his teammates try to comfort him. Just then, Li Meng appears and asks him to take a phone call. When Zhang hears his mother's voice, he and his friends are overwhelmed with emotion and celebrate the news that she's alive. Li Meng explains that his mother was being treated in another village, which is why they couldn't find her. Xu Qin's cousin and brother also went to the site to help with donations and supplies. Unlike her mother, they're not seeking recognition or status. They simply want to help however they can. Yan Chen spots the rescue medical team's flag and decides to look for his sister. A nurse takes him to the tent she's in, only for him to find her lying beside Song Yan. Meanwhile, Yixiao runs into Dr. Yang and not only helps her up, but also offers to carry the box for her. The next day, Xu Qin is already recovered, but Song Yan remains bedridden. He wakes up while she's trying to make him more comfortable and asks if she slept well. Xu Qin says yes, and he tells her to take better care of herself, but she scolds him, saying he's in no position to be giving her that advice. Luji finds out that Song Yan is awake and decides to visit him. When he sees him with Xu Qin, Luji assumes they're already married and greets her as Song Yan's wife. He says they were comrades in the army, and that he always saw her photo in Song Yan's room, so that's why her face looked familiar. Song Yan says they're not married, and Xu Qin introduces herself as the doctor taking care of him. After she leaves, Song Yan congratulates his friend on becoming a major. Luji says he knows that it should have been Song Yan in that position, but Song Yan says he doesn't want to talk about it. Luji then gives him his contact information and makes him promise not to disappear again, that they need to stay in touch from now on. The nurse showed a package that Xu Qin's brother had left for her, but informed her that he had already left. She calls her brother and asks why he didn't visit her. Yan Chen only says he had to leave suddenly to take care of some business, but after hanging up, Yixiao says he doesn't understand why Yan Chen is lying to her, or why he didn't want to see her before they left. Meng and the firefighters went to visit Song Yan. His teammates can't understand how he looks even more handsome after surgery. Maybe it's because it's the only way he'd ever actually rest. They tell him that the rescued baby and Xu Qin have become famous. They also mention that the baby's father is a soldier and show him the video of the first time he met his child. They tease Song Yan, saying that Xu Qin cried more than any of them when she saw him buried under the rubble, and that the two of them would make a beautiful couple. Later, the nurse removes Song Yan's IV and tells him he's allowed to walk now, but only for 30 minutes before returning to bed. However, before he heads out, one of his teammates returns, again to talk about Xu Qin, but this time, seriously. He says it's clear to everyone how deeply she loves him, and reveals that she was the first person to go down to rescue him. When they tried to stop her, she said Song Yan was her life, and that without him, she couldn't live. He tells Song Yan that everyone's confused as to why they're still not together, and advises him to cherish the woman who loves him that much. Song Yan heads out for his half-hour walk and finds Xu Qin sleeping outside his tent. She'd rather sleep there, uncomfortably, just to stay close to him than sleep in her own bed. When she wakes up, he invites her to walk with him. Xu Qin talks about how beautiful Wang Xiang used to be and reminds him of the time they came here together after graduating high school. Now, the place is in ruins, but Song Yan says it will be rebuilt and will be beautiful again. As the soldiers walk past them, Xu Qin grows curious about his time in the military, but Song Yan doesn't want to talk about it. He's surprised when she hands him back the lighter she once gave him as a gift when they first started dating, the precious lighter he thought he'd lost. He confirms that he always carried it with him, but they're interrupted by a doctor calling for Xu Qin over the radio. Before leaving, she turns to Song Yan, and this time, with firmness and conviction, she tells him that when they return home, they are going to start dating. Without hesitation, Song Yan agrees. She runs off smiling, and he realizes that she's finally made up her mind. This time, for real. The long-awaited day finally arrives. Firefighters and doctors return home. As they pass through the crowd, they're applauded and praised by the townspeople, deeply grateful for everything they did for them and for the city. Song Yan receives a bouquet of flowers as a thank you gift, and during his farewell with Xu Qin, gives it to her, bringing joy to both of their teams, who are thrilled to see them finally taking a step toward happiness together. As the civilians shout kind words of gratitude while the fire trucks drive away, Xu Qin's colleagues celebrate inside the ambulance, excited to see their friend holding the bouquet gifted by the man she loves. Back home, Xu Qin is eager to see Song Yan, but still unable to be completely honest about her feelings. She simply sends a message asking how his injury is. Yet that's all it takes to reach him. What starts as a conversation about their physical conditions soon turns into a happy coincidence. They both have the day off. Song Yan takes the initiative and invites her out. Just hearing his voice message makes Xu Qin's heart race like a love-struck teenager, and completely smitten, she says yes right away. Xu Qin hurries to meet him outside the building, and right away it's clear the atmosphere between them has changed. They're both determined to be together, but they start with a date, as if it were their first. Song Yan wants to take her to the movies, but this time they'll go by subway. Since she's not used to it, she struggles to scan her card at the turnstile, and he has to help her. Song Yan asks what she keeps staring at, and since Xu Qin only knows how to express herself logically, she says that place is a perfect interpretation of the math problem they once faced. Curious, Song Yan asks her to explain further. She tells him that, just like those two parallel train tracks that cross at a specific time and place, they too were meant to meet. Xu Qin confesses that every time she thought of him, she would just mourn the 10 years they lost. Now, she wonders if their lives are like those lines, joining and parting, meeting and separating again. So she says she won't dwell anymore on what they've lost, but instead give herself fully and treasure every second she can spend with him. Worried that it's her first time on a train, Song Yan protects her, making sure she's safe and comfortable in the little space he cleared for her. At first, Xu Qin is concerned about the shoves he receives from others, but soon she starts hoping someone pushes harder, so he'll be even closer to her. On their first official date as adults, they notice the changes in each other's personalities. Xu Qin has become more active and sincere, and she no longer likes sweets as much as she did in her teenage years. Meanwhile, unlike the impulsive and fiery young man he once was, Song Yan has become a firm, mature, and protective man, always aware of everything and everyone around him. When he notices the emergency exit door at the cinema has been left locked, he doesn't rest until it's opened to ensure everyone's safety. Now they could finally enjoy the movie together. The problem was when Song Yan asked what happened at the beginning of the film, she didn't know either. She confessed she couldn't stop looking at him. The tension between them built up, and unable to resist, they were about to kiss right there when they were interrupted by the laughter of others who were actually watching the movie. After the cinema, he takes her home. At the door, Xu Qin invites him in, using the excuse that they haven't had dinner yet, and he could cook something for them. Since she rarely eats at home and doesn't have anything to cook, they head to a nearby market together. There, Song Yan notices how much her tastes have changed, but he enjoys getting to know her all over again and decides to buy her current favorite foods. At her apartment, he cooks while she helps, however she can. And just as she said before, she cherishes every second she spends with him. While they eat, she also mentions the changes she's noticed in him, how he went from careless and disorganized to neat and tidy, and how he's become a great cook. He admits that he doesn't cook that often, since he spends most of his time at the fire station, and when he's home, his aunt usually does the cooking. But he learned to cook because his aunt and uncle often travel, so he takes care of Meow. They've gone to the movies, had dinner, and now the dishes are clean. It's time to say goodbye. But once again, Xu Qin finds an excuse and asks him to have some tea, saying the water is already boiling. Song Yan says he knows what she's doing, but it's late, and eventually, he'll have to leave. He says goodbye and walks out. Xu Qin runs after him but is disappointed not to find him. Suddenly, she hears his voice asking if she still loves him, even though he's changed so much. When she confirms, he tells her he's changed his mind. She doesn't need to promise to stand by his side. She doesn't need to go against her family to be with him. After all this time, after everything they've been through, they still love, desire, and cherish each other. The future doesn't matter. What matters is now, this night, and they should be together. Moved, Xu Qin says she never imagined him saying such direct words. But since she doesn't answer his question about spending the night together, he says goodbye and tells her to call him when she's ready. Xu Qin runs to him and embraces him, saying she doesn't want just this night. She wants the rest of her life with him. They should get married and be together forever, starting tonight. Back in her apartment, their kisses were like flames, fiery and intense, slowly burning away all the pain and distance between them. He, the firefighter who always knew how to handle fire, now consumed by the one flame he never wanted to put out. And she, the doctor used to stitching wounds, finally found the antidote to heal her own. The next morning, Xu Qin is radiant, washing up in front of the bathroom mirror, while Song Yan waits for her in the living room so they can watch the sunrise and the falling snow together. Taking advantage of her openness, Song Yan asks what kind of house she'd like once they move in together. Xu Qin replies that her taste hasn't changed. Just like before, she loves homes like his uncle's, simple, cozy, with a small courtyard for plants. Song Yan is still on leave due to his injury, but Xu Qin needs to return to work. So he prepares breakfast for her, and as they talk, she asks what he plans to do while she's away. When Song Yan says he'll be meeting with Li Ming, she tries to play it cool, but clearly gets jealous. In the elevator, she asks if Li Ming likes him, and he answers, "I don't know." She turns and asks, "Do you like Li Ming?" Song Yan simply kisses her and asks, "What do you think?" He says he wants to take her out for dinner after work, but Xu Qin explains that emergency surgeries might come up at night and he shouldn't wait for her. Song Yan promises he won't bother her, but asks that she call him as soon as she's off. He smiles, thinking she's adorable, but also hopes to teach her how to express her emotions more freely. At the hospital, Director Xu presents Xu Qin with a medal and asks her to keep it as a memento because during the earthquake rescue operation, he saw a great doctor emerge. Dr. Yang sees Xu Qin proudly wearing the medal and is surprised to realize that it's the same one Director Xu received from the Ministry of Health for his work in Africa. Xu Qin promises to honor such an important medal with all her heart. When Song Yan returns home, he's warmly welcomed by his aunt. However, Miao looks at him suspiciously and sniffs his clothes, trying to figure out where or with whom he spent the night. She demands to know why he didn't take her along if he went out to have fun. Song Yan ignores her, and Miao turns to her mom for backup, but her mom also ignores her. Frustrated, Miao pouts, and Song Yan finally decides to tell the truth. He and Xu Qin are dating. His aunt doesn't know how to react, while Miao bombards him with nosy questions, until they have to stuff her mouth with food to keep her quiet. Back at the station, Song Yan helps Li Ming carry some supplies, but admits he's still not fully recovered and won't be returning to active duty for another week. He's only there to discuss the team's psychological condition, as he noticed some firefighters who took part in the earthquake mission seem mentally shaken. Li Ming says she's aware of that. Zhang Yu had already mentioned it to her. Since she also has a degree in psychology, she promises to check on them. But before that, she asks if she can be nosy. Song Yan says she can ask anything she wants, so she asks about him and Xu Qin. He confirms they're dating, and Li Ming congratulates him, but warns him to be careful, because that woman has him completely under her spell. Song Yan teases her, saying Xu Qin can't live without him, then walks off, leaving her speechless. On purpose, Song Yan spends the whole day without texting Xu Qin. After all, he had promised not to bother her. Even at night, back at home, she still hasn't received a single message from him. Frustrated, she nearly sends a text asking if they're still together since he hasn't messaged her all day. But before hitting send, she restrains herself, deletes it, and simply texts, "What are you doing?" Song Yan doesn't even answer. He just asks, "Do you miss me?" She tries to play it cool, but melts the moment he says he's on his way to see her. Xu Qin skips off excitedly to get ready and wait for him. She even sets out a pair of slippers she bought for him to use at her place. Of course, when she meets him, she keeps pretending she's unfazed. Song Yan again asks if she missed him, and she replies, no. She just wanted to see him so she wouldn't forget his face. He says he believes her and leans in close so she can memorize it well. Xu Qin tries to kiss him, but he pulls away and once more asks if she missed him. Still hiding her feelings, she insists she didn't. So Song Yan says he'll leave since she doesn't miss him. She can't handle even 2 steps of distance before finally admitting she missed him a lot. Song Yan embraces her and gently scolds her to be more honest with her feelings. He walks her to her car and gives her an emergency hammer, something that would have helped in the tunnel incident. He shows her how to use it to safely break the car window. He also gives her a small fire extinguisher and teaches her how to use it in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, Li Meng is working with the traumatized firefighters, helping them understand that neither the victims nor their injured colleagues were their fault. She wants them to watch footage from the humanitarian efforts in Wangxiang so they can begin processing the trauma before returning to duty. Being traumatized is terrifying. That's why people often try to avoid their trauma, but problems aren't solved by avoiding them. They must be understood first, so they can be faced and overcome. As the videos begin, the painful memories deeply affect the firefighters, and they avoid looking at the screen. But with support from one of their teammates who encourages them to face it together, they slowly open their eyes and fight to overcome, rather than be overcome by fear. Li Meng reminds them to focus on their breathing during these moments. After the first therapy session ends, Jiang Yu thanks her for the help. Li Meng replies that she's just doing her job. Before she leaves, he hands her a letter. She jokes about what century they're living in. But after he walks away and she reads the heartfelt message, she realizes it was him who had been quietly taking care of her ever since the earthquake mission. When she calls out to him and he answers right away, she smiles and thanks him. Back to our couple, Xu Qin is still jealous and asks how the meeting with Li Meng went. Song Yan teases her, saying she seems very interested in his work, but Xu Qin says he and Li Meng seem very close. Song Yan takes the opportunity to tease her again. Bringing his mouth close to hers, he asks if she's jealous. Xu Qin insists on not expressing her feelings and denies it. Song Yan reminds her that she was the one who said she'd be working late and told him not to wait for her. Since he had promised not to bother her and would just wait for her to call, that's exactly what he did. Xu Qin gets annoyed, realizing he's intentionally provoking her. Since he's playing hard to get, she tries to match his game and says she has many medical cases to study that night, hoping he'll kiss her, seduce her, and take her to bed. But Song Yan simply promises not to disturb her and wishes her a good night's sleep as he leaves. Frustrated, back at her apartment and realizing he didn't follow her, she angrily kicks the slippers she had bought for him, furious that she won't be spending the night with him. When the doorbell rings, she rushes to answer it. Song Yan comes in and hugs her, laughing for having tricked her. Xu Qin gets even more annoyed and tries to push him away, but he pulls her back and pins her against the wall. He admits he was curious to see how long she could go without expressing what she was feeling, but promises to stop teasing her. Song Yan says she's changed in that regard too. Now she holds everything in. He says she's becoming more self-centered. After getting a kick to the shin, he resumes teasing her, this time with soft touches and sweet words, ending in another passionate night of love. Before falling asleep, cuddled together in bed, Song Yan gently scolds her for getting mad that he didn't text or try to convince her because he knows she's afraid he'll think she's spoiled or moody. He tells her to stop with that right now because they're going to get married and live together soon. So she needs to open up and be honest. Otherwise, she'll never feel at home with him and will keep feeling suffocated and trapped like she did when she lived with her mother. Xu Qin admits she envies girls who can communicate with just a look, because if she had that ability, she could show him when she's happy or sad without having to speak. Song Yan comforts her, saying she doesn't have to worry about that, because to him, she's like an open book. In the morning, before parting ways, Song Yan asks what she'd like for dinner that night, and she tells him to surprise her. Gently squeezing her soft cheeks, he promises to surprise her every night after they're married. As he puts on his jacket, Xu Qin recalls the bullet scar she saw on his back and wonders what he went through in the army. She tries to bring up the subject, but he brushes it off, saying it's just a common scar he got while working as a firefighter. When she points out that it looks like a gunshot wound, he jokes that she has a vivid imagination and lies, saying it's from a piece of shattered glass. He distracts her with cuddles and reminds her that she's running late, clearly avoiding the conversation and keeping her from overthinking. At the hospital, her co-workers are surprised that Xu Qin arrived late, especially since she usually gets there 15 minutes before everyone else. They tease her, wondering what might have happened the night before to leave her so tired she'd show up late. Even stranger, her face doesn't look tired, it looks refreshed. Xu Qin just smiles and leaves the room, but they offer her breakfast, and are even more shocked when she says she already had breakfast at home. Her co-workers gossip about how much Xu Qin has changed since she started dating. Now she's always checking her phone and has a silly smile on her face while covering her mouth. Xu Qin walks back in and says she heard everything, calling them gossips. That night, she and Song Yan go to the mall. While having dinner, Yixiao spots them and decides to say hello. Xu Qin tries to introduce him to Song Yan, but Yixiao says they've already met, on the night she drunkenly went to his house yelling that she loved him. The two men greet each other, and Yixiao promises to keep the incident a secret. The next day, Miao and her friends accompany Yezi to a photo shoot, using her as an influencer to sell clothes online. Miao takes tons of pictures of her, taking advantage of her natural beauty and best angles. When they change locations for new shots, Yan Chen sees them, and Yezi sees him too. Miao notices the interaction and, curious, checks out who it is, but she doesn't like what she sees. She recognizes him as Xu Qin's brother. Yezi decides to go greet him and apologizes for taking photos on his company's property. Yan Chen tells her that area is part of the building's public zone, so there's no need to apologize, and she can feel free to continue. As Miao watches them from afar, Yan Chen grows curious about the photos Yezi is taking. She explains that they plan to use them to sell clothes online and donate the profits to the victims of the Wangxiang disaster. Yan Chen says it's cold outside and asks for 4 cups of coffee to be prepared for her and her friends. Yezi returns to her group, and the girls thank her for the coffee, but she tells them it was a friend who bought it for them. They all gush about her handsome friend, except Miao, who insists he's not that handsome, just average. When Yan Chen finds out from their father that Xu Qin didn't spend the weekend at home, he decides to visit her, but is surprised to find Song Yan there, realizing they're already back together. Song Yan asks Xu Qin to go inside and wait for him, while her brother insists she come with him to their parents' house. In that moment, Yan Chen notices that Xu Qin no longer hesitates. She obeys Song Yan without question. He tells Song Yan that without their parents' approval, it's impossible for them to be together. Xu Qin knows it too, because ever since they started dating again, she hasn't gone home once. She's been avoiding reality. Yan Chen tells him to look around and then look at himself, to realize they live in completely different worlds. He touches a nerve, reminding Song Yan of when they were in this exact same situation years ago, and he was abandoned. The only difference now is that the parents haven't found out yet, and when they do, Xu Qin will make the same decision as before. Yan Chen says Song Yan hasn't even had the determination to rise in life and become worthy of her, that he's a nobody, with nothing to offer her. Worse, he's forcing her to go against the family that gave her everything. Calmly, Song Yan responds, telling Yan Chen that despite growing up with Xu Qin, he doesn't truly know her. Sure, he knows she's sensitive, clumsy, and adorable. Anyone can see that. But when it comes to her thoughts, desires, and pleasures, Song Yan is the only one who truly understands her. 10 years ago, Yan Chen hated him because he thought Song Yan was leading his sister down a bad path, without realizing it was Xu Qin who begged him to take her to bars where they drink and smoke. She started fights, and he used his fists to defend her. She craved excitement, danger, freedom, madness, and he loved giving that to her. Her family suppressed her while he set her free. Her family suffocated her, and he gave her pleasure. Even if Yan Chen weren't her brother, he still wouldn't stand a chance with her. because it's only with Song Yan that she feels alive. Song Yan says that when they broke up, Xu Qin was a dreamer, happy and full of life. 10 years later, he found someone sad and empty, barely human. She had been so repressed, she turned into a shell without emotions. Because Yan Chen doesn't know her, Song Yan decides to introduce her. Xu Qin may seem cold and indifferent on the outside, but in truth, she's a coward. No matter how good she is at pretending to be strong, she's always scared, always anxious. Even if she were on the edge of a cliff ready to jump, she'd never complain or ask them for help. But she'd run into Song Yan's arms the moment she saw him. Xu Qin sees them as her family, but the Meng family sees her as nothing more than a pawn, someone to be married off to a man she doesn't love, just to benefit the family business. Yan Chen swears he'd never use her like that. Song Yan says he believes him. But what about their parents? Would Yan Chen go against them to protect her? As Yan Chen falls silent, Song Yan gently asks him to leave, and to stop tormenting her along with the rest of the family. She's not running from reality. She's running from the prison they've locked her in. Back at her apartment, Xu Qin worries that they might have fought. Song Yan tells her she can go downstairs to say goodbye to her brother, but instead, she just closes the door. Song Yan pulls her gently against the wall, and they stare deeply into each other's eyes in silence until he lifts her into his arms, carries her to the bed, and gives her the pleasure she desires. Meanwhile, Yixiao finds Yan Chen drinking alone, looking depressed. He asks what's troubling him so much, and Yan Chen tells the story of two caterpillars living together in a dark, suffocating cave. They couldn't escape, but at least they had each other. One day, however, one of them began to change, eventually becoming a butterfly and flying away, while the other remained in the cave. She now had no light, no freedom, and no one by her side. Yixiao understands he's talking about Xu Qin and how they both once shared the oppression of their mother. Yan Chen is scared. Scared because Xu Qin is breaking free and chasing her own happiness. But to achieve that, the pressure she and Song Yan will face will be 1,000 times greater than his. So he should stop being a coward and become a butterfly too. Because once he dares to fly, he'll realize the world is full of possibilities, and he'll find other butterflies beyond Xu Qin. Later, Yizi brings hot water to Yan Chen, but he refuses it and asks for the strongest drink the bar has. Yixiao sees her bringing it and scolds her. She says Yan Chen paid for the drink and promises to take care of him if he gets drunk. But Yixiao sees through her intentions and tells her to get rid of those unrealistic ideas. He knows Yan Chen thinks she resembles Xu Qin, but he tells her she's like a cheap knockoff of an expensive brand, similar in appearance, but lacking in spirit. He adds that she can stay there tonight, but after that he'll pay her and she's not allowed to return. He takes the drink from her and tells the bartender to prepare another cup of hot water instead. Yizi is deeply hurt by Yixiao's humiliating words, while he goes over to Yan Chen and tells him it's time to go, revealing that he's ordered the bar to stop selling alcohol to him. When the ride service arrives to take Yan Chen home, Yizi is already waiting outside. On the way, Yan Chen gets sick, and Yizi pulls over to help him. After vomiting on the sidewalk, he worries about the mess he made and the trouble it'll cause for the cleaning lady. Yizi asks why he's so sad, but Yan Chen only says he has no reason to be happy. She asks what would make him happy, and he cries, saying he'll never be happy. The next morning, he wakes up in an unfamiliar room. When he steps outside, he finds himself in a small, messy house. Yizi walks in and says she brought breakfast. Yan Chen asks why he woke up at her place and why she didn't take him to his house as listed on the app. Yizi tells him to calm down. It's not because he's handsome and rich that she'd try to take advantage of him. She reminds him that he was the one who asked to go anywhere but home, because he felt suffocated there. Not knowing where else to take him, she brought him to her place. He apologizes and says he'll leave, but Yizi asks him to at least eat the breakfast she bought. He's the type of man who cares about a street cleaner, but now he's not showing any respect or courtesy toward her, someone who helped him. She bought him a toothbrush and shows him where the bathroom is. He thanks her, and after brushing his teeth in the bathroom filled with her underwear and other clothes, Yan Chen returns and joins her for breakfast. Curious, he asks how she's doing with her student loan payments and rent. Yezi says she's managed to pay off almost everything, and as for the rent, she's gained more followers and is making more sales now. Since she's close to graduating, she decided to rent the house with a friend to avoid the stress of finding a place when they have to leave the dorms. Song Yan also prepares a beautiful breakfast for him and Xu Qin. While serving her, he mentions that his medical leave is ending, and he'll soon return to work, which saddens her because they'll see each other less. But he reassures her, saying he'll come back to her house on weekends, which brightens her mood. Additionally, he tells her that in the future, they'll see each other even more because local employees who are married receive additional days off. Their dreamlike morning is interrupted by a call from her mother. Chen Jin asks what she's doing, and Xu Qin says she's getting ready for work. Chen Jin comments on how she hasn't been visiting the family anymore. And once again, the controlling woman insists that Xu Qin work less and focus on finding a suitable match that fits their social status. She orders Xu Qin to spend the upcoming weekend at home, threatening to have her fired from the hospital if she doesn't come. Xu Qin breaks the bad news to Song Yan, but he doesn't pressure her. He simply asks her to call when she's able to leave her parents' house. Later, a bus accident occurs, and Xu Qin's team is dispatched to the scene to treat the injured. When a nurse happily notes that no one is seriously hurt, the accident victims say it's thanks to a girl who used an emergency hammer to break the window in time to get everyone out before the bus exploded. Amid everyone's panic, she remained calm and saved them. Everyone points to the young heroine, and Xu Qin recognizes her. It's Miao, who calls her sister-in-law and runs to greet her. Everyone thanks and praises Miao for being so brave and smart at such a young age. Miao proudly says that she's the sister of a firefighter, and that if she hadn't handled something so simple, she would have embarrassed him. She even points at Xu Qin to confirm it. Embarrassed, Xu Qin says Miao can just call her Xu Qin, but Miao insists, saying she promised Song Yan she would treat her well from now on and doesn't want to get scolded when she gets home. Miao admits that she didn't like Xu Qin in the past, but now that they're family, she promises they'll get along. At the hospital, Xu Qin sees her colleagues teasing Dr. Li after finding out she agreed to go on a date with De Peng, one of Song Yan's friends. Dr. Li says she only accepted because he insisted so much, but doubts it'll work out because he's much younger than her. Her colleagues, and even Xu Qin, encourage her to give him a chance, saying she can't judge him as immature without giving him the opportunity to prove otherwise. Before visiting her mother, Xu Qin gets a call from Song Yan asking if she already misses him, because he already misses her. After some sweet talk, they hang up, and not only do Xu Qin's colleagues comment on how radiant she looks, but Song Yan's sister also sees him smiling and teases him, saying she heard him admit he missed Xu Qin. Song Yan calls her over, and she skips over expecting some gossip, but instead, he pulls her into a tight hug as punishment for teasing him. Song Yan asks why she's home, knowing she should be busy at that time. Miao says she needed a male opinion on which of Yezi's photos they should post. Even though Yezi looks beautiful in all of them, Song Yan is so smitten with Xu Qin that he thinks all the photos look the same. Miao insists he look again, but he can't tell the difference or decide which is best. Song Yan tells her she should be studying instead of doing side gigs as a photographer for an influencer. Miao says it's not a side gig. The two of them are business partners. Song Yan warns her about what might happen if Yezi becomes successful and decides to go solo, since she's the face of the brand. Miao takes his advice and says she'll draw up a contract. When she reveals she's already earning about 10,000 yuan a month, Song Yan rushes to tell their aunt, but Miao stops him and promises to buy Xu Qin a handbag as a gift. Song Yan says that's not necessary. He'll buy the handbag himself. He congratulates her for succeeding in business and tells her he's proud of her. When their aunt arrives, Miao begs him not to say anything, fearing she'll be told to quit and focus on her studies. Song Yan agrees, on one condition. She has to do whatever he says, starting with a massage. At her parents' house, Xu Qin sits down to lunch with them. Chen Jin comments that since both Xu Qin and her brother rarely visit, they should find good partners, get married, and give them grandchildren to fill the void in the home. Xu Qin gathers her courage and tells her parents that she's already in a relationship. Chen Jin says it doesn't matter. She just needs to end it. Xu Qin doesn't back down. She says she's dating the man she's loved for over 10 years, Song Yan. Furious, Chen Jin says she knew bringing Xu Qin back to China was a mistake, but she only did it because of her husband's insistence. Her parents declare that they don't approve of the relationship. Song Yan was a delinquent in school, abandoned by his mother, and his father caused trouble for the Meng family's business years ago. Xu Qin admits that Song Yan was rebellious in his youth, but he was never a bad person, and he can't be blamed for his parents' mistakes. Her father accuses Song Yan of deceiving her, saying she's blinded by love and can't see it. He adds that their academic backgrounds, family histories, and financial status are completely incompatible. Xu Qin calmly says that none of that is a problem for them. The only issue is her parents' disapproval. She explains that over the last 10 years she's been to the best places and eaten at the finest restaurants, but nothing tastes better than his cooking and nowhere feels better than by his side. She has made her decision. She'll marry him, have children, and build a life with him. Chen Jin can't understand what spell this man has cast on her daughter to make her defy the parents who raised her. They say they didn't raise her with love and effort so she could wash someone's dishes, do laundry, or clean someone else's house. They raised her to find a man who fits the family's standards. Xu Qin says she loves him and that he makes her happy, and if she must face all of life's hardships to be with him, she's willing. She's always obeyed her parents. This is the only thing she's ever asked to choose for herself. Chen Jin delivers her final ultimatum. Xu Qin must choose, Song Yan or the family. Xu Qin breaks down and asks why it has to be that way, why she has to choose. Chen Jin says she can marry anyone, just not Song Yan. If she doesn't obey, she can leave. Crying and seeing her father remain silent, Xu Qin takes out her car keys, house key, phone, and credit card from her purse and places them on the table, showing her decision. Chen Jin asks if she's really going to abandon her parents and brother for some man. Xu Qin responds that the only things she's giving up are material possessions, money, and status. She's deeply grateful for how they raised her, and they'll always be her parents. She promises to visit often, even if they won't let her in. She vows to work hard to make them proud, but Chen Jin leaves the table. She apologizes to her father, but says she knows she can only be happy by Song Yan's side. Her father says she's broken his heart, and walks away too. Mr. Meng grows worried that Xu Qin might truly be determined, but Chen Jin assures him that she'll soon come to her senses. She believes Xu Qin won't be able to adapt to the sudden change in lifestyle, and will eventually come back to them. Meanwhile, at Song Yan's house, his aunt is worried because Miao has locked herself in her room since she arrived. Song Yan covers for her, saying she's probably studying. His aunt takes the opportunity to talk about his relationship with Xu Qin. Neither she nor his uncle is against the relationship, but there's a lot of resentment between the two families, as Xu Qin's parents destroyed both Song Yan's and his father's lives, something Xu Qin has no idea about. Song Yan says he doesn't want to think about the past anymore, and he doesn't want Xu Qin to know about it either. They'll live in the present, and he promises he'll be happy and will make her happy too. Moved, his aunt and uncle promise to support them from now on. Song Yan tells his uncle he's sorry for what happened in the past, but the kind man says there's nothing to apologize for. Song Yan endured so much injustice, yet still became a strong, upright man. He's proud to have raised him. Miao overhears everything behind the door and decides to lighten the mood by coming out and asking about dinner. At that moment, Song Yan gets a call from Xu Qin and rushes out to meet her. At that moment, Xu Qin, carrying the weight of years trapped by expectations that weren't hers, had finally broken free. But freedom, even when long dreamed of, also hurts. Upon seeing Song Yan, her tearful eyes didn't hesitate. She ran to him like someone finding their only anchor in the middle of a storm and threw herself into his arms. And he, who had always waited for her in silence, embraced her with the strength of someone who had vowed never to leave her alone again. There, in that tight embrace, there was no more past, no more guilt, only two souls, broken yet choosing each other once again. Xu Qin tells him she doesn't want to stay in her apartment anymore, and Song Yan says she'll live with him now. He takes her to the gate and gives her 2 keys, one for the gate and one for his room. Since he only comes home on weekends, it's better that she keeps the keys. Song Yan knows she's not someone who likes interacting too much with others, and his aunt, uncle, and Miao are quite talkative, but he tells her that if she feels uncomfortable, she should be honest. Xu Qin says she already knows them and will be fine. After all, it's not her first time there. Everyone was already waiting for them for dinner, and Xu Qin is warmly welcomed. His aunt says that Song Yan warned them they were coming, so she prepared the table to receive her. During dinner, Song Yan announces that Xu Qin will now live with them and that they will be getting married soon. Everyone is delighted and warmly welcomes her into the family. His aunt comments that Song Yan will need to buy a new bed, and Miao tells Xu Qin she'll help with the move. Still a bit naive, Miao even asks Xu Qin if she'll sleep in her room, while the adults try to make her understand the situation. Realizing her slip, Miao apologizes and focuses on her food. Later in the bedroom, Song Yan and Xu Qin find the bed lovingly made by his aunt. Meanwhile, outside, his uncle brings in new wood and tells his wife he's going to build a beautiful vanity as a gift for Xu Qin. Back with the couple, Xu Qin wants to cuddle a little, but she gets startled when she realizes how thin the walls are, worried that Miao might hear them from her room. Song Yan teases her by asking for a back scratch, just to get closer and try to kiss her, but he's quickly defeated by a tickling attack. The next morning, Xu Qin begins her new life, helping Song Yan prepare breakfast and eating together with her new family. Miao says she'll eat a hearty breakfast to get strong enough to help Xu Qin move her things, protecting her precious surgeon's hands. Everyone laughs, chats, and has fun, making Xu Qin feel more and more at ease and welcomed. In the afternoon, the couple and Miao go to Xu Qin's old apartment to collect her belongings. Miao comments on how huge the place is and asks if Xu Qin will miss it. Xu Qin says it was just a place to sleep. She spent most of her time at the hospital. She never met her neighbors and rarely had visitors, so the only memories she treasures from there are the few moments she spent with Song Yan. Miao says that if she had to move out of her old home, she would be very reluctant, so she feared Xu Qin might regret it once they got there. Xu Qin explains that a house is different from a home, and that place was never truly her home. Miao asks if she's not going to take all those handbags with her. Xu Qin explains that they were gifts from her mother, and that she'll only take the things that truly belong to her. Miao promises that when she becomes rich, she'll buy Xu Qin even better bags than those. It's time to buy a new bed, and after trying several models, the couple finally finds the perfect one. However, the bed will only be delivered in 2 weeks. That's not a problem for Song Yan. He calls in his firefighter colleagues to help him with this special mission. The firefighters encounter an unexpected obstacle. A woman is sitting on the bed Song Yan bought. They recognize Xu Qin and quickly realize that she and Song Yan are now a couple. So when Xu Qin goes to greet them, they're already calling her sister-in-law. Taking advantage of their help, Song Yan doesn't just bring the bed, but also several new pieces of furniture to make Xu Qin's new home more comfortable. Xu Qin is busy cleaning the new furniture, but Song Yan stops her, saying he'll do it himself. She realizes he's spoiling her, and Song Yan admits it, but also explains that it's a habit he picked up during his time in the army. At that moment, Xu Qin recalls the first time they dated, how Song Yan proposed to her, promising to spoil her for the rest of her life, only to be interrupted by his aunt. Now, in the present, she realizes he truly meant every word. That night, they say goodbye in front of the gate, as Song Yan needs to return to the fire station. He hugs her and apologizes for her having to live there, but she says she loves the place, and that any place is good as long as she's with him. After more hugs and kisses, Song Yan heads back to work. With Song Yan at work and Miao at university, only Xu Qin and Mr. and Mrs. Jai are left at home. They continue treating her kindly, and even pamper her, just as Song Yan does. While enjoying the delicious meal prepared by Aunt Jai, they raise a toast, wishing that Xu Qin will soon have children. Since his sister is no longer available, Yan Chen takes Yezi to a classical music concert. Very sensitive, Yezi ends up getting emotional during the recital. After it ends, while Yan Chen remains seated because he doesn't like being in crowds, Yezi asks why he invited her. Yan Chen simply says the other person couldn't come, and it would have been a waste of a ticket. Since he gifted her this symphony, Yezi says she'll take him to a live music venue next time. She wants to take a taxi home, but he insists on driving her. In the car, Yezi is tying her hair back when she notices a photo of Yan Chen with his sister. Realizing his feelings for Xu Qin are different, she lets her hair down, hoping to resemble Xu Qin a little more. Meanwhile, Song Yan calls Xu Qin, worried that she might still be awake, knowing she used to take sleeping pills before they got back together. Xu Qin assures him she's fine, just still getting used to being there without him. To cheer her up, Song Yan shares some good news. Meng did exceptionally well in his training and was praised by the trainer. Now he spends the whole day wagging his tail proudly. When Xu Qin lies in bed, she notices Song Yan's scent still lingers, and that comforts her. She tells him he can go to sleep, promising she'll be okay. He warns her that he'll be busy with work and might not have time to text, but asks her not to get anxious. He'll reach out as soon as he can. The next morning, Xu Qin wakes up a little late and is almost running late for work, only to find Yan Chen waiting to take her. During the ride, they have their first conversation about her decision to stay with Song Yan. Xu Qin explains that she didn't turn her back on the family, as their mother claimed. Yan Chen asks if she's happy, and true to her nature, Xu Qin says she's happy when she's with Song Yan. Yan Chen gets frustrated, upset that her happiness depends so much on someone else's presence, and questions how long she'll endure this lifestyle when Song Yan isn't around. When they arrive at the hospital, Xu Qin asks her brother to help convince their mother to reconcile. Yan Chen says love must have clouded her thinking, because it's impossible to change their mother's mind. And even if it were possible, he wouldn't help her, because he doesn't agree with the path she's chosen. Xu Qin knows her brother is more sad than angry. Later, while driving back, he receives a message from her wishing him happiness too. This makes him soften, and he eventually accepts Yezi's invitation to go to the live music venue. Although he doesn't like the environment or the music, he enjoys Yezi's company. They talk about hobbies and other things, and Yezi ends up suggesting they go to his house. But Yan Chen refuses, prompting her to call him too proper. As they walk together after the show, Yezi points out that she's told him everything about herself, but he hasn't revealed much. Yan Chen shares that he collects butterflies as a hobby and once dreamed of becoming an entomologist. When he mentions the room where he keeps his collection, Yezi asks to see it. Yan Chen quickly realizes her intentions and firmly states that he won't take her to his house. She changes the subject and talks about studying biology and looking for a job related to it, but admits she might not pursue it since her influencer career is earning her about 20,000 yuan a month. She also confesses that competition is fierce, and she doesn't think she's pretty enough, so she's considering plastic surgery. She asks for his opinion. Being so close to her stirs Yan Chen's feelings, but he steps away to maintain control and tells her it's her decision, not something he should influence. When Yezi returns to the dormitory, she finds her friend and business partner Miao upset. Yezi apologizes for not answering her calls, explaining that the bar was too noisy and she didn't notice. Miao says that at this rate, their partnership won't work. She wasn't calling just to chat. It was a serious work matter, and this wasn't the first time Yezi ignored her. Yezi apologizes again, but Miao says it no longer matters. From now on, Yezi will just handle taking the photos, and Miao will take care of everything else without consulting her. Their friends think this is unfair and scold Yezi for not contributing as agreed, leaving all the heavy lifting to Miao. They advise Yezi to quit her part-time job and focus solely on their influencer career. Yezi agrees and promises to devote herself entirely to the influencer business. Finally, the big day arrives. The annual firefighting competition between stations, and Shilatai Station, led by Song Yan, puts on an absolutely stunning performance. Physical preparation, organization, speed in action, and even in the athletic competitions, everything is flawless. After some time, we see Suo Jun again. who, through a video call from Song Yan, learns that Shilitai has won the competition. Song Yan says the trophy, the Guardian's Cup, is also his, because Suo Jun helped him a lot with the team's training. Quoting the phrase, "There are no weak soldiers under the leadership of a skilled general," Suo Jun says that having Song Yan as his captain for so many years was his true honor. Song Yan tries to get sentimental, saying he still misses having Suo Jun by his side, but Suo Jun immediately cuts him off, saying he's well aware Song Yan now has a loyal, understanding instructor on the field, and a beautiful woman who loves him waiting at home. So there's no point pretending he's sad. They end the call with Song Yan sending him a photo holding the trophy, and Suo Jun congratulating him for keeping the Guardian's Cup in Shilitai. Later, when Zhang Yu enters the room, he's surprised to find Song Yan waiting for him to play the game he used to only play with Suo Jun. Zhang Yu is overjoyed, because he knows it means Song Yan finally recognizes him as a true friend. The weekdays pass, and our couple struggles to communicate due to their busy work schedules. When Xu Qin has time for lunch, Song Yan is out on a mission. When he returns, she's attending to patients. And when they finally manage to talk over the phone, an emergency arises, and he has to rush off. By the time he returns and finishes his report, she has already fallen asleep waiting for his call. At the hospital, the nurses gossip that Xu Qin's name has been added to the list for the research team, and she's likely to be selected since she's already part of Director Xu's team. He's been personally mentoring her, so it's probably already decided. They notice Dr. Yang in the room, and knowing that she also wanted the position, they speculate that Xu Qin's advantage must be due to the Meng family's influence. However, Dr. Yang herself steps in to defend Xu Qin, reminding everyone how crucial she was during the earthquake response, performing exceptionally well. She firmly states that Xu Qin earned her spot purely on merit and scolds the nurses for spreading malicious rumors. Meanwhile, while analyzing their social media data with Miao, Yezi receives a message from Yan Chen inviting her to lunch. Miao notices her friend's excitement, and not knowing the invitation is from Yan Chen, enthusiastically offers to help her with her makeup for the date. While Yezi goes to the bathroom to wash her face, Miao finds a very expensive ticket for the Yangcheng Theater's classical music performance in Yezi's locker, and wonders why she's been attending such high-class events. Yezi arrives at the restaurant, where Yan Chen had reserved a private space just for the two of them. When the franchise owner found out that Yan Chen was dining at one of his restaurants, he immediately rushed over to flatter him, completely unaware that he was actually bothering him. The man had been ignored for almost a year, constantly requesting a meeting, but Yan Chen always dismissed him. Now he didn't want to waste the opportunity. He started talking about a new business venture that would supposedly bring a lot of profit. He explained that many young girls dream of becoming influencers, but lack the resources to stand out from the competition. The idea was to create a company that would sponsor them under binding contracts. They would then be used to promote their companies and generate revenue through sponsorships and advertising. Yan Chen asked Yezi for her opinion, and she said it could be a very profitable business, but it was also exploitative and opportunistic. The man argued that if they didn't do it, others would, so they shouldn't miss the opportunity. Yan Chen said that if he ever did something like that, it would bring dishonor to his family, and firmly rejected the offer, leaving the franchise owner frustrated. Yezi praised Yan Chen for being such an upright and honorable man. At that moment, he received a message from Xu Qin asking him to pick up some medicine for their parents, so he had to leave, making Yezi sad because she had wanted to spend more time with him and they barely had a chance to talk. When Yan Chen picked up the medicine, he realized Xu Qin was without a car and asked how she was getting to work. Xu Qin explained that she was riding her bike to the subway, which took her close to the hospital. Concerned, he told her that if she needed anything, she could ask him, but Xu Qin assured him she was fine and said goodbye. Upon receiving the medicine her daughter sent and learning about the conditions she was living in, Chen Jin invites Xu Qin to go shopping together, planning to manipulate her by reminding her of the comforts that money can bring. Hoping to reconcile with her mother, Xu Qin agrees. Chen Jin takes her to luxury stores, just so she can see the expensive clothes and handbags she likes, things Song Yan could never afford. Meanwhile, Miao is also at the same mall, accompanying her brother, who came to buy a new handbag for Xu Qin. They stop to buy makeup too, and Song Yan buys all the shades, but none for Miao. After feeling humiliated in the fancy store, Xu Qin has to endure hearing her mother belittle her, making it clear that she will never accept her back as long as she's with Song Yan. As they leave the mall, a man in a luxury car is waiting for them. Yet another heir, Chen Jin, hopes to push on to Xu Qin. Before getting into the car, Miao calls out to her sister-in-law. The man finds it odd and questions why she called her that. Miao explains that Xu Qin is dating her brother. Chen Jin intervenes, insisting that Xu Qin has no boyfriend. But this time, despite wanting to maintain a relationship with her mother, Xu Qin doesn't back down. She openly declares that the man standing there is the one she loves, her boyfriend, Song Yan. Chen Jin seems unable to grasp that she no longer has control over her daughter and insists Xu Qin is just acting out of spite. That once the family disapproves, they will break up. Xu Qin ignores her and in front of everyone apologizes to Song Yan for making him wait so long. She promises to make it up to him by loving him today, tomorrow, and always, for the rest of her life, never letting him down again. Song Yan confidently and respectfully greets his furious future mother-in-law. Xu Qin then says it's getting late. She has work the next day and thanks her mother for the outing, but now she's going home, the home she happily shares with Song Yan. After Chen Jin leaves and Miao praises her sister-in-law's bravery, Song Yan embraces Xu Qin. He knows how hard it was for her to make that decision and promises he'll never leave her alone again. He even says he'll accompany her whenever she visits her parents. Xu Qin tells him she missed him and feared not seeing him before he had to return to the fire station. They hug again. Miao thought it was cute, until she realized they were taking too long cuddling and completely ignoring her presence. The next morning, Xu Qin wakes up, but Song Yan has already left. After chatting briefly over the phone, she begins her day, now becoming an expert at riding her bicycle, scanning her card at the subway gate, and taking the train. Meanwhile, Song Yan leads another rescue operation to save a burning building. Jiang Yu, who was leading another team on the second floor, is caught off guard by an explosion that throws him across the room. Song Yan rushes to his aid while the rest of the team continues fighting the fire. Jiang Yu reports that there were flammable materials upstairs, and Song Yan confronts the building owner, who reveals there was sodium chloride stored inside. Song Yan is furious, accusing him of putting his men's lives at risk by hiding such crucial information. The man begs Song Yan not to report it to the authorities, but Song Yan assures him he will suffer the consequences for his irresponsibility. Later that night, Song Yan finds Jiang Yu sitting alone, still shaken by the incident. Jiang Yu admits he's scared. He realizes he could have died, and asks how Song Yan manages not to feel fear. Song Yan explains that he relies on training, experience, and the rescue plan. That's all he can do. Of course, he feels fear too, but Jiang Yu must understand that they are the city's courage. If they give in to fear, the city crumbles. So when the city needs him, he doesn't back down. He adds that he doesn't fight alone, he has his brothers by his side. And he explains to Jiang Yu that this is how it works. He takes care of his team, and his team takes care of him. Arriving at the hospital, Xu Qin encounters a commotion. A family is accusing Dr. Yang of being responsible for the death of their relative. Yang feels guilty for not being able to save the woman, but Xu Qin, who reviewed the report, tells her there was nothing that could have been done. Yang knows that logically, but still struggles to understand why it had to happen to her. To make matters worse, the family storms to the top of the building, threatening to jump if the hospital doesn't compensate them for the so-called mistake. On the hospital rooftop, doctors and police officers tried to prevent them from making a fatal mistake when Song Yan and his team arrived. However, when Xu Qin arrived and realized they were only pretending to get money from the hospital, she coldly threw harsh truths in their faces. She told them that if they jumped from that height, they wouldn't die, but would only break a few bones, potentially becoming paralyzed and spending the rest of their lives in bed, forced to spend a lot of money just to stay alive. The elderly woman accused her of lacking feelings and blamed the hospital for her daughter-in-law's death, demanding financial compensation. Xu Qin firmly stated that she would never allow the hospital to pay them, as that would falsely admit to a mistake that Dr. Yang did not make. Xu Qin also accused the husband of exploiting his wife's death to earn easy money, accusing him of not being a real man. This enraged him so much that he lunged at her, but Song Yan reached him first and restrained him, while his teammate pulled the elderly woman to safety. Director Xu was furious with the risky strategy Xu Qin had used. She apologized, but showed no regret. He scolded her, especially because he couldn't understand why she had done that when police officers and firefighters were already handling the situation. Xu Qin, usually calm, seemed entirely different at that moment. She interrupted him, asking him to punish her already because she had patients to attend to. He replied that there was no need to punish her. He just wanted her to reflect on what she had done. At night, as Xu Qin returned home, Song Yan's uncle and aunt were waiting outside, worried because she was coming back so late. They also revealed they had bought her favorite dumplings and hurried her inside to have dinner together. While they were eating, the aunt encouraged her to eat more, commenting that she was as thin as Song Yan, because neither of them could eat properly due to their demanding jobs. Xu Qin showed a worried expression, and the aunt asked what was wrong. She revealed that she had seen Song Yan in action several times and was worried because he always put himself at risk. So, when she saw Song Yan ready to take risks on the hospital rooftop to save two opportunists, she lost emotional control. The aunt tried to comfort her, reminding her that Song Yan was very experienced and knew how to take care of himself, always protecting his team members. She and the uncle confessed that they had tried to convince him to change jobs, but he refused to abandon his team. And today, Shilitai is ranked as the best and most reliable fire station in the region, thanks to his leadership. There have been no serious accidents or deaths because he trained them well. Xu Qin became curious about why Song Yan ended up becoming a firefighter, and the uncle explained that he started his career in the military, where he excelled. However, due to certain events, he couldn't get promoted, which eventually forced him to change his profession. Before Mr. Zhou could delve deeper into the topic, Mrs. Zhou interrupted him, and they strangely changed the subject, saying that Xu Qin must be tired and needed to rest. That night, Xu Qin had nightmares of Song Yan being caught in an explosion and woke up in the middle of the night, scared. She tried calling him, but he didn't answer. This triggered a traumatic memory for her. When she was a child, she woke up trapped in her room with the house on fire. She managed to escape through the window, but when she found her parents, she saw her father dead in bed and her mother with tears in her eyes, apologizing for what she had done. The series does not make it clear, but it seems the woman had to take desperate measures to protect them from her husband. When Song Yan enters his office and sees her missed call, he immediately calls her back. Xu Qin tells him that she had a nightmare where she saw him caught in an explosion and dying. He calmly reassures her, saying he is fine, and that since he is still recovering, he can't even participate in the most dangerous missions. He mentions that he now has the entire weekend off to spend with her, and Xu Qin shares that she also managed to switch some shifts with her colleagues, making her free on the same days as him. Song Yan reveals that his salary has increased and insists that she should no longer take the subway. Instead, she should use a taxi to go to work. But he is interrupted by her trembling voice, saying that she misses him so much. He tells her that he misses her too, but now they will be able to spend more time together, and asks her not to worry too much and get some rest. The next day, at the station, the firefighters see Zhang Yu emotional as he watches the video of Song Yan worrying about him after the explosion. Even though his teammates tease him, he can't hold back his tears, feeling happy to know that Song Yan cares about him. A cyanide leak occurs, poisoning 3 workers. Song Yan's team is dispatched, and upon arrival, Song Yan examines the building's layout to better understand what happened and where the leak is coming from. What worries him most is knowing that there are around 25 tons of cyanide on site, with just 60 milligrams being enough to kill a human. In other words, the place has become a lethal gas chamber. After setting up the decontamination chamber and using a robot to locate the exact spot they need to fix, Song Yan and a teammate enter the building wearing protective suits. Guided by their teammates outside through the robot, They reach the acidic wastewater valve. They manage to close it, but before leaving, they notice one of the pipes leaking. Song Yan is startled when the poison sprays in his direction, and he accidentally brushes against something sharp, puncturing his suit, though he doesn't notice it at the time and continues the mission. Using a wrench, he manages to seal the leak. Meanwhile, at the hospital, none of the 3 poisoned workers survive. Song Yan and his teammate exit the building, but after passing through the decontamination chamber and removing his suit, Song Yan begins to feel dizzy and unfocused, struggling to breathe. When a team member notices the tear in his suit, they see their captain collapsing inside the chamber. They quickly rush him to the hospital, where Xu Qin is informed of another cyanide poisoning case, and Director Xu orders her to hurry to the emergency room. Along the way, when she learns that it is a firefighter, she runs frantically and is shocked to see that it is Song Yan. Despite being terrified and with tears in her eyes, she maintains her focus to save him. Oxygen and CPR don't work, so she injects epinephrine into his veins and uses the defibrillator. Song Yan remains unconscious, and Xu Qin's voice is already trembling, her eyes filled with tears, but she doesn't give up and tries several more times. Finally, his pulse returns, and Xu Qin collapses in tears, relieved that she didn't lose him. She rushes to the room where his blood toxicity test is conducted, and finally feels relieved when she learns that he will be fine. When Song Yan wakes up, she enters, shares the test results, and reminds him that he lied to her about not going on dangerous missions while recovering and promised her he would be safe. Song Yan apologizes, explaining that he only wanted to avoid worrying her. But Xu Qin says she doesn't care that he lied. The real problem is that he always puts himself at risk. She only wants him to stay safe. She even suggests he change jobs, but Song Yan remains silent. Before leaving, with tears in her eyes, she admits that she is not a noble person who cares about justice. Crying, she reveals herself as a selfish person who doesn't want to see him being the hero who risks his life to save people she doesn't care about. She doesn't understand why she is like this and feels guilty about it, but all she wants is to be with him forever. Song Yan hugs and comforts her, but can't promise her that. Xu Qin spends the day at work, suffering with the thought that she could lose him at any moment. And when she returns home, she finds him waiting outside. She is still upset, but he pulls her into his arms. Xu Qin tries to push him away, but she gives in after he calls her his wife and asks her to let him hold her a little longer. Speaking softly in his ear, she invites him inside, but he suggests they go out for drinks together, just the 2 of them, like they used to in their teenage years. They share snacks, drink together, and flirt, as if they've traveled back in time. Excited, she asks to drink more. Song Yan asks why she wants to drink so much, and she, already a bit tipsy, says she only drinks now if it's with him. So she has to make the most of every moment, doing all the things she loves with him. She brings up his job again, and Song Yan admits that he never thought about nobility or sacrifice, and even feels exhausted sometimes. But after saving so many lives, he feels like he can't stop anymore. Xu Qin tells him how his family treats her so well in his absence, and reminds him of when she once said she wanted to live with them in that house. At that time, she was young, immature, and just said it without thinking. But now that she has grown up and is truly living there with them, she is genuinely happy. Living with his family is wonderful. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao wait outside for her when she returns from work, and his aunt always warms Xu Qin's hand in her pocket while walking her home when it's cold. His uncle always makes sure she eats well and stays healthy. Miao always cheers her up and makes her laugh. She truly loves them all, but she knows they treat her so well only because of Song Yan. So, he should know that if one day he dies, she will go back to being a sad and lonely person. What she is about to say now is not something she is saying just to be dramatic. It's something she has thought about a lot. If one day he closes his eyes and she cannot bring him back, she will have no reason to live and will follow him, even after death. Song Yan tries to stop her from saying such things, but she continues. When she saw him buried in Wangjiang, and when she had to resuscitate him in the hospital, she felt a pain she cannot put into words. It's a pain she wouldn't be able to bear if he didn't come back. Song Yan hugs her tightly and reveals that they have wanted to promote him for some time now. So, he won't change his profession, but he could be transferred to another position. Since last year, they have been trying to transfer him, but he needs to finish making some adjustments, implementing some changes to the team and the training system to ensure that Xilitai Station continues to be the best, efficient, and reliable, even without him as the captain. That's why he hadn't told her about it until now. Everything is almost ready. Now he just needs to find someone capable of replacing him on the front line. Song Yan has to carry her on his back to get them home. His aunt becomes worried about her, but Song Yan explains that they just went out for a drink and she only needs to rest. He carefully lays her on the bed, removes her scarf, jacket, sneakers, and socks, then covers her with a blanket. After washing her hands and feet, he realizes she has been awake the whole time, just wanting to be pampered. Song Yan lies down next to her and tells her that he has already envisioned their future together. They will live in their own house, and he will buy a car to take her to and from work. He will work only from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and they will have breakfast together every day. They will cook together, watch movies, go shopping, plant flowers in the garden, have pets, and on weekends, they will explore nearby places. During vacations, they will travel to more distant destinations, and when they feel tired and don't want to go out, they will stay home enjoying each other's company. In the morning, Song Yan's uncle and aunt hear Xu Qin's cheerful voice calling him to see the snow. When Song Yan follows her to the terrace and sees her gathering a snowball in her hands, he smiles and pretends not to notice. But when she tries to throw it at him, he reacts first and reminds her that she is like an open book to him. So there is no way she can surprise him. Her punishment is feeling snow slipping down her back. While they play together in the snow, his uncle and aunt watch them from a distance, happy for their happiness. Later, while strolling around the neighborhood, they stop to buy some fish, and on their way back home by bicycle, Song Yan asks Xu Qin how she envisions their future home. She says she wants something not too big but cozy enough to truly feel like a home. Song Yan agrees but mentions it should also be close to their workplaces. Xu Qin reminds him that houses in that area are more expensive. However, he tells her that he recently received a salary increase, and they could rent a house together. With Song Yan having to return to the station, we see through Miao how the family is preparing for the New Year's dinner. Mr. Jai is cooking for everyone. Xu Qin is arranging the living room and setting it up for the family dinner, while Mrs. Jai is in the yard making decorations for Miao to place around the house. They lament that Song Yan can never spend New Year's Eve at home, but are happy to have Xu Qin with them now. She and Miao rush to put the decorations on the gate, but hurry even more when Mr. Jai calls them to enjoy his delicious family meal. At the station, the firefighters are also preparing for the New Year's celebration. They write letters to their families, decorate the station, and hug each other, wishing a Happy New Year before dining together. The rookies mention that this is their first time eating a New Year's meal in their uniforms, and find it a bit strange. Chi explains that because Xilitai is the best, they are on the front line this year, so even though it's a holiday, they must stay alert for public safety. Song Yan and Jiang Yu arrive and join them. Jiang Yu has prepared red envelopes with a financial bonus for everyone, and Song Yan gives a speech praising Xilitai's strength and commending everyone's excellent performance this year, congratulating them for maintaining the station's honor. The new year arrives, and the city streets are beautifully decorated. While children joyfully run around, Song Yan's family celebrates with a warm dinner together. Meanwhile, Song Yan's team is called by an elderly woman who got locked outside her house. When they arrive, they must break the door open to turn off the stove, which was burning the pork she had forgotten before leaving. Fortunately, everything ends well, and Song Yan informs her not to worry about the lock. They will install a new one for her. He also asks his teammates to help put up the decorations she couldn't hang alone. The elderly woman wants to give them some oranges as a thank you, but by law, they cannot accept gifts from civilians. Song Yan wishes her a Happy New Year and says goodbye. She then grabs Dapeng's arm and insists that he take the oranges. Dapeng agrees to take just one to avoid being rude, but he is afraid of being scolded by the captain. However, Song Yan lets this one slide. They peel the orange and share a slice with each team member, and he once again praises them for their excellent work this year. Unlike the warm and joyful family dinner Xu Qin is having at home, the Meng family has a quiet and sad dinner. Everyone misses Xu Qin and had hoped she would show up to spend New Year's Eve with them, but she didn't. Song Yan arrives home and finds Xu Qin asleep on the sofa. When he wakes her, she explains that she fell asleep while waiting for him. She asks him to go to bed with her so they can rest together, but Song Yan says they need to talk first. He explains that Chinese New Year is a special time meant to be spent with family, and she should visit her family. He promises that this time he will accompany her. Xu Qin worries that they might treat him poorly, but Song Yan assures her that he will only drop her off and pick her up. He doesn't need to go inside. He will simply support her if needed. He wishes her a happy new year and carries her in his arms to the bedroom. The next day, they go to the Meng family's house. Song Yan tells her he will wait for her at the museum across the street. She only needs to call him if she needs anything or when she wants to leave. When Xu Qin enters, she is warmly received by her father, but her mother ignores her. Yan Chen senses the tense atmosphere and tells her that Yixiao invited him to play tennis, and he asks if she wants to come along before dinner. While watching her brother play tennis with their cousins, Xu Qin checks her phone to see if there are any messages from Song Yan. When she looks outside and sees that it is snowing, she worries he might be cold and sends him a message. Song Yan replies that he is fine and warm inside the museum. He tells her not to worry and to focus on enjoying her time with her family. But she can't stop thinking about him. Her mother enters the room, greets everyone, but continues to ignore her. Another cousin who just arrived approaches Xu Qin and tells her he saw her boyfriend waiting outside, but he isn't sure if it was really him. Xu Qin says he must be mistaken because Song Yan went to the museum. But when he tells her that the museum has been closed for renovations for several months, she tells her mother she has an emergency and needs to leave, promising to return another day. Chen Jin doesn't allow her to leave and orders her to sit down. Xu Qin then realizes that her mother knew Song Yan was outside in the cold and is shocked by her mother's cruelty. She simply turns and runs away. She finds Song Yan and hugs him. He asks why she left so soon, and she replies that she wasn't hungry, just missed him. Xu Qin asks why he was waiting outside, and he lies, saying he just returned from the museum. He washed his hands, which is why they are so cold. Xu Qin accepts his lie because she knows that if he knew she left because of him, he would send her back. In the taxi on the way home, she puts his hand inside her coat to warm it, but Song Yan feels embarrassed that the driver might see and tries to pull away. Xu Qin firmly tells him to keep his hand there or she will get mad, forcing him to let himself be held and warmed by her love. The next day, Song Yan tells the station director that he is willing to accept the promotion. The director is pleased to hear this, but explains that the higher-ups have not yet decided which position would suit him best. He asks Song Yan to gather the necessary paperwork and bring it to him. After the evaluation, they will make the decision together. Before Song Yan leaves, the director comments on the sparkle in his eyes and the smile on his face, something he hadn't seen before. He realizes that Song Yan is planning to get married and start a family, and congratulates him with a smile. Meanwhile, Xu Qin also has a conversation with her superior regarding her promotion and the possibility of joining the hospital's research team. However, the deputy director informs her that the higher-ups still need to discuss her eligibility before transferring her. Xu Qin knows that the research team is led by the department head and lecturers, so she doesn't understand why the higher-ups are involved in this decision. The deputy director confirms that her name was initially chosen for the position, but her words on the rooftop were considered inappropriate. To avoid damaging the hospital's reputation, they decided to delay her promotion. Xu Qin says she has already checked online for any rumors about the incident and found nothing, so it doesn't make sense for this to be the reason. Running out of excuses, the deputy director simply says that he is following the orders of his superiors. Xu Qin tells him that she will not accept this decision without a reasonable explanation. She has never made a mistake in surgeries, never broken the rules, always scored the highest in evaluations, and knows she is the best among them, even with less experience. So, once again, she insists on knowing the real reason they won't accept her on the research team. She leaves but reminds him that she will not accept this decision without an explanation, giving him some time to decide how he will resolve this. The rumor of Song Yan's promotion spreads throughout the station, and the team becomes worried about losing their captain, but Jiang Yu reassures them. Later, he meets with Song Yan and congratulates him, but admits that he will miss him. Song Yan teases him, saying that now he will be his superior, so he will see him whenever he needs to be scolded. Then, getting serious, Song Yan asks how Jiang Yu feels about it. Jiang Yu admits that he can't imagine Shilitai without him, but at least he will still be one of them. Besides, he always knew Song Yan was too capable to stay there forever. So, he is right to accept the promotion. Song Yan thanks him, appreciating that Jiang Yu is much more understanding with him than he was with his former instructor. When Director Xu learns about Deputy Director Tian's decision to deny Xu Qin's promotion, he is furious and refuses to sign the paperwork. He declares that Xu Qin is by far the best surgeon there and the most qualified among all the candidates. Outside the office, Xu Qin overhears the two arguing. Tian expresses his surprise, saying he thought Director Xu hated Xu Qin and doesn't understand why he is so eager to promote her. Xu firmly responds that whether he likes her or not is his own problem. But whether she is qualified is the hospital's problem. And for the hospital, there is no doubt that she is the best candidate. Like Xu Qin, Xu insists on knowing the real reason they are trying to block her progress. Tian reveals that this wasn't his decision. He is simply following orders from the higher-ups. Xu demands to know the name of the superior who gave this order. When Tian reveals the name, Xu is not surprised, recognizing it as the same person who always makes senseless decisions. As Xu Qin walks away, furious, Xu makes it clear to Tian that she is a rare talent, and he will protect her to the end. No matter who they choose, he will only accept her in the research team. Xu Qin finally understands that her manipulative and controlling mother is behind everything, trying to block her professional growth to keep her dependent. She sends messages to her mother, begging her to leave her alone and stop interfering in her career, but the cruel woman merely challenges her to survive without her. Meanwhile, Da Peng continues trying to convince Dr. Nan to overlook the age difference and give them a chance, with her friends agreeing with him. Nan finds him waiting outside the hospital, and he tells her he bought movie tickets for them that night. She refuses, saying she will be busy. Seeing his persistence, she asks him to talk in private. Da Peng asks if he did something wrong, but she replies that he didn't. The problem is with her, she can't accept the age difference between them. Da Peng insists that it's not a problem. He is 22 years old, an adult, and ready to take responsibility for her. Nan argues that she is much older than him, and his parents wouldn't accept her. Da Peng says that what matters are the feelings they share, and his parents will eventually accept it. He tells her that when he joined the firefighters, everyone treated him like a child, and even Captain Song Yan looked down on him at first. But as he adapted to the captain's rigorous training, he became one of the best at the station, even becoming the overall champion. There are even rumors that Song Yan plans to train him as his replacement in the future. Da Peng assures her that their relationship will be the same. She may see him as a boy now because of his inexperience, but he will soon adapt and become the best boyfriend for her. Nan promises to think about it, but asks him not to contact her until she sends him a message with her decision. After the completion of a new hotel, fireworks are launched in celebration. However, one of them accidentally enters the building, causing a fire. The firefighters are dispatched, and Song Yan heads to the scene with his team. Upon arrival, Song Yan notices that the fire has spread unusually fast and is informed by a firefighter from another station that there are 8 people trapped inside, scattered between the 8th and 12th floors. The firefighter offers to search the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors with his team and asks Song Yan and his team to cover the 11th and 12th floors. Song Yan selects his best men to enter with him, including Da Peng. The team quickly reaches the 11th floor, where Song Yan and 2 others remain, while Da Peng and 2 other firefighters head to the 12th floor. Song Yan immediately notices the first flaw of the new hotel. There is no water in the hydrant, making the use of the water hose impossible. Both teams are forced to enter their respective floors amidst the flames to search for the trapped civilians. It doesn't take long before they begin locating and rescuing them one by one. While Da Peng was rescuing the last civilian, Song Yan notices the fire rapidly spreading across the ceiling and orders everyone to retreat. But it was too late. Time seems to freeze for Da Peng just seconds before he is caught in an explosion. Not just one, but several explosions occur throughout the building. Fortunately, Song Yan and his team manage to escape. Before leaving, they rescue another civilian, and Song Yan notices one of the reasons the fire spread so quickly. There was styrofoam lining the ceilings and walls of the hotel. Through the radio, he calls each of his men to confirm that they are safe, but soon realizes that Da Peng is not responding. He immediately rushes to the upper floor in search of him. He and his team find the young firefighter buried under the rubble from the explosion. Da Peng is without his oxygen mask because he removed it to place it on the civilian he was saving. Song Yan quickly carries Da Peng on his shoulders and rushes him to the ambulance stretcher. Everyone gathers around to check on Da Peng, but Song Yan orders his fellow veteran teammate to keep the rookies from witnessing this scene. Da Peng is rushed to the hospital, and Song Yan stares furiously at the burning building, silently demanding justice and punishment for those responsible. Xu Qin is at home when she sees the news about the hotel fire and the 5 victims, including a firefighter. She rushes to the terrace, where she can see the burning building in the distance. Panicked, she runs to the hospital and finds Song Yan and his team anxiously searching for Da Peng. Xu Qin helps them and leads them to the room where the operation is taking place. When they arrive, they find Jiang sitting on the floor crying. Song Yan asks him why he didn't answer the calls, but Jiang doesn't respond. The door opens, and Dr. Yang delivers the heartbreaking news. The injuries and burns were too severe. She couldn't save Da Peng. The teammates enter the room and look at him one last time before breaking down in tears. Outside, Nan arrives, and after learning that Da Peng didn't survive, she also collapses in tears. Suddenly, Song Yan leaves the room, deeply shaken, with Xu Qin following him. She catches up to him and tries to comfort him. Song Yan apologizes to her, saying he will have to delay their plans for a happy life together. The people responsible for Da Peng's death must be punished, no matter the cost. He returns to the burned building to search through the debris, but begins having hallucinations of Da Peng still lying there, begging his captain for help that never came. In a conversation with Zhang Yu, Song Yan angrily states that it doesn't matter who owns the building. To save a few million on a billion-dollar project, those bastards caused someone's death, and he vows to seek justice. That's when Zhang Yu drops the bombshell. The building is owned by the Xu Qin Group, the company of the Meng family, Xu Qin's parents. At the Meng family home, Mr. Meng is terrified by the online backlash, but Chen Jin coldly dismisses it as mere sensationalism because one of the 3 fatalities was a firefighter. She believes the buzz will soon pass. Her main concern is the destroyed building, which was built by Mr. Gu, who always prioritized quality. While helping her husband get ready for work, she advises him to maintain his composure and let Mr. Gu handle the situation. After all, any problem that can be solved with money is not really a problem for them. The Meng family's goons try to enter the emergency room to buy the silence of the victims, but the nurses block their way. One of the men threatens to call their superior, but Xu Qin arrives at that moment and orders them to leave. Another thug tries to push her aside, but the lead man stops him, knowing they can't touch her. He introduces himself as Wang, Mr. Gu's secretary, a friend of her family. Just then, Wu, the direct secretary of the Meng family, also arrives. This is when Xu Qin realizes that the burned hotel belongs to the Xu Qin Group, and her family is responsible for the tragedy. Wu confirms this and asks her to let him in to resolve the situation. They lie, claiming it was just an accident and that they are concerned about the victims. At the station, the firefighters gather to honor Da Peng, and Song Yan hands his parents the letter Da Peng had written to them for New Year's. In the letter, he apologizes for not being able to spend that special day with them, and says he misses them. Excitedly, he tells them that he is now participating in real operations. Although it is very hot and sometimes scary, they don't need to worry because he has become a great firefighter. He proudly shares that their station won first place in the annual competition. They are the best of the best, and their captain, Song Yan, is incredible. His inspiration to become just as good in the future. Dapeng also mentions that he has fallen in love, and as soon as they officially start dating, he will bring her to meet them. As Dapeng's mother holds the letter with trembling hands, silent tears stream down her face. Around her, his fellow firefighters, those who once laughed and trained alongside him, struggle to maintain their composure, but they can't hold back their tears. Each line of the letter is a painful reminder of the life full of dreams that Dapeng had ahead of him, a life cut short by human greed. He was young, full of hope, a brave heart who stood out among heroes. And even amid fire and darkness, Dapeng never backed down. His name is now remembered not only as that of a friend, but as a true hero. The next day, after a rescue operation, the firefighters are furious when they see false news online claiming that Dapeng's death was due to errors made in the command of the operation. Meanwhile, Song Yan is writing a detailed report about the incident, emphasizing all the building's irregularities. Jiang Yu shows Song Yan several calls from people attempting to bribe them into not accusing the company. But both are determined to continue, even if it puts their lives at risk. Their only fear is that Xu Qin might end up hurt by the situation. Speaking of Xu Qin, she is at the hospital and finds Nan still shaken in the restroom. Nan regrets not following her heart while she still had the chance, regrets how she spoke to Dapeng in their last conversation, and can't accept that it was the last time she saw him. Later, Song Yan asks Xu Qin for a serious conversation. Outside the hospital, he explains the entire situation about the fire, mentioning the inspection's findings and emphasizing that the main responsibility lies with the building's owner, the Xu Qin Group, her family's company. Xu Qin simply asks what he intends to do, and Song Yan responds that he will present all the facts and spare no effort to hold them accountable. Xu Qin acknowledges his strong principles and knows he would never stray from them. Song Yan hugs her and thanks her for understanding, but Xu Qin reminds him that she is still selfish and, deep down, wished he could betray those principles for her. Yet, she also feels that if he did, something between them would change. Dapeng was his teammate who died young and unfairly. If Song Yan ignored the victim and the truth, he would no longer be the person she loves because he would become someone else. Xu Qin says she is not worried about her family, but about what they might do to him in retaliation, ruining his career and his future, which would also harm their future together. Song Yan and Jiang Yu head to the station director's office to talk before the meeting about the fire, but they hesitate to open the door. Li Meng appears and tells them that the director doesn't want to influence their decision. Moreover, he is under pressure from his superiors and doesn't want to raise any suspicions. Even so, he asked Li Meng to let them know that he will support them in their decision, whatever it may be. During the meeting, it is revealed that the fireworks were purchased illegally, exceeding the legally permitted amount, and were the initial cause of the fire. However, this information is used to try to shift the blame away from Xu Qin and place it solely on the contractors. Song Yan argues that while the fireworks may have been the initial cause, the rapid spread of the fire that led to the explosion was due to the materials used in the building's construction. The firefighter bribed by Xu Qin defends the company, claiming that the hotel's construction passed all inspections and that the materials met all safety standards. Firefighters from the Wufang station, who were the first to arrive at the scene, report that the building's firefighting equipment did not work properly and that the smoke was far too thick, something not normal in buildings that use materials meeting safety standards. Song Yan explains that after the decorative materials burned, the fire spread from the outside to the inside and from the bottom to the top. When it reached the 12th floor, it ignited several unsuitable insulation materials, which were made of foam, piled up, creating thick toxic smoke. This foam was the main cause of three-dimensional ignition and combustion. Additionally, the construction site contained various flammable materials, making the safety measures completely ineffective. At the hospital, a nurse approaches Xu Qin, asking for her help because those strange men have returned and are trying to enter the room of the fire victims. When Xu Qin arrives, they have already entered and locked the door. When they finally come out, a smiling Wang claims they were just concerned about the injured, but fortunately, they are fine. He quickly leaves as the nurse arrives with the police. Xu Qin goes in to check on the patients, but they all act strangely, as if hiding something. The nurse mentions hearing those men talking about financial compensation, but the patients deny it. Xu Qin then realizes they were bribed to lie in their statements in favor of Guo Kun. Determined, Xu Qin goes to the Meng family home and arrives just as her mother is on the phone with Secretary Wu, who informs her that things are getting complicated and that Mr. Meng has been temporarily removed to prevent him from interfering in the investigation. Chen Jin doesn't understand why, especially since they have already handled everything. That's when Wu informs her that a firefighter named Song Yan has accused them of using substandard insulation materials. Chen Jin shares this with Xu Qin, saying that her boyfriend is trying to bring down her family, which means he doesn't care about her feelings. Yan Chen interrupts, arguing that Guo Kun is a massive conglomerate, and that hotel was just one of many projects, each with its own specialized team and person in charge. So there is no way his father could be blamed. Chen Jin then reveals that the person responsible was their uncle. If Uncle Gu is found guilty, it will drastically reduce their father's power and influence within the company. As Xu Qin leaves, she passes by Wu, who barely acknowledges her before rushing to inform Chen Jin that after an internal investigation, they discovered that Song Yan's version of events is true. Mr. Gu's manager had accepted bribes from the suppliers of the fireworks and building materials, purchasing cheaper products while pocketing the remaining funds from the investment. Mr. Gu was unaware of this, but the safety inspections failed the construction several times, delaying the project's progress. That's when Manager Zhao resorted to unconventional methods to obtain the necessary permits. Even though Mr. Gu was unaware of the scheme, he was the person responsible for the project. So, to protect Guo Kun, he must be held accountable. Chen Jin agrees and orders Wu to inform Mr. Gu to resolve this immediately and punish the one responsible. When the inspectors arrive at the burned building, they immediately notice something strange. All the materials on the inspected floor are of top quality, contradicting Song Yan's account. They question the man present about why only that floor has materials, while the others are clean. But he simply claims it was the firefighters who left it that way. The inspector, however, knows that firefighters would never do such a thing. They prioritize preserving evidence. He then asks to review the security camera footage, but the man claims they were destroyed in the fire, and all recordings were lost. Meanwhile, Song Yan is heading home when he is ambushed by a man who shoves a package into his hands and quickly runs away. It's a setup, meant to accuse him of accepting a bribe to lie in his testimony. Realizing the setup, Song Yan immediately took the package filled with money and handed it to his superior, informing him of what had happened. Mr. Gao informs him of the inspector's findings, revealing that only high-quality materials were found in the building. They switched the materials, diverted attention, and now sent this money to Song Yan. Their intentions are clear. To make matters worse, we see Secretary Wu receiving the video of the setup against Song Yan. With this, he has the evidence needed to accuse Song Yan of false testimony. At the hospital, Xu Qin is struggling with one of the fire victims, who refuses to undergo a CT scan. He and his wife don't want to spend more money and plan to recover at home. Xu Qin insists that he cannot be discharged yet because she detected crackles in his lungs, which could be post-burn complications. If left untreated, it could be fatal. The wife becomes irritated, accusing Xu Qin of just trying to scare them into spending more money at the hospital. Xu Qin swears she is telling the truth, but getting the CT scan is their choice. At the station, Li Ming informs everyone that the administration has decided to temporarily remove Song Yan from his position until the investigation is completed. Jiang Yu will take over the station in the meantime. Everyone knows the video is nothing but a setup, and they swear that if Song Yan is suspended, the entire team will resign. Their outraged shouts are interrupted by Song Yan's command for silence. He orders them to focus only on their work. He will resolve this and return to the station soon. At home, Song Yan only tells Miao about the situation, but asks for her help in convincing the others that he is just on leave. Miao is furious at the injustice and begs him to change jobs, but Song Yan says that even if he is fired, he will not stop until he gets justice. Miao suspects that the Meng family is behind this, reminding him of what they have done in the past. But Song Yan, with a serious expression, warns her never to bring that up again. To calm her down, he explains that the incident is related to the Xu Qin group, but has no direct connection to the Meng family. So this time, it shouldn't be them attacking him. Xu Qin wakes up in the middle of the night, but Song Yan is not beside her in bed. She goes out to look for him and finds him drinking alone on the rooftop, lost in thought. At first, she scolds him for not inviting her to drink with him, then questions why he is drinking when he has to work the next day. Song Yan reveals that someone sent him 200,000 yuan, filmed him receiving it, and sent the footage to the station along with a complaint. As a result, he is temporarily suspended until the investigation is completed. Xu Qin suggests that he should consider changing his career, and Song Yan admits that he once thought about it at the beginning. When he first joined the fire department, he treated it like any other job. The training was intense and daily, and during fires, he did his best. He thought it was all straightforward, just train and follow orders, no complications. But gradually, he realized that being a firefighter was no longer just a job. Being a firefighter had become half of his life, something he couldn't just stop being. Xu Qin says she won't mention changing his profession again, but will continue hoping for his promotion to a safer position within the station. They share the last can of beer and spend some time there, admiring the starry sky in each other's company. Meanwhile, the wife of the fire victim decides that it is best to get the CT scan for her husband, but unfortunately she discovers they don't have enough money for it. Xu Qin sees her crying in the restroom while talking to her mother on the phone, explaining the desperate situation. She talks about the compensation money they received to keep quiet, but they already spent it, and now they are 20,000 yuan short for the CT scan that could save her husband's life. Wiping her tears, she returns to her husband's room and begins packing his things to take him home. But she is surprised when her children tell her that Dr. Xu Qin has paid all the medical fees for them, and now her husband will continue his treatment. The woman is overwhelmed with emotion and cries while hugging her children. The surgery is performed successfully, and now her husband just needs time to fully recover. The woman thanks Xu Qin, but Xu Qin reminds her to be grateful to the firefighters who rescued her husband from the burning building. The woman agrees and asks where she can find the young firefighter who saved her husband to thank him personally. Xu Qin sadly explains that he did not survive, leaving the woman deeply shaken. As Xu Qin left the room, the woman ran after her. Knowing that Xu Qin was familiar with the firefighters, she provided a crucial piece of information. When the thugs were trying to dispose of the actual materials used in the building's construction, the police intercepted them before they could escape. A journalist announced the case's resolution to the entire country. It was revealed that the project manager, Wu, had illegally set off fireworks, which triggered the fire that spread rapidly due to the low-quality insulation materials piled on the 12th floor. Wang, the secretary of the board of the Xu Qin group, conspired in the use of these substandard materials and used illegal means to bypass fire safety inspections. At the station, Song Yan is praised for his excellent report, which greatly assisted the investigation team. Moreover, the investigation into the alleged bribe he received has been completed, and it was concluded that he was innocent. Song Yan's actions are recognized as honorable, yet he was falsely accused. The administration wants to reward him somehow and asks what he wishes for. Song Yan makes only one request, that the station takes care of Dapeng's parents, who lost their only son. Mr. Gao assures him not to worry. The department will do its best for them. After finishing the treatment of Dapeng's teammates who were also injured, Nan buys 2 movie tickets and sits beside an empty chair, the seat that would have been Dapeng's. The light from the screen reflects on her face as the film begins. It tells the story of a heroic firefighter, someone who never hesitated to risk his life to save others. As the scenes of courage unfold, Nan's eyes fill with tears. She can't avoid the flashes of memories that hit her. Da Peng's wide smile, his awkward way of trying to cheer her up, the promise of going to the movies together, the plans that were interrupted. With each scene of the movie, it feels like he is right there beside her, laughing and making quiet comments about the plot. But when she turns to look, the empty chair is a cruel reminder that he is no longer there. Pain mixes with longing, and her tears become uncontrollable. Nan covers her mouth to stifle her sobs, while the film glorifies the heroism of the protagonist, the same heroism that Da Peng had, but which took him away from her. As the credits begin to roll, Nan remains seated, staring at the screen, letting the tears express what her heart cannot bear. Just like the movie, Da Peng's story has ended, but even though the world moves on, she will never forget him. Night falls, and heavy rain pours down on the station's courtyard. The firefighters, standing in respectful formation, remain firm, even as raindrops stream down their faces. Song Yan stands at the front, maintaining the firm posture of a leader who carries the pain of an irreplaceable loss but never shows weakness. He begins the roll call, announcing the names of his teammates one by one. Each voice responds strongly, saying, "Present," to each name called. When he reaches Da Peng's name, Song Yan keeps his voice steady and clear. Da Peng. At that moment, as if the sky itself were responding, all the firefighters shout his name together with force, in unison, breaking the silence of the night. Da Peng. It is a cry of pain, of longing, but also of honor. As if in that cry, they are declaring that his spirit will never be forgotten. The rain continues to fall, but it no longer matters. Da Peng's name echoes throughout the station, not as a farewell, but as an oath. He will always be one of them. A hero. A brother. Song Yan stands firm and resolute, his gaze steady, his heart carrying the weight of every life he has protected, and the pain of those he could not save. At the Meng family home, Chen Jin complains that Xu Qin is visiting them less and less, blaming Song Yan for it. She accuses him of trying to destroy their family. Yan Chen defends Song Yan, saying he was simply fulfilling his role as a leader. Even Mr. Meng agrees, stating that the disaster happened due to Mr. Gu's failure in managing the project, and those responsible must be punished. Fortunately, the company did not suffer irreversible damage, but Gu failed to keep his subordinates under control, so the blame also falls on him. Fearing that her husband might lose even more power and influence within the company, Chen Jin insists that Yan Chen should take over as president before it is too late. But Yan Chen seems hesitant about it. Meanwhile, Xu Qin calls her father to check if he is okay after the disaster involving Guo Kun. She is surprised and emotional when she hears her father more interested in knowing how she is doing and telling her that he misses her, asking her to visit more often. Now that everything has been resolved and justice has been served, Song Yan's superiors want to discuss his promotion. There are two options. The first is that he will be transferred to another department. The second option, however, is much more significant. Due to the exemplary performance of the Shilitai station under his leadership in advanced rescue operations, the countless lives saved and the properties protected, they have gained recognition not just in Yancheng, but across the entire country. The station has shown an incredible ability to contain large fires, contributed to the development of new equipment, and even helped in the city's economic development. After thorough research, the administration has decided to request accreditation for the Shilitai Fire and Rescue Brigade. Without much thought, Song Yan accepts the second option. This means that Shilitai Station will become the first officially recognized elite firefighting unit in the country, thanks to the excellent work led by Song Yan. Not only will Song Yan receive a bonus and a substantial salary increase, but all members of his elite team will also receive a considerable raise in their salaries. During the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Shilitai Fire Brigade, Commissioner Li Yunji congratulates them for the decades of glory they have achieved so far. They have completed over 35,000 emergency operations and rescued more than 170,000 disaster victims. They have protected the people's property worth over 1 billion yuan. The members of the Shilitai station are known for never backing down in the face of adversity. After the formal greetings, a member of the party committee announces that, together with the municipal government, they have decided to honor the Shilitai Fire Brigade with the title of Guardians of Yancheng. Mr. Gao then informs them that they are now an elite unit, facing new missions and challenges ahead. They will no longer be just a rescue and firefighting squad, but also a special service brigade, called upon in emergencies of national level. Song Yan is invited to the stage to receive a military order plaque, granting him national-level authority. Alongside his team, they shout oaths of loyalty, discipline, and impartiality in service to the people. This chapter in their history closes, making way for an even more grand and remarkable future. When Xu Qin arrives home and finds Song Yan cooking, he tells her about his promotion, but explains that he won't be moving to an administrative position. He will continue at Shilitai. She is upset because she wanted him to stay safe, but Song Yan explains that there will be some changes. Moreover, both his equipment and his team are now more advanced, significantly reducing the risk of any accidents. He apologizes for his decision, but says he thought about it a lot, and despite being conflicted, he couldn't leave. Xu Qin becomes angry, pointing out that he was conflicted but never discussed it with her and made the decision unilaterally. He always supports her, but never asks for her support, which makes her feel like a burden to him. Song Yan apologizes again, but reveals that there is something inside him that whenever he faces stressful situations, pushes him to solve them alone. He didn't want to stress her out. Xu Qin says she has noticed this. He always lies or hides his problems instead of sharing them with her. He thinks he is doing her a favor, but he is only hurting her. Song Yan promises that he won't hide anything from her anymore. So Xu Qin immediately questions him about the bullet wound on his back, the withheld grades from his high school, the real reason he became a soldier, and why, instead of being promoted, he became a firefighter. Everyone in his family seems to know the answers to these questions, but no one ever talks about it, leaving her as the only one in the dark. Xu Qin asks him to explain everything and demands to know the truth. Song Yan says this is the only truth he cannot share with her. Xu Qin insists that if they are going to get married, there can't be any secrets between them. She is giving herself completely to him, but Song Yan seems increasingly distant, which makes her feel like she isn't part of his family. Song Yan tells her that she is the most important person in his life, so of course, she is family. Since he refuses to talk, Xu Qin asks him at least to tell her why he needs to hide the truth from her. His silence frustrates her, and she leaves. Upset with Song Yan, Xu Qin decides to spend the night at Dr. Yang's house. Song Yan calls her and asks her to come back, but Xu Qin says she will only return when he is ready to share his past with her. While the couple suffers from being apart, Yixiao talks to Yanchen about Yizhi. He mentions that he knows they've been meeting, but warns him to be careful with that kind of girl. Yanchen replies that he is only worried about her going down the wrong path and that they have nothing in common. The next day, Miao tells Yizhi that they earned nearly 20,000 last month and sends half to her account. Miao notices that Yizhi has been distracted lately and asks for her help with new ideas to increase their profits. At that moment, she feels back pain, and Yizhi helps her go to the doctor. Fortunately, Xu Qin says it is just a muscle strain and prescribes her a pain-relieving ointment. Yizhi offers to go buy the ointment, and on the way, she gets excited when she sees Yan Chen. However, he only came to the hospital to bring a meal for his sister and doesn't notice her watching him from afar. As he is leaving, Yizhi approaches him and says she wants to repay him for the previous lunch. Since he had to leave in a hurry, they could eat together today. Yan Chen says he doesn't have time and says goodbye. At the fire station, Song Yan interrupts Xiao Gei's training and asks him to come down to talk. Xiao Gei worries that he has done something wrong, but Song Yan only wants to ask about his relationship. He heard that Xiao Gei and his girlfriend had a fight recently, but are now fine. Song Yan wants to know how he convinced her to forgive him. Xiao Ge says he apologized, bought gifts, and gave her kisses and hugs. Since Song Yan already does this, he changes his question and asks what usually upsets his girlfriend. Xiao Ge doesn't know either because her mood changes constantly. In the middle of his rant, he and his colleagues realize that the captain must have fought with Xu Qin. So Xiao Ge gets straight to the point and asks what he did wrong. But Song Yan says he did nothing. Xiao Ge says that's the wrong attitude, because no matter what happened, she is always right, and he can never say he did nothing wrong. Only when everyone shouts for him to go apologize to Xu Qin does Song Yan realize this wasn't a private conversation. As he runs away, his colleagues tease him, saying he's going to put out the fire at home. At the hospital, Dr. Yang is attending to a patient who claims to have a severe headache and asks her to prescribe codeine. Yang explains that because it is a controlled medication, she cannot prescribe it without proper tests. The man becomes desperate and demands that she give him codeine immediately. When Yang refuses, he pulls out a knife and threatens her while searching her bag for the medication. Xu Qin notices the police approaching and distracts the addicted man by saying she knows where to find codeine. She runs towards the police but gets slashed on the wrist by the man chasing her. Yang rushes to her, shocked, but relieved that the cut did not damage any nerves, which would have ended her surgical career. Upon learning about the incident, Director Xu calls Xu Qin for a conversation and reprimands her again. He tells her that she is a highly talented surgeon, yet she keeps putting herself at risk. Xu Qin reassures him that it was just a superficial wound and that she will be fine. Xu then grants her a few days off to recover fully and surprises her with the news that, upon her return, she will be promoted and join the research team. She thanks him for recognizing her, but he says it is the hospital that should be grateful to her. Yi Xiao picks her up from the hospital and finds out that she and Song Yan are not on good terms. She explains that he is hiding things from his past, and she asks for her cousin's opinion. Yi Xiao says that when he gets married, he will also have things he prefers to keep secret from his wife because some stories should remain in the past to avoid affecting the current relationship. He adds that Song Yan does not seem like the type of guy who would cheat on her, so it is either something dark from his past or something too painful for him to talk about. Xu Qin confesses that she feels bad because he doesn't trust her, never asks for help, and doesn't let her see his vulnerabilities. He knows everything about her, but she feels there is a barrier between them, preventing her from getting closer. Yi Xiao takes Xu Qin to Yang's house, where Xu Qin introduces them, but they recognize each other from the Wang Xiang disaster. Yi Xiao feels relieved knowing his cousin is in good hands. After Xu Qin goes to her room, he asks Yang to exchange contact information and to call him if they need anything. Returning from another mission and noticing a distant Song Yan, Qi suggests he take a day off to resolve things with Xu Qin. He supports her, knowing how closed off his captain is to everyone. But with her, it's different because she will be his wife. Moreover, due to their dispute, Song Yan doesn't even know that she got injured on her wrist while trying to protect a colleague from an addict with a knife. Worried, Song Yan calls Xu Qin. She tells him she's hurt, but the cut isn't deep and then hangs up. Unable to bear being away from her any longer, Song Yan asks Qi for the doctor's contact and leaves immediately to find out where Xu Qin is staying. Arriving there, Song Yan tries to see her wound, but Xu Qin doesn't let him touch her. He says he brought food for them to have dinner together, but she replies that it's not food she needs, but answers. Song Yan apologizes, admitting that he is very self-centered, always making decisions without consulting her. Having been single for so many years, he didn't realize how many bad habits he had. He is used to solving everything alone, but now that he has her by his side, he knows he needs to change. He promises that in the future, he will discuss everything with her before making decisions, but asks her to leave his past aside. Xu Qin says she feels he doesn't trust her as much as she trusts him. She trusted him so much that she left everything she had to be with him, but he can't even open up to her completely. In a flashback, we see what really happened in Song Yan's life. After high school, he planned to attend the same university as Xu Qin, but her mother sabotaged his grades through bribery, causing him to fail. Song Yan's uncle knelt, begging her not to destroy Song Yan's future, but she ignored him. Unable to enter any university, Song Yan enlisted in the army, where he excelled due to his combat skills and leadership. After his heroic actions in the mission where he eliminated terrorists and saved his comrades, he was informed that he would receive a Medal of Honor and be promoted to officer. Standing before his father's grave, Song Yan proudly tells him about his glorious achievements, that he will be decorated, promoted, and will finally reunite with Xu Qin to proudly propose to her. However, at that moment, his father's former colleague appears. Song Yan tells him he is not welcome there, reminding him that his father tried to protect him from Guo Kun, but the man betrayed him for some money. The man provokes him, disrespecting his father's grave and saying his father's death was because he wasn't man enough to keep his wife at home, who left him for another man. Song Yan loses his temper and gives the man a good beating. Of course, all this was part of Chen Jin's plan, who wanted to prevent him from being promoted and progressing in life. After being expelled from the army, Song Yan decided to join the fire department, vowing to honor that noble profession and climb the ranks until he was worthy of standing before Xu Qin with dignity. In the present, while having lunch with his family, Song Yan's aunt mentions that she hasn't seen Xu Qin lately. Song Yan simply says that she has been busy with work. Miao suspects that he made her angry again and asks him to tell her what happened so she can help them make up. Song Yan doesn't respond and just leaves the table, which makes Miao worried. Miao pretends to have back pain again, just as an excuse to meet Xu Qin at the hospital and understand what is going on. She tells Xu Qin that Song Yan is lovesick and can't even sleep properly. No matter what mistake he made, Xu Qin must forgive him. Xu Qin tells her to leave because she needs to attend real patients, and Miao says she will wait for her. Outside the hospital, Xu Qin says she is not angry with Song Yan, but sad because he doesn't trust her. Everyone in his family knows about his past except her, making her feel like she doesn't belong to that family. Miao says he doesn't talk about it to protect her. Realizing Miao's naivety, Xu Qin pretends she is thinking of breaking up with Song Yan since she can't date someone who doesn't trust her. Miao panics and begs her not to do that, insisting that Song Yan just doesn't want to see her sad. Xu Qin says she left her own family just to be with him, but now she feels alone, so she will break up with him. Under pressure, Miao runs to her, promising to tell everything. She explains that after failing the university entrance exam, Song Yan studied hard to join the military as an officer because he wanted to be worthy of dating her. But that year, his medical exams falsely showed he was unfit to serve. However, his uncle took him to another hospital for new tests, which found nothing wrong. Realizing it was a setup, he went to Chen Jin to beg her to leave his nephew alone, but she refused. So Song Yan enlisted as a regular soldier, and thanks to his excellent physical abilities, he was transferred to the Special Forces on Border Defense. There, he took a bullet to save his comrades and complete the mission. When he was finally about to be promoted to officer, he was accused of assault and expelled from the army. That was when he joined the fire department, stood out, became a captain, they reunited, and the rest she knows. Xu Qin cries, realizing how difficult and painful Song Yan's life has been, all because of her mother's endless cruelty. Miao tells Xu Qin that whenever her brother was in moments of despair, she was his motivation to keep fighting. She is his reason for living, which is why he can't stand the idea of seeing her suffer and continues to fight alone. Furious, Xu Qin goes to her mother and finally confronts her. She throws everything she has discovered in her face, tearing away the false mask of a dignified woman and revealing Chen Jin's true, selfish, manipulative, and sick nature. In her arrogant denial, Chen Jin pretends to know nothing, claiming this is just Song Yan trying to manipulate Xu Qin against her family. Xu Qin gives up on this heartless, soulless woman and questions her father if he was also involved. Seeing Mr. Meng stutter, Chen Jin decides to tell the truth. Yes, she prevented Song Yan from entering university, sabotaged him in the army, and tore up all the letters he sent to Xu Qin. And she has no regrets. Because his father was a scoundrel who tried to harm the family business, his mother was a gold digger who abandoned him for a life of luxury, and he was a delinquent deceiving her daughter. Xu Qin argues that Song Yan is not responsible for the parents he had, and that he never deceived her. They loved each other. They still love each other. And they will continue to love each other. She always saw Chen Jin as a true mother and dreamed that she would accept her happiness, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Now that she knows who Chen Jin truly is, she understands she was never seen as a daughter, but only as a tool to be used in a marriage alliance benefiting the Meng family. To keep that tool under her control, Chen Jin tried to destroy Song Yan's life, the man who was freeing her, so she would remain her puppet. Chen Jin calls her ungrateful and says she is disappointed in her. Xu Qin, even more furious, calls her pretentious and says she can't understand how, even after everything she did, she still considers herself superior to Song Yan. She should be ashamed of being such a horrible, unworthy person. Mr. Meng interrupts, demanding respect. Chen Jin tries to play the victim and tells Xu Qin to report her to the authorities and put her behind bars. Xu Qin says she won't do that, but asks her never to call her daughter again because they can no longer be a family. Before leaving, Xu Qin gives a final warning, threatening that Chen Jin should never interfere in Song Yan's life again. Xu Qin admits she doesn't have as many resources as Chen Jin, but she swears she is willing to die or kill to protect him. As Xu Qin leaves, we see that Yan Chen had heard everything from the stairs. Shaken by his sister's words, disappointed in his parents, and ashamed of what he previously said to Song Yan, he refuses to show respect to his mother again. He sarcastically congratulates his parents for being excellent educators because he became a true gentleman, unlike his father. Yan Chen says he has been loyal to them since birth, respected them, and ignored his own suffering just to avoid disappointing them. Chen Jin tries to stop him, but Yan Chen asks her to look him in the eyes and understand the suffering she caused him all these years, treating him like a puppet instead of a son. He asks if she doesn't feel shame or regret, but he knows she doesn't. She can only care about herself. In a now empty house without their two children, Mr. Meng also confronts Chen Jin. He tells her that he was also against Xu Qin's relationship, but after they broke up, she didn't need to keep pursuing and hurting Song Yan, who was just a young boy. Chen Jin reminds him of the poor upbringing Song Yan must have had, and insists she will never allow him to be with her daughter. Mr. Meng looks at the family photo thrown on the floor, feeling the pain of not having been able to protect his children all these years. Xu Qin runs to Song Yan and hugs him, begging to reconcile, promising she will never leave him again. She apologizes for arguing with him and for leaving home. Song Yan says what matters is that she came back to him. Xu Qin says she missed him so much that her heart hurt and asks him to come inside their home. Song Yan's uncle and aunt see them entering together and feel happy to see they have reconciled. Still shaken, Yan Chen goes to Yixiao's bar. After serving him, the waitress calls Ye Zi, informing her that he is there. Hearing this, Ye Zi cancels the data analysis she was doing with Miao and says she needs to leave. When Ye Zi arrives at the bar, Yan Chen is already unconscious from drinking too much. As he opens his eyes, he first sees Xu Qin in front of him, but then he realizes it's Ye Zi and asks what she is doing there. She shows concern for him, asking about work problems and again offering lunch to repay him. Yan Chen just watches her talking and trying to charm him and smiles with irony. She asks what he is laughing at, and Yan Chen, drunk and tired of it all, compares her to Xu Qin, saying that moths and butterflies may look similar, but there is a huge difference between them. Butterflies love to fly under the sunlight, while moths only fly under the shadow of the night. Already shaken, Ye Zi asks him to be clearer with his words, but Yan Chen just asks her to leave. She tells him she likes him and doesn't understand why he is treating her this way. Yan Chen says he wants to be alone, so he gets straight to the point. He asks how much she needs to finish paying for her college and how much for her monthly expenses. He is a businessman and is ready to negotiate so she can leave him alone. He is not stupid and has known her intentions from the beginning. Ye Zi asks if he was deceiving her all this time, but Yan Chen says she has nothing to offer him that would make it worth deceiving her. He takes one last drink and tells her to leave. Ye Zi runs through the bar's corridors and hides in a corner to cry. After calming down, she changes the expression in her eyes and returns to the private room where he is now unconscious again. She enters and closes the door. A few hours later, Yan Chen is lying on the sofa, while Yezi has torn clothes and visible marks of assault on her face. Chen Jin wakes up in the middle of the night, feeling restless, and decides to call her son. Yezi answers but doesn't say anything, only making pained sounds before hanging up. She then calls her college, saying she was assaulted and asks for help. The Meng family's lawyer is called, and he quickly devises a plan with Chen Jin to cover up the incident and destroy the life of the girl involved. He sends a message to Yezi, offering her a large sum of money. But just as she is about to reply and accept the offer, Yan Chen stops her. He tells her that if she sends that message, Chen Jin will use it to prove it was a scam and will even accuse her of blackmail. He will be acquitted, and Yezi will end up in jail. Yezi claims she has proof of his crime, but Yan Chen reveals that he was only pretending to be unconscious the entire time. The only proof she has is a video showing him sleeping drunk while she appears injured. That is not enough to defeat Chen Jin. As he is about to leave, she screams that she will call the police and ruin his life. Yan Chen says that is a great idea and encourages her to do it. He will be waiting. Yezi thinks he is bluffing and starts dialing the police, but he urges her to hurry, warning that if she doesn't call soon, he will leave. Desperate, she makes the call. Meanwhile, the lawyer finds it strange that she hasn't responded because, in such situations, no one usually makes the right decision. Suddenly, Mr. Meng receives a call informing him that his son has been arrested. To make matters worse, Yan Chen did not deny the crime, even though he is innocent. Upon hearing this, Song Yan rushes to check if Xu Qin is okay, but she is still unaware of what happened to her brother. At that moment, Yixiao calls and asks her to meet him. She and Song Yan get in his car, and on the way, they see the news about the alleged crime committed by the Meng family's heir. Yixiao explains that the biggest problem is that the police won't allow anyone except the lawyer to see Yan Chen, but he refuses to talk to the lawyer or have any defense against the accusation. Xu Qin realizes that he must have been at the Meng house and probably heard her argument with their mother the previous night. This must have shaken him deeply. At the police station, Xu Qin finds her parents, who are visibly worried. Mr. Meng asks her to help convince Yan Chen. Xu Qin then asks the lawyer to tell her brother that she will be waiting for him at home to resolve this situation together. Meanwhile, Song Yan asks Yixiao if he has any clues about who the girl is. Yixiao reveals that she used to work at his bar, but he noticed her intentions and fired her some time ago. He suspects that some employee must have told her about Yan Chen's presence there. Song Yan asks if he has security camera footage, but Yixiao says they only have cameras in the corridors, not in the private rooms. Song Yan tries to figure out what really happened, and Yixiao explains that the girl had been trying to seduce Yan Chen for some time, but when he exposed her, she wanted revenge. He shows the footage of a girl peeking into the private room at that time, but he doesn't know who she is. Song Yan recognizes her. It's Miao. That night, Miao had decided to follow Yezi to discover what she was prioritizing over her influencer career. But she was shocked to see Yezi in that private room, scratching herself with her own nails while Yan Chen slept on the sofa. Finding it very suspicious, she decided to record it. Song Yan returns home and finds Miao on the terrace. He tells her that he knows she saw what happened with Yan Chen and asks her to be the witness who will clear his name, but she refuses to help the Meng family. Song Yan urges her to understand the seriousness of the situation. Miao is a good girl, and he doesn't want to see her consumed by hatred. Song Yan knows she is smart and probably recorded everything. If she doesn't show it to the police, Yan Chen's future will be ruined. Miao replies that it doesn't compare to everything the Meng family made Song Yan go through, so she doesn't feel a bit of pity for them. Song Yan says he has already forgotten the past, and she should too. Miao argues that she can't forget the 10 years she spent watching him being sabotaged in everything he tried to do. She can't forgive her father begging Chen Jin to leave him alone and being treated like garbage. If Song Yan wants to pretend he has forgotten the past, that's fine, but she will never forgive them. Song Yan admits that he hasn't forgiven them either because that is impossible, but he chose not to hold a grudge to avoid spending the rest of his life consumed by resentment. He tells her he is not asking her to save Yan Chen, only to do the right thing. Miao finally agrees to hand over the evidence but says she needs to do something first. Yiqiao rushes to the Meng residence to inform them that a key witness has come forward with evidence proving Yan Chen's innocence. Chen Jin immediately says she'll pay whatever it takes for the footage, but Yiqiao replies that the girl doesn't want money. When they find out it's Song Yan's sister, the Mengs go to meet her. Even in that situation, Chen Jin doesn't lower her pride and arrogantly asks how much the girl wants. Mr. Meng, however, is more cautious and shows respect toward Miao. He admits they've done terrible things in the past and asks what he can do to make amends. As Miao reflects, Chen Jin takes full responsibility, insisting that Mr. Meng knew nothing about her actions. She asks Miao to take revenge on her but to help her protect her son, who is innocent. Miao reminds her of all the harm she did to Song Yan, who was also innocent, and yet Chen Jin never cared. The despair the Mengs are feeling now is the same pain Miao and her parents endured for years as they watched injustice being done to Song Yan. She says her parents and her brother are too kind. They even wanted to spare Xu Qin the pain of discovering her parents' true nature. But Miao is different. She saw her father kneel before Chen Jin, and now she wants to see Chen Jin kneel before her. Chen Jin is visibly shaken but agrees. Mr. Meng holds her back and begs Miao to let him kneel in her place, but Chen Jin stops him, saying the guilt is hers alone. If someone must be humiliated, it should be her. Unfortunately for us, Miao isn't just cute, she's also kind-hearted. She stops Chen Jin at the last moment, saying that Xu Qin is her sister-in-law now, and she couldn't face her again if she humiliated her parents. Instead, Miao demands that Chen Jin admit her crimes and pay for them. She will give justice to Yan Chen if Chen Jin gives justice to Song Yan. Back at the police station, Chen Jin's expression shows she agreed to the deal. Accompanied by her husband, she approaches an officer and says she's there to turn herself in. As she's escorted down the hallway, she crosses paths with her son. Furious, she lunges at him and asks why he did this. She says she raised him so well, only for him to turn against her. Yan Chen replies that she committed crimes and someone must take responsibility. If she didn't turn herself in, he would be punished in her place. Xu Qin arrives and, for the first time, sees her mother in such a vulnerable state. Chen Jin tells both her children, who now despise her, that if imprisoning her is what it takes for them to be free, then so be it. Meanwhile, Yezi, who was in the interrogation room, is declared guilty and taken away in handcuffs. Outside, police officers inform her supporters, who were protesting, about the video that shows Yezi injuring herself to frame Yan Chen. The young people, realizing they were manipulated, react angrily. The police ask them to take down the posts accusing Yan Chen and to publish a formal retraction in the newspaper. Yan Chen goes to see Yezi and, with sadness and sincerity, tells her that if she needed money, she could have just asked. He would have given it to her from the beginning. She didn't have to go that far. Yezi becomes angry, frustrated that he still doesn't understand. She tells him she never wanted his damn money. He feels so superior because he's rich and powerful that he assumes people like her only care about money and could never have genuine feelings. But now she wants to know. If he wasn't interested in her, if he really believed she was just after his money, then why did he keep coming to her? He protected her and her friend at the bar from those harassers. Then he said he was afraid she'd go down the wrong path and pulled her out of that job, getting her something better. He invited her to a beautiful concert that moved her. He cared about her life, her hobbies, her future. So how could she not fall in love with him? Yan Chen, visibly shaken, says he only wanted to help her make better choices. Yezi asks if this, where she is now, is the right path he wanted her to follow. She says her life was dull and colorless. Then, one day, a ray of light appeared and lit up her heart. When that light walked away, she desperately wanted it back. But while she saw him as that ray of light, she realized that to him, she was just a project, something he could abandon at any moment, a moth that should remain in the dark. When he tells her he came to say he's dropping the charges, she becomes even angrier because he still insists on being good to her. She wanted to hate him, but he doesn't even allow that. Meanwhile, at the police station with the lawyer, Mr. Meng is informed that since Chen Jin turned herself in and is in poor health, posing no threat to society, she will be granted probation. However, she will not be allowed to leave the city. Talking to his wife, Mr. Meng tells her that she needs to reconsider her opposition to Xu Qin's relationship, because he no longer doubts their daughter will marry Song Yan. Chen Jin says that after everything she's done, it would be impossible for their two families to become one. Sensing the weight of guilt finally pressing on her, Mr. Meng confesses that he always knew what she was doing, but never stepped in. He let her play the villain while he quietly reaped the benefits. He says he's grateful for everything she's done for him and their family, and asks her not to give up now. Xu Qin asks her brother if he heard her arguing with their parents that night, and he confirms. She tells him that while their parents are guilty of many things, they didn't deserve the punishment he tried to impose. If it weren't for Miao, his life would be completely ruined now. Yanchen says he finally understands why Xu Qin chose to stay with Song Yan even after all these years. He is determined, honorable, and truly loves her. Despite all the challenges, he never gave up on her. They deserve to be together. Now that he's free from their parents and knows he no longer needs to take care of her, Xu Qin tells him to live his own life and to be happy. Later, Miao and her dorm mates walk into their room and find Yezi there. Her roommates are furious and call her shameless for showing her face after making them look like fools for defending her online. Miao notices Yezi holding a withdrawal form. She's dropping out. Not only is her influencer career over, but now she won't even graduate. Before leaving, the angriest roommate says she even feels sorry for Miao, who spent so much time managing Yeezy's account only for it all to go to waste. Alone with Miao in the room, Yeezy apologizes for making her lose the account she worked so hard on. Miao asks what she plans to do with her future, but Yeezy says she doesn't even know if she still has one. Miao asks if she's supposed to feel guilty about that, and Yeezy replies that she's actually grateful for what Miao did. If it weren't for her, she might not be alive right now. The guilt would have destroyed her. Yeezy thanks her for being a friend and says goodbye before walking out. Xu Qin agrees to have lunch with her father, and during the meal he informs her that her mother will be returning home in a few days. Mr. Meng asks Xu Qin to make time to visit her, as she is very fragile right now. Seeing her hesitation, he admits they were selfish parents, but assures her that they always loved her just as much as they love Yan Chen. Moved, Xu Qin admits that she still can't forgive them for what they did to Song Yan. Mr. Meng reminds her that they are a family, and that bond is for life, something that can't simply be broken. He acknowledges they have issues with Song Yan, but says he is willing to try and fix things. Xu Qin asks how he plans to do that. How will he give back the university life and military career that were taken from him? He doesn't realize how proud Song Yan is, the kind of man who always fights back against those who hurt him. Yet, despite everything, he never retaliated against them. Even though he knew the Meng family had business rivals who would have paid handsomely for such information, he never exposed them. He stayed silent through all the injustice, for her. And now they expect his to forget it all, treat them as family, call them in-laws, and sit down for friendly lunches? Mr. Meng backs off for now, but says there is still a long road ahead, and he doesn't intend to give up. As they say goodbye, he gently asks if she will at least allow him to be present at her wedding. Moved, Xu Qin nods in agreement. While Song Yan and Xu Qin spend the weekend together, watching the rain, helping his uncle fix the roof, tending to the plants, and enjoying simple domestic moments, back at the fire station, Jiang Yu continues his efforts to get closer to Li Meng. He gives her a small plant, saying that every time she waters it, she'll think of him. Meanwhile, Mr. Meng decides to take the first step and pay a visit. But as he approaches, he hears laughter in the distance and sees Song Yan and Xu Qin smiling, with Song Yan carrying her on his back as they return home. Inside, Miao and her parents are setting the table for lunch when they're surprised by the couple entering the house, with Mr. Meng right behind them. The atmosphere becomes a bit tense, but Mr. Meng is determined. He approaches the Jai family and apologizes for the unexpected visit. Mr. and Mrs. Zhai warmly offer him a seat at the table and invite him to join them for lunch. After a welcome toast with Mr. Zhai, Mr. Meng explains that he's there because he wants to talk about their children's relationship, and, as the bride's father, he would like to help with the wedding preparations. He says he's placing his daughter in their care. After a heartfelt family toast, Mrs. Zhai assures him that they've been taking very good care of Xu Qin, and Miao adds that she's always walking around the house with a goofy smile. The only problem is that once Miao starts talking, she doesn't stop, and she nearly spoils the surprise that Song Yan is planning for Xu Qin. After the meal and more conversation about the future, it's time for goodbyes. But Mr. Meng asks Xu Qin if Song Yan can walk him out. He wants a private word with him. Alone with Song Yan, Mr. Meng confesses that he was afraid to come there and find that Song Yan might not be capable of taking care of Xu Qin. But after this visit, he admits he's genuinely moved by this family. Their warmth and happiness are enviable, and he hopes Xu Qin can be just as happy. Song Yan promises that he will take good care of her and make her truly happy. Mr. Meng tries to apologize for all that Song Yan went through, but Song Yan gently cuts him off and says it's all in the past. He wouldn't change the path he walked, because he's doing just fine now. When Song Yan enters the room and hugs Xu Qin from behind, he tells her it's time for them to start looking for a house to rent. Xu Qin agrees, but quickly changes the subject. She's noticed that he and Miao are hiding something from her. Song Yan plays dumb, claiming she's imagining things. The next day, he takes her to visit a house he's thinking of renting. Song Yan says the owner allowed her to see it first, and if she likes it, he'll ask his wife for permission for them to live there. As they walk in, Xu Qin is immediately enchanted. Everything seems perfect. The house and the furniture are exactly how she once described her dream home to Song Yan. In the spacious bedroom, not only is the bed just the way she likes it, but Song Yan also shows her a special spot where they could keep their aquarium. Xu Qin says she's already made up her mind. Before they came here, she searched several homes online, but none of them pleased her like this one. They have to rent it. Song Yan tells her she's rushing. There's still one more part of the house she hasn't seen. He takes her to the rooftop garden, which is even more beautiful than the one she used to dream of. Plus, the location is perfect. There's no reason not to choose this house. Song Yan says he'll call the owner's wife now and ask if they can stay. Excited, Xu Qin urges him to call quickly. Suddenly her own phone rings. She teases him, saying he dialed the wrong number and is calling her by mistake. But Song Yan replies that he called the right person, because she is the owner's wife, and this house is theirs. He then asks the owner's wife if she allows them to live there. Xu Qin, playing along, asks how long he plans to stay there with his wife. Song Yan answers, "For the rest of my life." She hugs him tightly, thanking him for giving them the perfect home, but Song Yan says it's not over yet. There's one last thing he needs to do. He kneels down and presents a sparkling ring, thanking her for coming back to him. She was the reason he dreamed of growing and becoming someone better. He promises to protect her just as he protects the city. Just like in the past and the present, his future will also be devoted to her. He swears eternal loyalty and love, and officially asks her to marry him. The next day, as Xu Qin was putting the ring away before attending to her patients, her colleagues caught sight of the sparkling diamond and immediately surrounded her, full of curiosity about how the proposal went. At the fire station, the news also caused a stir when everyone found out that their captain was getting married. Completely different from how things were when they first reunited. Song Yan now runs to greet her when Xu Qin comes to visit. He invites her to officially meet his teammates and compliments her new lipstick. When she says it's one of the ones he bought for her, he smiles and says he wants it back, then steals it with a kiss. As they walk into the station, everyone is waiting and bursts into applause, celebrating their happy ending. After all, they had witnessed so many moments between the two and knew how deeply they loved each other. Song Yan says they already know her as the doctor from the municipal hospital, but now he wants to introduce her properly, as his wife. Everyone cheers, welcoming their sister-in-law. Now it's Song Yan's turn to be surrounded as the team jokingly demands he share his secret to winning over such a beautiful woman. They reminisce about the first time they saw the couple together, when Song Yan had a toothache at the hospital. They all noticed the tension between them. They laugh, saying they used to think the captain was mad at her, but now it's clear. It was all part of his plan to win her over from the start. At home, Miao's mom asks why she's so worried about planning Song Yan and Xu Qin's wedding now, since it's not until autumn, to avoid the cold season. Miao replies that many couples get married in autumn, and if they don't book the hotel now, they won't get the date they want. Plus, she needs to choose the menu, finalize the guest list, and count the number of attendees. She's also the one trying on wedding dresses, so many that she ends up exhausted, only to still be undecided between 3 of them. She tells the boutique attendant that she'll return with her sister-in-law to choose between the final 3, which frustrates the clerk who assumed Miao was the bride after all that effort. Miao explains that her sister-in-law is a busy doctor who barely has time, so she wanted to save her some work by pre-selecting the best options. Understanding the situation, the attendant decides to help her further. Just as Miao thinks she can finally take a break, the clerk informs her that they've only picked the wedding dress. She still needs to choose the reception gown, and the bridesmaids' dresses too. When Xu Qin meets her brother, she's happy to see that he seems much better. Yan Chen says he can't even remember the last time he slept so peacefully. As he pours her a glass of water and notices the beautiful ring on her finger, he congratulates her. He also takes the opportunity to give her an early wedding gift, something he wants her to wear during the ceremony. He then reveals that he has decided to focus on Guo Kun and will be taking over their father's position in the company. Xu Qin asks what made him change his mind, and he replies that their parents are getting old. After their recent confrontation, they were deeply shaken, and now it's time for him to take care of the family. After saying goodbye, Xu Qin sends him an emotional message, telling him how lucky she feels to be part of his family. From the first time she saw him, she knew she would always feel safe by his side, and she's grateful to have him as her brother. At home, Miao informs her about the pre-selected wedding dresses and says she already scheduled their photo shoot. When Song Yan arrives, he sees Miao placing a princess-like crown on Xu Qin's head, a beautiful wedding gift from Yan Chen to his sister. Xu Qin talks about the pre-wedding photos they still need to take and expresses concern about the hotel reservations since she doesn't know how many of her relatives will attend. She even suggests canceling the larger celebration and having a simpler wedding. But Song Yan refuses to downsize such a meaningful moment. Instead, he proposes they forget the hotel and hold the wedding at the fire station. That way, there'll be plenty of space, and they won't have to worry about availability. Xu Qin loves the idea and happily agrees. Later, Yan Chen returns to the Guo Kun group and formally introduces himself to the investors as the new company president. He is met with applause from everyone who already knows and respects his capabilities. Meanwhile, Miao is starting to worry about how long her brother and sister-in-law are taking to arrive for their pre-wedding photo session, until she sees them approaching from a distance, and her concern fades into a smile. Song Yan and Xu Qin walk toward her, radiant. She wears a wedding dress that seems made for this exact moment, a delicate crown atop her head. He wears a sharp suit, his eyes locked on her, steady and full of love. They walk side by side, exchanging intense glances, carrying the same connection they had when they were just 2 young people falling in love for the first time. Before the photographer's lens, the world seems to disappear. Song Yan and Xu Qin stare into each other's eyes in silence, as if every click only immortalizes what their hearts have always known. They belong to each other. They're not just taking pictures. They're sealing a story that began in youth and pain, but is now defined by resilience, love, and forever. The news broadcasts announce an orange alert issued by the Meteorological Department. A Category 6 typhoon is expected to reach the southeastern region of the city the following morning. Maximum wind force is expected to reach level 14, moving northwest at a speed of 18 to 20 kilometers per hour. Heavy storms and torrential rain are also forecasted. To protect the citizens, The city has opened its main floodgates in advance, but even so, the firefighters will need to act urgently. Commissioner Lian Jie announces that all holidays and leave are cancelled, and everyone must return to the station immediately to remain on alert for the next 48 to 72 hours. Gao tells the department leaders to remind their teams, they are the wall that protects the people, the shelter that will hold them through the storm, and they must be willing to risk their lives to keep them safe. There are 1.2 million citizens in Yancheng, and it is their duty to defend the city from this disaster. Families board up windows, block doors, and protect themselves the best they can. Streets begin to flood, and a reporter announces a revised analysis from the meteorological department. The typhoon warning has been raised from orange to red. This is an emergency alert issued by the Flood Control Authority. Everyone must remain indoors. At the hospital, more and more injured people begin to arrive, and the typhoon hasn't even reached its peak. Through social media, people share real-time updates about the most affected areas, rising waters, fallen trees blocking roads, and people trapped. Yan Chen is on his way home when he sees two people struggling to reach the hospital. He immediately offers to drive them to safety. The storm crashes down heavily, as if the sky were trying to wash away all the pain that stubbornly lingers. And there stands Yezi, alone, soaked to the bone, arms raised beside an open manhole warning passers-by. Tired, drenched, shivering, but steady. She doesn't have to be there. No one asked her to, but she chose to stay. A car skids to a stop in front of her. The window lowers slowly. It's Yan Chen. For a moment, they just look at each other. She's soaked from head to toe, eyes tired, her face marked by cold, but she still manages a faint, restrained smile. Worried for her safety, Yan Chen urges her to get in the car. Yizi calmly responds that she already called the city services, but their vehicle is stuck in traffic. If she leaves, someone might get hurt, so she'll stay. She's no longer trying to impress him. She's not waiting for him to see her. But here, in the middle of the storm, she is exactly where he always wanted her to be, doing the right thing. And the irony of that is not lost on either of them. Yan Chen has to keep going. He drives away, but not before looking in the rearview mirror. And there she is. Yezi, alone, small in the face of chaos, but unshaken. The ray of light that once lit up her world now watches from afar, too late to reach her. Only now does he realize she was never just a moth. She was a beautiful, rare butterfly. After Yanchen drove away, a kind man noticed Yezi and chose to help. He placed his bicycles, bought with hard-earned money and used for rentals to pay for his daughter's college, over the open manhole to prevent accidents and allow Yezi to seek shelter. Unfortunately, the wind intensified. As soon as the man returned to his vehicle, the remaining bicycles were blown over and collapsed on top of him. Yezi rushed to help, but she didn't have the strength to lift them on her own. Thankfully, Song Yan and his rescue team happened to be nearby and saw her calling for help. They quickly removed the bicycles from the unconscious man. Xu Qin arrived moments later, assessed his condition, and instructed the firefighters to carry him to the ambulance. Because the ambulance was low and could struggle in the rising water, Song Yan instructed his team to drive the fire truck ahead to clear a safe path. He himself rode inside the ambulance to ensure the safety of everyone. On the way, they encountered a fallen tree blocking the road. As they got out to remove it, they discovered another civilian trapped underneath. The team rescued him and cleared the path to continue forward. Xu Qin urgently notified Song Yan that the patient's blood pressure was dangerously low. They had to hurry. He contacted the dispatch center, reported the situation, and requested traffic coordination to secure a direct route to the hospital. The center uploaded a map to his tablet, highlighting the cleared roads, and asked him to follow it. Using the radio, Song Yan guided the fire truck ahead on which streets to take. Thanks to the precise coordination between several teams, they arrived at the hospital just in time to save the man's life. That night, in a rare moment of rest, the exhausted heroes gathered under the cold rain to eat a quick snack and regain some energy. Meanwhile, disaster struck elsewhere. A city tunnel collapsed, leaving several civilians injured and at risk. Among them, We see a driver already dead at the wheel, and his passenger regaining consciousness after the impact. To our shock, it's Xu Qin's mother. Water continues to rise, and as she realizes the driver hasn't survived, panic sets in. She struggles desperately to get out of the car, but to no avail. Her cries for help are swallowed by the storm, one voice lost among countless others. The command center receives word of the tunnel collapse and immediately relays the information over the radio. Song Yan responds without hesitation, informing them that his team is nearby and ready to take on the mission. Their meal is instantly abandoned, and they rush to the scene. At the tunnel site, Song Yan orders his team to spread out and search for survivors before the area becomes fully flooded. As the firefighters work quickly to rescue as many people as possible, Chen Jin remains trapped in her buried car, too weak to even call for help. The team eventually reports to their captain that all civilians have been evacuated and requests permission to withdraw before the tunnel collapses. Just as they begin to leave, a faint car horn pierces the chaos. Chen Jin, using the last of her strength, manages to press the horn. Alerted, Song Yan turns back, following the sound until he finds the vehicle. The car is crushed, and the windows are too fogged and dirty to see inside. He can't open the door. Without hesitation, he tells the person inside to move back and breaks the glass. As Chen Jin sees the arm reaching toward her and lifts her gaze to the face of her rescuer, she freezes. It's Song Yan, the same young man she once humiliated, the one she deemed unworthy of her daughter, the one she tried to erase from their lives. He says nothing. No judgment, no bitterness, just a hand, strong, calloused, and just. Frozen by shock and shame, Chen Jin hesitates for a moment. Then, grasping his hand, she feels something that undoes her completely. Safety. The very safety she once denied her daughter when she tore them apart. As Song Yan carries her on his back, she feels small, not just in size, but in spirit, compared to the strength and integrity of the man saving her life. A man who rose above all the pain and prejudice she inflicted on him. A true hero. He lays her gently in the rescue vehicle and walks away without a backward glance. He wasn't looking for recognition. He never was. Inside the vehicle, Chen Jin hears other survivors speaking of the firefighters, their words filled with admiration and gratitude. She remains silent, her eyes distant, lost in a whirlwind of unfamiliar emotions. And when someone asks if she knows the firefighter who rescued her, Chen Jin responds with a trembling but steady voice. She doesn't just speak. Her face, her tone, her silence before the words, they say everything. He's my future son-in-law. It wasn't just a response. It was recognition, a long overdue acceptance, and more than anything, a silent plea for forgiveness. Finally, the calm settles after the storm, and everyone returns to their daily routines. Early in the morning, Li Meng looks at the plant Zhang Yu gave her and notices it has started to bloom. Just as he hoped, it's him she thinks about at that moment. Curious, she searches online to find out what kind of flower it is and learns it's a morning glory, a flower that symbolizes living in the present. She texts him saying she has solved the mystery, and he invites her to have breakfast with him. At his place, she discovers they share the same taste in books and is especially impressed to see one that's sold out in every store. She tries to reach for it but can't. When Zhang Yu helps her, their hands brush against each other, and as she turns toward him, a quiet but intense moment sparks as he hands her the book. Visibly flustered, Li Meng asks where he found it. He tells her it was at Mingcheng bookstore. Surprised, she admits she's a regular there but never saw it. Zhang Yu, pretending to be talking about the book, but really speaking of their connection, says, "You found it now. Not too early, not too late. At the right time." At a family lunch, Mr. Meng congratulates Xu Qin on her promotion. Chen Jin, still unsure how to express affection toward her daughter, comments that working in outpatient care is better than in the ER, though still very tiring. Unexpectedly, she asks about the wedding date and how the preparations are going. Xu Qin replies that she convinced Song Yan to go for something more intimate, just for the family. To her surprise, Chen Jin criticizes the decision, saying a wedding is a special event and shouldn't be so simple. Mr. Meng chimes in, saying if Xu Qin wants a small ceremony, he supports her choice. His only requests are that she wears a wedding dress and lets him walk her down the aisle. Xu Qin agrees and everyone is happy, including Chen Jin, who tries to hide her smile. But everyone notices anyway. Xu Qin shows up unexpectedly at Dr. Yang's house to collect a few of her belongings she had left behind. Blocking the door, Yang insists she'll bring them over to Xu Qin's place later and tells her to head home. Suspicious, Xu Qin glances down and notices a pair of men's sneakers by the door, just as Yixiao cheerfully appears, calling Yang dear and proudly serving her a meal he cooked himself. Meanwhile, at the fire station, Song Yan continues leading intense training sessions, sparing no one, not even the rookies. When one of them finally reaches the finish line, he asks Song Yan for his time. Song Yan replies that it was passable, enough to pass this round, but not yet good enough for the elite squad. Seeing his discouraged teammates, the rookie encourages them to keep training until they make it, which brings a proud smile to Song Yan's face. Later, as Xu Qin and Song Yan pack their things for the new house, she receives a message from Yixiao inviting them to join him and Yan Chen for dinner. Song Yan agrees, and Xu Qin, thrilled, says she plans to drink tonight, since he'll be there to look after her. At the restaurant, Yan Chen greets Song Yan warmly, and the four sit down together. When the owner of the place brings them menus, Yixiao introduces Song Yan as Xu Qin's husband. The woman compliments the beautiful couple and promises a special dish just for them. The evening is simple, but filled with meaning, as if finally, every piece of their lives had fallen into place. The next morning, Xu Qin wakes up in their new home. Soft sunlight pours through the windows, and she runs through the hallway to the flower-filled terrace where Song Yan is already waiting. Without a word, she lays her head on his shoulder, like someone resting in a safe harbor after a long journey. She recognizes how hard the last 10 years must have been for him. Song Yan confirms, yes, they were difficult, but necessary, just like the way he pushes his fire team through intense training to prepare them for what matters most. Life shaped him with that same rigor. A long and brutal training to become the man he is today. With calm resolve, he recalls the oath he took upon entering the army: to serve the people, be fearless and loyal, endure hardships, and just as he once swore never to betray his country, he now swears never to betray her. Xu Qin rests her head on his shoulder once again. And there, among flowers and silence, time seems to finally slow down. After so much loss, fear, and separation, they've found peace. Because the love between Song Yan and Xu Qin isn't built on empty promises. It's built on resilience, healing, and a new beginning. A love that survived time, pain, and wrong turns, to bloom at last like a flame that never went out.